Meyer Racing family. 890 the dial for Bennett in the all-white junior. Right lane, Cooper Hogan, Fruitland, Iowa. 801 the dial for Cooper. Only 10 thou separate them on the tree. Down to the 8th mile stripe. Win light going to go 2. Give it to Bennett. 10 on the tree and 55 above to be 65 total. Cooper Hogan, 20 on the tree. Take 50 to break out. 5. Had to take 45 or less. So Cooper Hogan will end his yesterday run there. Bennett Meyer. Going to keep on marching on. We will run the finals of these juniors during qualifier 1. Pro ET, your second call, the lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro ET, your second call, the lanes 4 and 5, please, for your one and only time run this morning. Pro ET, your second call, lanes 4 and 5, please. Quick 16, you are about 5 minutes away from your first call. Quick 16, you are 5 minutes away from your call for qualifier number 1. Quick 16, 5 minutes away. Seventh thou, separate them up front. Win light. Sidney Jones, 76 and 13 above, going to get the win. Benji Freeman was 83 on the tree and 32 above, taking the runner-up spot. How about these junior dragsters coming off the trailer, knowing their cars, knowing what to dial, and doing a good job on the tree. Want to thank all the junior families that got them up here in time, as we only gave them about a 15-minute heads up that this is what we were going to do today. But want to give away these trophies to the best of our abilities. So once again, appreciate their quick turnaround. $890 the dial for the gray junior in the left lane. The Wagner racing car. $895 the dial for the Motion Raceworks Junior. Give the win to Landon Cook. 899.4 on the 895 at 71 mile an hour. Got down there, had a little room to move, got on and off the throttle, and got the job done. Last call, Pro Cars. We need you to lanes 4 and 5. Last call, Pro Cars. For your one and only time run the session. Last call, Pro Cars to lanes 4 and 5, please. Quick 16, this is your first call. Quick 16, your first call to lanes 7 and 8 for your first qualifier. So quick 16, your first call for qualifier number 1 to lanes 7 and 8, please. Quick 16, your first call to lanes 7 and 8 for qualifier number 1. Gage Harshfield going to take the free bye onto the finals on the Concy side of the ladder. Goes 41 above at 73 mile an hour. And we will see him back here to take on Landon Cook on the Concy side of the ladder. That'll bring up just a junior license pass. Lexi Thompson going to get her last run in her junior, get her NHRA license, and be eligible for competition. As we have just a few races left in the season. We're back at it, obviously, again next weekend with our NHRA Bob McCosh Divisional, Regional, have top alcohol funny cars, top alcohol dragsters on the property. And then all heck breaks loose as the ET Finals are coming home for the first time in tri-state history. We are hosting the Division 5 ET Finals. Bound to be a good time. Going to have a lot of fun. Going to have a lot of racers on the property. And we're all be fighting for a Wally and a trip to Vegas coming up here in just a couple weeks. So that's it for juniors here this morning. We will be back around here in just a little bit. We'll be running pro cars. So here we go. Time trial number 1 of Pro ET. One and only time run this morning. Quick 16, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8 for your first qualifier. Quick 16 will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please, for your first qualifier. So once again, quick 16, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Quick 16 will take you to lanes 7 and 8 for qualifier number 1. Quick 16, lanes 7 and 8, please. Alrighty, quick 16, your last and final call to lanes 7 and 8. Quick 16, your last and final call, lanes 7 and 8. Sportsman cars, we will now take you to lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman Trophy, we'll take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Once again, Sportsman Trophy, your call, lanes 2 and 3. And we will take quick 16, final call to lanes 7 and 8. Stock, super stock combo, the competitors still in from yesterday. There's 5 of you. The stock, super stock racers still in from yesterday. There's 5 of you. We will take you to lanes 4 and 5 at your convenience. So stock, super stock competitors that are still in from yesterday, there's 5 of you. We will take you to lanes 4 and 5 at your convenience. Sportsman Trophy, lanes 2 and 3, please. Alrighty, stock, super stock combo competitors from yesterday. You've kind of lost your at your convenience. We need you to lanes 4 and 5 as soon as you are able, please. Stock, super stock combo competitors from yesterday. We need you to lanes 4 and 5, please, as soon as you are able. The rest of the class, sit tight. Your call is coming soon. So once again, the stock, super stock competitors from yesterday. We will take you to lanes 4 and 5 as soon as you are able for your round number 4 from yesterday. Trip zip for Paige Davis. And I love taking every opportunity I can to remind everybody of the Quick Performance Let and Go Triple O poker chips. You come to Tri-State Raceway, you cut a perfect light, bring your time slip up to the tower, get yourself a poker chip for the wall, and enter yourself into a drawing for a $500 Quick Performance gift certificate that we will have at the end of the season. Once again, you do not need to be present to win. You don't have to be a Tri-State Points Racers. You just have to show up to Tri-State Raceway and cut a trip zip. So once again, racers, cut a trip zip, come up, get your poker chip, get yourself entered for a free $500 gift certificate from Quick Performance. Tyler Stick, 15 up front, Al Grimm. Bill Black shaking the tower windows with the zoomies on. Dalton Waugh, currently your number one qualifier, 742.6 at 180 mile an hour. Cale Davis right behind him in the Mustang, 749.3 at 182. Black looking to be number one qualifier, and he's going to get there by a length. How about 686.2 at 198 mile an hour, comfortably in the top spot. Over half a second faster than the rest of the field, but we got a couple heavy hitters to go here at the end as I see Matt Kreft and Emily Novak. Sitting back behind. Bill Black gave him a bar. They're going to have to go out there and reach it. Mitch Melchert and Zach Miller to the line now. Cale Davis looking like he's going to be the lone door car in the class today, and it looks like we got one motorcycle looking to stand the test of the dragsters. Zach Miller driving it almost down the center as it seemed, 741.2 at 179 will put him in the number 2 position. Mitch Melcher goes 780, 168, sits him number 9 with 4 cars to go. Don't worry, we'll get a full field. Takes a little buying and selling, but we get a full field almost every weekend. So once again, racers, if you're interested in Quick 16, it's not too late to enter. Fastest 16 cars on the property qualify. 4 rounds for $1,000 to win. It's not too late to enter, as they will have one more qualifier here in just a little bit. Matt Kraft, like a rocket, straight down. How about 6:08.8 at 222 mile an hour? Good thing we ain't running top dragster today. That would not have been a good run in top dragster. Matt Kraft, 6:08.8, 222 mile an hour. Your number one qualifier. And if there's anybody that's going to have anything to say about it, it's going to be the dragster in the left lane right now. Emily Novak has made a living this year being the number one qualifier in Quick 16. Dave Primrose, the 840 bike, has made a living beating up on these dragsters this year. How close can Emily get? About 6:22.2 at 227 mile an hour. Dave Primrose. How about Dave Primrose? He had 8:36 on the side of the bike, goes 8:38.0 right off the trailer. So that'll do it for qualifier number 1. Your top 3, Matt Kreff, 6:08 628 at 222 mile an hour. Emily Novak 622.2 at 227. And Bill Black in the third position, 686.2 at 198 miles an hour. Once again, racers, it's not too late if you want to get into Quick 16. They will have one more qualifier during round one of eliminations. Listen, talking to you super comp guys, you super gas guys, turn the stop off. See how fast it'll go. And have a little fun in Quick 16 here today at Tri-State Raceway. Trophy final from yesterday, going to end in a double breakout. Leighton Hack, 22 on the tree. Gives it back to Sky, which is pretty good on a double breakout. Sky was 86, breaks it out more, getting there first. So Leighton Hack, your trophy winner from yesterday. Going to take home the Golden Pig. We'll be into our sportsman cars. So once again, stock, super stock, combo cars. If you were still in competition from yesterday, you should be in the lanes. Stock, super stock combo, we will take the rest of you. Stock, super stock combo, we'll take the rest of you for your one and only qualifier here this morning. We'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. Stock, super stock combo cars, we will take you to lanes 5 and 6 for your one and only qualifier here this morning. Stock, super stock combo, your first call for Q1. Lanes 4 and 5. Sorry, 4 and 5. I kept saying 5 and 6. Stock, super stock combo, lanes 4 and 5, please, for Q number 1.
Stock Superstock Racers, if you did not hear the call, you can go ahead and head up for Q1 Stock Superstock to the lanes for your first and only qualifier of the day. Stock Superstock to the lanes. Thank you. Kicking off our Sportsman qualifier, Rick Coleman in the left lane, 84 Trans Am, Corey Miller in the right lane, the 68 Barracuda, Plymouth Barracuda. Head down the quarter mile. Corey's going to click the timers off, 12:03.5, 111 miles an hour. Rick will march down with a 12:37.9 at 110. We got a mystery driver in the left lane in the four-door caddy. Right lane, we have Phil Richter out of Alden, Minnesota, the 93 Camaro. Mystery driver in the four-door caddy making the way down the drag strip. Camaro out ahead. Phil's going to put an 1140 with a 5 up on the board, 117 miles an hour. Caddy's going to put up 14.024 at 100 miles an hour. Again, stock and superstock racers, go ahead and make your way up for your first and only qualifier to the staging lane. Stock and superstock to the lanes. We have our competitors paired for the quarterfinals. They are going to run ahead of you. And a reminder to our quarterfinalists, if you win, cool them, fuel them, and head back to staging. We're going to get you in at the end of the first qualifier for stock and superstock. Next pair up here, we got Don Paisley out of Durango, Iowa, in the 99 Trans Am left side. Bruce Cox right side in the 87 Camaro. Both the GM products make their way down the quarter mile. Don's going to put up a 13.79.6, 100 miles an hour. Bruce will put up a 14.58.6 at 95 miles an hour. Just a reminder here, racers, you cannot go down the racetrack with your windows rolled down. Thank you. All right, in the right side, we got Owen Hagman out of Kalmar, Iowa, in the 09 Mustang, right side. Left side, Gary Richter out of Glenville, Minnesota, the 89 Dakota Mopar pick-em-up truck. Stock and Superstock racers, I only see a handful of you in the staging lane. Stock and Superstock to the lanes for Q1, please. Stock, Superstock to the lanes for Q1. Gary's going to click the timers off, 11.96.3, 120 miles an hour. Owen will run a 13.33.6 at 102 miles an hour. Next pair up here, we got Emily Vargason out of Fort Atkinson, Iowa, the 92 Mustang left side. Right side, we got Shelly Klein out of Durango, Iowa, the 69 Dodge Dart, 340 under the hood. Nice looking car. Hey, Midwest Super Comp Racers, heads up. Jordan Pratt has a $300 bounty on his head. Anybody that takes him out today can walk away with $300. So Jordan Pratt has a $300 bounty on his head for the Midwest Super Comp Association today. All right, that pair, Shelly clicking the timers off, 12.61.7, and Emily running a 14.11 with a 1. Next pair up here, we got Dan Balk out of Waterloo, Iowa, in the 80 Camaro right side. Left side, we got Dave Klein out of Durango, Iowa, the 1968 GTX, 440 under the hood. .007 red for Dan, trying to go for that perfect light this morning. 29 green in the left side. Dave's going to be the first pair down here, 1187.7, 113 miles an hour. Dan will click the timers off with a 1270 with a 5 at 106. All right, next pair up here for Sportsman. We got Carolyn Coleman left side out of Shellsburg, Iowa, the 01 Mustang. Right side, Taylor Cramblett out of LeClaire, Iowa, in the 71 Nova. Carolyn knocking down the tree, 005. Taylor puts up an 1179.9, 112 miles an hour. Carolyn will put up a 1423.8. At 97 miles an hour, bringing up the last pair of Sportsmen here. Left side, we got Nicholas Balk out of Cedar Falls, Iowa, in the 77 Camaro. And Stan Kopetka out of Atkinson, Nebraska, the blistering 1979 Omni Wagon. That is an E front-wheel drive stick stock eliminator car running here in Sportsman today. I'm sure Stan will be joining us in Stock and Superstock in the next go-around also. Speaking of stock, super stock, you should be in the lanes for Q1. I don't see a lot of cars coming up here. Stock and super stock, you should be in the lanes for your first and only qualifier today. Stock, super stock, make your way up. You can stand, getting ready to head down the quarter mile. Nicholas turn on the clocks to the 1493.1 at 91. Stan runs a 1646.8 at 79 miles an hour. And that's going to wrap up Sportsman here as we get our stock and super stock quarterfinalists up here to the ready line. They're pulling into the water box. We're going to get stock and super stock down to 3 cars, set the semifinals. They're going to come back around here and run their semifinals at the tail end of the stock and super stock qualifier. We're going to finish these guys out today. Set the stage for race 2 here, presented by Motion Raceworks, TBM Brakes, and Heath Performance. Left side, we got Art T-Bear, Mr. Dead on Zero, accomplishing the feat twice yesterday. Art's out of Ontario, Canada, in the 80 Malibu. Dialed in at 1183, and on the right side, we got Tony Henderson out of Vermilion, South Dakota, the 1972 Buick Skylark. Dials in to an 1194. 10th of a second head start's going to go to Tony as Art's going to chase him down in that L-Stock automatic Malibu. Art going some rounds yesterday, taking down some big hitters, making his way to the quarterfinals today. Winner of this round is going to face off against Rob Turkle in the next round as he has a bye run. Art's in. Tony's in. Here we go. Quarterfinals. Green lights a pair as they head down the quarter mile. 0.02 of a second separate these drivers on the starting line. 1,000-foot quarter mile. Wind light's going to come on for Tony Henderson. Tony Henderson gets there by 0.02. RT Bear had the starting line advantage by 2, but just could not run the number. Running 1188.7 on his 83 dial-in. Tony was 1 over. Will pick up the win. He'll face off against Rob Turkle in the semifinals. Next pair up here, we got Jamie Peash out of Oakdale, Minnesota, in the 72 Buick, dialed in at 1105. Right side, we got JJ Twitchell out of Elkhart, Indiana, in the that is not an 02 S10. That is a 4th-gen Camaro. Factory GTC entry, dials into a 933. Be about a 1.5 second head start going to Jamie. Jamie Hill down the track. JJ's gonna let go of the trans brake, chase him down. Green lights a pair. JJ's got his work cut out for him as he heads down the quarter mile. Jamie's looking over his shoulder, looking for JJ. Wind light says Jamie Peash in a double breakout. Jamie was 12 on the tree. JJ just missed it in the double breakout. Jamie Peesh running 11 thousandths under his dial. JJ breaking out by 5. We will see Jamie Peesh in the bye to the final. That was a twofer. So Jamie Peesh will be in the final round, facing off against either Rob Turkle or Tony Henderson. As Rob out of Rapid City, Illinois, 4th gen Camaro, C-stick entry. He's going to be making his free pass, get a nice little test hit this morning. Rob puts it in the stage beams. Let's go with the clutch pedal. 034 green on the tree. They'll run it through the gears. Rob is going to click the timers off with a 1074.9 at 123 miles an hour, and that's going to cap off the quarterfinals for stock and super stock. So we will need Tony Henderson, Rob Turkle, and Jamie Peesh. Cool them and fuel them. Head right back up to the staging lanes when you can, and we're going to close you all out at the completion of stock and super stock Q1. All right, kicking off Q1 for stock and super stock. Left side, we got Kevin Leinert out of Dakota City, Nebraska, the 69 Dart, 318 cubic inches of Fury. Right side, we got Bill Bernstock out of Norfolk, Nebraska, in the 64 Impala U-stick entry. This is going to be a race to the finish line between these two. Bill winning the starting line battle with an 043 green. Kevin will click the timers off with a 18.6 at 98 miles an hour. Bill's going to run a 13.91.5 at 92 miles an hour. That's going to put Kevin in the number 1 slot. Qualifying here. All right, next pair up here, we got Trista Sally Fenner out of Liberty, Missouri, the 1970 Nova out of the Fenner and Henderson Racing stall. Right side, we got Matt Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the Superstock H Automatic 98 Pontiac Firebird. Should see a couple pretty nice wheel stands out of these drivers. Nice wheels up charge out of Trista, probably hitting second gear in the air. Matt Lund's going to click the timers off, 10:03.0, 133 miles an hour. Trista clicking it off a little bit early, running 11:14.5 at 94 miles an hour. Next pair up here, we got Tyler Robinson out of Wayne, Nebraska, the 1971 Nova GTP automatic entry. Right side, we got Bob Gibson out of Port Byron, Illinois, the 1976 Chevy Nova. Bob lists that car is for sale. Bob Gibson, a many-time NHRA national record holder and stock eliminator. Tyler's in, Bob's in. Both drivers head down the quarter mile. Couple of Novas squaring off here in Q1. Tyler's going to click the timers off, 11:32.6 at 116 miles an hour. Bob running 11:78.4 at 110. With 6 cars down, Kevin Leinert's the number 1 qualifier at 86 under. Bill Birchstock, 73 under. Matt Lund, 57 under in the 3rd spot. We got a few cars to run through here, so I'm sure that qualifying order is going to shake out a little bit here until we get Mr. Siegworth to run down the track. Next pair up here, we got Eric Shepard, left side, the C-stick entry out of Peterson, Minnesota, the 69 Nova. Right side, we got Troy Henderson, the A-stick 68 Camaro out of the Henderson Race Shop. 2007 Division 5 stock eliminator champion. Nice wheels up charge out of Troy. Holy cow. 20 on the tree. Nice wheel stand. Doesn't get better than that. Troy's going to roll through the gears, click the timers off with a 10:02.0, 133 miles an hour. Eric Shepard runs a 10:62.8 at 126. That's going to move Troy Henderson to the number 1 qualifier at 93 under. Eric Shepard slides in number 4 at 72 under his index. Speaking of top 5 to 10 qualifier potential, we got Sean Martinet coming up here. Superstock M stick entry out of Edwardsville, Kansas, the 84 Turbo Mustang, 140 cubic inches under the hood. And on the right side, we got Dwayne Davis, the H-Stock automatic entry out of Avon, South Dakota, in his 74 Firebird. Nice wheels up charge out of Martinet and the Mustang. Both drivers testing out the tree, turning it red this morning. That is fine during qualifying. Sean's going to run a 10.68.4 at 121 miles an hour. Dwayne Davis, 11.23.1 at $1.16. Next pair up here, we got Jordan Juergens out of Watertown, South Dakota, in the 83 third-gen Camaro G-Stock automatic entry. Right side, we have Dwayne Dickens out of San Clemente, California, the 66 Chevy 2K stock automatic entry. Dwayne, a multi-time NHRA class eliminations champion and stock eliminator. Dwayne taking his time getting into the beams. Here we go. Nice wheels up charge out of Juergens in the Camaro. Jordan's going to get there first, clicking the timers off with a 11.37.4, 115 miles an hour. Dwayne running an 11.78.5 at 110. Next pair up here, we got Ramsey Meyer out of Pierce, Nebraska in the 2002 Camaro. Right side, we got Richard Myers out of Faribault, Minnesota, the U-Stock automatic 1965 Belvedere wagon. 4 doors, roof rack. You can pick up your groceries. You can bring the family to church and hit the drag strip all in one day. Nice wheels up charge out of Ramsey in the Camaro. Against that C-Stock automatic index, Ramsey will put up a 10.69.2 at 123 miles an hour. Richard will run a 13.97.6 at 93 miles an hour against the U-Stock index of a 14.85. Well, that brings up Mr. Lance Lyon out of Cromwell, Minnesota, the Line Performance 69 Mustang C stick. On the right side, we got Carol Warling out of Brighton, Colorado, in the 64 Pontiac GTN automatic entry. Lance inching into the stage beams, getting on the clutch. Lance having a little bit of tire spin there. As Carol Warling will head down the quarter mile. Against his 11.30 index, he'll put up a 10.43.8, 125 miles an hour for Carol as Lance makes his way slowly down the quarter mile, having a little bit of tire spin there between the first 60 feet. Lance is inching towards the quarter mile, inching, and he'll run a 31.41 at 23 miles an hour as we get. Hopefully Lance can fire that thing up and get it off the track. It's a nice thing about a downhill drag strip, but not so much about the uphill turnoff, as it looks like Lance, I think Lance has it fired back up. He's making his way off the track. All right, as we get Lance cleared off the top end there, that's going to bring up Jim Parsons in the E-Stick 66 Chevy 2 out of Kearney, Missouri. Right side, we got Bob Sherwood out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, the 2014 Mustang Factory Superstock B entry. Bob Sherwood, one of the original founding members of Midwest Class Racers back in 2004. Still out here competing in stock and super stock. Jim and Bob are in. Here we go. Nice launch out of Bob and the Mustang 005 on the tree. He's going to click the timers off on that 920 index down to an 840 with the 6 at 162 miles an hour. Jim Parsons run a 1066.2 at a $123. Doing a quick mop job on the starting line. All right, next pair up here, we got Tom Meyer on the left side out of Pierce, Nebraska, the 66 Chevy 2. Right side, we have Rochelle T-Bear switching cars today, picking up the 81 Malibu in lieu of her 66 Chevy 2. She's out of Lewisburg, Kansas. Both drivers are in. Here we go. Tom having a little bit of an issue on the starting line. Rochelle figuring out that Malibu today. 006 on the tree. Nice light for Rochelle. Inside 1125 index, Tom will put up a 1088.1. Rochelle 1188.5 at 109 miles an hour. Well, after our first couple pairs here, we have Jim Parsons, the #1 qualifier at 98 under the index. Troy Henderson, #2, 93 under. Dwayne Davis, 91 under in the 3rd spot. Sean Marquette, 91 under in the 4th spot. And in the 5th spot, Richard Myers at 87 under the index. Left-hand side, we got Wayne from Wayne Dinklau out of Wayne, Nebraska, the 66 Chevy 2 Super Stock K automatic entry. And Ryan Korish out of Mendovie, Wisconsin, the C-Stick Camaro out of Proline Truck Gear. Nice wheels up charge out of both stick cars there, bouncing the front ends, rolling through the gears. Ryan's going to put up a 1035.4 at 128. Wayne from Wayne's put up, say, 1057.5 at 122 miles an hour.
You can call these guys as soon as they're able.
Okay. Next pair up here, we got Scott Tippy Dugdale out of Stacy, Minnesota, the 1984 Monte Carlo out of Line Performance. And Tom Arts out of Lincoln, Nebraska, the 1969 Camaro GTO automatic entry. For stock and super stock, I need Tony Henderson, Rob Turkle, and Jamie Peache back to the staging lanes. Our semifinalists for stock and super stock back to the staging lanes. I also take Super Comp, Midwest Super Comp to the staging lanes for your first and only qualifier today. Midwest Super Comp to the lanes. Nice wheels up charge out of Dugdale and the Monty, 20 on the tree. Against that 1125 index, Scott will put up a 1036.5 at 126 miles an hour. Tom will put up a 1096.6 at 119. Again, if you didn't hear the call, stock and super stock semifinalists back to the lanes. Stock and super stock semifinalists back to the lanes. We also take Midwest Super Comp. Midwest Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Randy Shepard will come up here now in his AA stick entry out of Holmen, Wisconsin. The 69 Camaro was the winner Saturday, our last Midwest Class Racers stop last weekend at Rock Falls Raceway. On the right side, we got John Korish, the A-Stick Camaro out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. A couple of stick cars doing battle here. Both drivers let go of the clutch pedal. Nice wheels up charge out of Shepard in the Camaro. He will go silent about 200 feet down the track here. He's pulling off to the left side. Not sure what happened there. Korish will turn the timers off. 995.3 at 134 miles an hour on the 1095 index. He's 99.7 under. That should put John Korish in the #1 qualifier spot. As we will head down the track here and check out Randy Shepard. Hoping that's nothing major for Randy as he has his door open there just past the 8th mile. We'll go check that out. Again, while we have a break in the action here, stock and super stock semifinalists, you should be headed back to the lanes as soon as you can cool them and fuel them. Stock and super stock semifinalists to the lanes. Midwest Super Comp Association, we need you to the lanes, please. Midwest Super Comp to the lanes. All right, as we got Randy cleared off the top end there, it's good to see that he is driving the car back, so hopefully that's nothing serious with Randy, and he can make his way back for round one here. That's going to bring up Paul Marola out of Papelin, Nebraska, the 66 Chevy 2 Nova, E-stick entry, 327 under the hood. And Andy Cook out of Eldridge, Iowa, the 2017 Copo Camaro out of the Motion Raceworks stall, factory stock AA. If you check out the Midwest Class Racer page, you'll see his teammate Dennis Lund featured an in-car video yesterday. Nice wheels-up charge out of Andy in that Copo, ripping down the quarter mile. He's at 126 already to the 8th mile. He clicks the timers off. 8:57.0, 158 miles an hour. Paul Marolo will run a 10:78.2 at $120. So right now, John and Ryan Korish sitting number 1 and 2. John Korish, 99.7 under. Ryan Korish, 99.6 under. Jim Parsons, number 3 at 98 under. Troy Henderson, number 4 at 93 under. And Dwayne Davis, 91 under in the number 5 spot. It's going to bring up Lee Johnson out of Mitchell, South Dakota, in the 1971 Firebird D-Stock automatic entry. And Marlene Nelson out of Hugo, Minnesota, in the 68 Chevelle J-Stock automatic. Lee Johnson goes 001 on the tree. He's sure trying for that poker chip. 1 thou away from perfect. Very nice light here during qualifying. Lee Johnson will put up a 10.50 with a 6 at 123. Marlene Nelson running 11.70 with a 9 at 110 miles an hour. That'll move Lee Johnson to the number 1 spot, 1:04.4 under his index. So Lee Johnson bumps up to the top. Next pair up here, we got Chris Kennedy, left side out of Omaha, Nebraska, the 69 Camaro A-Stock automatic entry. Right side, John Jameson, the 64 Malibu wagon out of Jameson Equipment. Chevy 283 under the hood. Chris running the 396 big block. Like Chris maybe got out of about the 8th mile there, not sure what happened. John's going to run 11:59.1 at 112 miles an hour. Chris Kennedy will turn the clocks off with a 12:10 with a 2. Kind of heard him get out of the throttle there about 300 to 600 feet, got back in it with 100 mile an hour, but he will be over his index during qualifying. Gordon Brehop out of Fremont, Nebraska, 69 Camaro D stick entry, and Rod Niggerbauer out of Ethan, South Dakota, the 1970 Duster. Plymouth 340 under the hood for Rod. Nice wheels up charge out of both competitors. Gordon's 011 on the tree. Still head down the track. Gordon will run a 10.63.3 at 123 miles an hour. Rod putting up a 10.48.5 at 123 miles an hour. That should move Rod to the number 1 qualifier spot, or very close. I can see my qualifying come up here, running a second under the index. It's going to bring up Bill Shepard out of Onalaska, Wisconsin, the 99 Pontiac Firebird. B stick entry, right side, Brad Cavisto out of Cromwell, Minnesota. The GTG automatic 3rd gen Camaro out of the Line Performance stall. Again, stock and super stock, semifinalist competitors, the Camaro. Bill Shepard turns at 33 red. So Brad left, well, he will get a time here. Bill Shepard turns the clocks off 10:13.1 at 131. Brad's going to turn the timers off 14:61.9 at 97. Again, Midwest Super Comp, you should be headed to the lanes. Stock and Super Stock semifinalist, you should also be in the lanes. I see a few of you back there as well. Midwest Super Comp to the lanes. Left side, we got Chuck Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the 1974 Pontiac GTO. Right side, we got Alan Wick out of Wisconsin and the 1968 Dart Chrysler 340 under the hood. Chuck Lund turns timers off, 10:56.0 at 124 miles an hour. Alan Wick, 11:16.7 at 117. I'll bring up Tracy Fairchild out of Aiken, Minnesota, the 1970 AMX D-Stock automatic entry. And Dennis Lund out of Davenport, Iowa, in the 2017 Copo. It's another one of the Motion Raceworks Copos here. Again, if you check out our Midwest Class Racers Facebook page, you'll see we had a pretty cool in-car video of Dennis yesterday running through eliminations. Nice wheels up charge out of Tracy in the AMX. 007 on the tree. Dennis will be the first to the stripe on the 940 index. He runs an 8:62.5 at 155 miles an hour. Tracy will run a 10:48.2 at 124. Currently, we got Bill Shepard, number 1 qualifier at 106.9 under. That run will put Tracy Fairchild at the number 2 spot at 106.8 under. I'll bring up Scotty Pearson out of Stewartville, Minnesota in the 1970 AMX. We got back-to-back AMXs. Superstock K automatic entry. And on the right side, we got Mike Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the 2005 Cavalier GTF automatic entry. You can make a safe assumption that about 10% of the field here today are Lunds. So you got to go through a few Lunds if you want to win this race. Big wheels up charge for Pearson. Comes down a little hard there. Mike Lund's going to make his way down the quarter mile, and the 1025 index puts up a 941.9 at 140. Pearson will clock the timers a 1070 with a 7 at 124 miles an hour. Left side, we got Brian Heath out of Bluegrass, Iowa, the 1970 Chevelle B-Stock automatic big block. Right side, we got Eddie Wall, GTL automatic entry out of Yankton, South Dakota in the 1980 Malibu. All right, I see we got some super compers in the lanes. That is good. If you're still sitting back at the trailer, Midwest Super Comp Association to the lanes. Midwest Super Comp to the lanes. Nice wheels up charge out of Brian Heath. Eddie having a little bit of problems off the starting line there. Brian's going to turn the timers off. 10:24.5, 127 miles an hour. Eddie Wohl, 11:15.8 at 120. That'll put Brian at 1 second under the index. It's going to bring up Dirk Olson, AA stick, 69 Nova out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, with 396 big block under the hood. Right side, Tate Stevens out of Calamus, Iowa, the 1970 Chevelle A-Stock automatic entry with the big 454. Nice wheels up charge out of Tate Stevens. Dirk having some problems getting off the starting line. Still turns the timers off. Tate Stevens 1050 with the 7, 125. Dirk Olson runs at 1071.9 at 132 miles an hour. Currently, Bill Shepard still number 1 qualifier at 106.9 under. Tracy Fairchild number 2 qualifier at 106.8. We have a 4,000 spread between our number 1 and number 3 qualifiers currently. Going to bring up Joe LeBlanc out of Westmoreland, Kansas, the 81 Malibu M-Stock automatic entry. And right side, Bill Dwyer out of Port Byron, Illinois, in the 85 Mustang. Superstock Q stick. Joe LeBlanc will turn the timers off with a 12:07.2 at 107 miles an hour. Bill Dwyer runs a 12:53.0 at 105. It's going to bring up Jason Shepard on the left-hand side out of Holman, Wisconsin in the 99 Firebird Shepard Tools entry, Superstock G automatic. And Chris Knutson in the 69 Camaro B stick big block 396 under the hood. Should see some pretty nice wheel stands out of both these drivers. Holy cow, Chris Knutson's trying to reach for the sky with that baby. Jason Shepard, 008 red on the tree. Chris Knutson, 035 green. Shepard to run a 988.1 at 135 miles an hour. Chris Knutson, 1021.4 at 130 miles an hour. Well, here's our potential number 1 qualifier coming up. Bob Seaworth out of Otter Creek, Iowa in the 2010 Cobra Jet Ford 352 under the hood. Right side, we got Larry Bieregger out of Omaha, Nebraska, the 1972 Buick Superstock K automatic entry. Seaworth, our number 1 qualifier yesterday in that factory stock H entry. 021 on the tree for Bob. Larry's 026 on the tree. A couple of nice reaction times here. Bob's going to turn the timers off against that 1150 index, 10:06.7 at 133 miles an hour. There's your new number 1 qualifier, folks. Larry will turn the timers off 10:59.1 at 122 miles an hour. Speaking of factory stock Mustangs, that's going to bring up Larry DeForest out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota, the 2010 Cobra Jet out of Aero Awnings and Components. Larry's a semi-professional whiskey and cigar tester. Right side, we got Adam Messenbring out of Rochester, Minnesota, the GTM automatic 3rd Gen Camaro. Both drivers are in. Larry and Adam heading down the quarter mile against that 1060 index. Larry will put up a 940 with a 4 at 142 miles an hour. Adam getting out of it about 700 feet down, 1333.1 at 47 miles an hour. Looking at the incrementals, he put up a good 8th mile time, but having something go away on the top end on that Camaro. So we will check that out. Well, folks, it sounds like we might have some fluids down on the racetrack, so we're going to take a quick peek at the right lane here and see potentially what the Messenbring Mustang left on the top end. Hope that to Adam's car isn't too too serious, potentially maybe just a leak, but looking at what happened on the top end, not quite sure. So we're going to take a look at the track, get it cleaned up, and we will be back to finish Q1 of Stock and Superstock. All right, as we fire back up stock and super stock, got the track cleaned up. I want to give a special shout out to everybody that's watching the live stream at home, especially my kids, Ben Zenzen and William Zenzen, for watching today. Ben's got the racetrack all set up at home, following along. All right, it's going to bring up Nathan Riley on the left-hand side out of LaPlace, Illinois, the 89 Trans Am, the Larry Hodge Racing Tire and Wheel entry. Right side, we got Jacob Peash out of Oakdale, Minnesota, the 1972 Buick F-Stock automatic entry. Nathan's grandpa, Larry Hodge, on the left-hand side there, last year's U.S. Nationals Superstock champion. Longtime racing family out here, along with the Peash clan on the right-hand side. They've got all three generations competing today. All right, pre-stage, back in action. Both drivers taking their time getting into the stage beams. They're set. 37 reaction time for Nathan, 70 green for Jacob. Jacob going nose down there about 8th mile. Nathan's going to turn the clocks on for an 11:68.6 at 113. Jacob will coast through at a 14:76.7 at 55 miles an hour. All right, get the all clear from the starter to send the next pair down. It's going to bring up Steve Blondell out of Milan, Illinois, in the 1983 Camaro Chevy 305 H-Stock automatic entry. That's my old car. Right-hand side, and we got Dennis Lund Sr. out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the 91 Camaro L-Stock automatic entry. A couple third-gen stockers going at it. A red light start for Dennis, but during qualifying that will not matter. As Camaros head down the track, Steve Blondell is going to run on the 12:15 index to turn timers on 11:19.7 at 118 miles an hour. Dennis Lund runs a 12:53.5 at 101 miles an hour. It's going to bring up Troy Vogel on the left-hand side out of Indianola, Iowa, the 1972 GTO G-Stock automatic entry. Troy having a pretty good year this year, winning the division race here at Tri-State Raceway in June, and Sunday of the Badger Classic at Rock Falls Raceway, also towards the tail end of June. Right side, we got Derek Fenner, GTF Stick automatic entry out of Liberty, Missouri, 91 Calais. GTF Stick. He'll be letting go of the clutch pedal, pegging the fun meter all the way down the track. This wheels up charge out of Derek in the Calais. Derek will run a 978.2 at 115, clicking it off a little bit early. Troy Vogel, 11:23.8 at 115 miles an hour. Bob Seaworth still going to be the number one qualifier at 143 under. Larry DeForest, number 2 at 119 under. Bill Shepard, 106.9 under in number 3 spot. Teresa Fairchild, number 4 at 106.8. Rob Niegebauer, number 5, 106.5 under. It's going to bring up Dylan Jans out of DeWitt, Iowa, the 1970 C-Stick Nova. Right side, we got Michael Lund in the third-gen Camaro GTH automatic entry out of Bettendorf, Iowa. Both drivers are in. Nice wheels up charge out of both cars. Dylan Jans reaching for the sky, got out of it a little bit there. He's 002 red, Lund's 12 green. Lund's going to turn the timers off. 996.7, 115 miles an hour. Dylan will run with 1088.0, 124. Lund clicking it off a little bit early there. It's going to bring up Jason DeForest. He's a professional cash checker this year. He's had a pretty good season between Division 5, national events, and MCR races. Third-gen Camaro out of Oak Grove, Minnesota, Aero Awnings and Components. And Riley Spear out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota, the 98 Firebird out of the Spear Racing stable. Riley having some issues with the car yesterday. Looks like they got it all back together, ready to run today. GTJ automatic. Should see some pretty good wheel stands out of these two cars. Didn't disappoint. Riley's 009 on the tree. She's tuned up for the day. Jason's 31 green. Jason will run a 9:45.9 at 141 miles an hour. Riley 9:98.7 at 132. It's going to put Jason on the 13 spot on the qualifier. Riley will move into 27. Kevin Erickson out of Lincoln, Nebraska, the 1970 Camaro Superstock E-Automatic entry, and the other half of the Spear Racing family. Brett Spear out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota, the chiropractor running the third-gen Camaro GTI Automatic. Brett's Camaro is known to reach for the sky. See how high he can get it here during first qualifier. Nice wheel stand out of Brett. 003 on the tree. Him and Riley must be having a competition this morning. Brett's going to run a 9:88.6 at 133 miles an hour. Kevin Erickson having a little bit of issue down track there. 10:94.9 at 117 miles an hour. It's going to bring up Bruce Castle, the 71 Cougar out of Naperville, Iowa, H-Stock Automatic entry, and Dan Nugent out of Wilmington, Illinois, I-Stock Automatic 69 Chevelle. Bruce had a pretty good start to his season out west. All right, both drivers are off. Bruce Castle will click the timers off. 11:34.6 at 115 miles an hour. Dan 11:88.5 at 108. Stan Kopecka comes back around for stock and super stock. The 82 Aries wagon out of Atkinson, Nebraska. E-front wheel drive stick. And Logan Werner out of Mason City, Iowa, the 1962 Plymouth. Logan was the runner-up in our Midwest Factory Finishes Race of Champions at Rock Falls earlier this season, with Mike Lund taking the crown as the Race of Champions winner. This weekend we'll be crowning 2 new Race of Champions participants, with our event winners moving on to Rock Falls Raceway next season for the Midwest Factory Finishes Race of Champions. Nice wheels up charge out of Logan, 48 on the tree. Logan's going to click the timers off. 10:98.4, 118 miles an hour. Stan making his way past 1,000 foot. 16:53.8 at 79 miles an hour. All right, last pair here for Q1 of Stock and Super Stock is going to bring up Greg Anderson out of DeWitt, Iowa, the GTQ Automatic 69 Camaro. The Playmate. Tick card says a Chevy 350 under the hood. Greg will make his way down the quarter mile, close out first qualifier of Stock and Super Stock. Greg will put up a 11:52.3 at 114 miles an hour. Well, it's going to close out Q1 of Stock and Super Stock Midwest Class Racers, presented by Motion Raceworks, TBM Brakes, and Heath Performance. As we have our semifinalists back around for Race 1, that's going to bring up Tony Henderson and Rob Turkle. So we get the timer switched out, dials on the board. Tony Henderson out of Vermilion, South Dakota, in the 72 Buick Skylark dials into an 11:93, and Rob Turkle out of Rapid City, Illinois, in the 4th Gen Camaro C-Stick entry dials into a 10:77. We got a field of 3 Stock and Super Stockers remaining. Jamie Peache with the bye right behind these guys. We're going to see who's going to square off with Jamie in the final round of Stock and Super Stock. Rob's in, Tony's in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. Rob giving chase to Tony. Oh, Rob's car goes silent at about 300 feet. Tony's 12 on the tree. Hopefully he puts the nose down. And it looks like he does. He's going to run a 12:29.6 on the 1193 dial. You heard Rob's car kind of go up a little high in the RPM there, just short of the 330 foot marker. Tony was 12 on the tree. Rob had his work cut out for him with an 097 reaction time. So we will see Tony Henderson and Jamie Peache in the final round of Stock and Super Stock. At this time, we will go ahead and call Super Gas. Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas for your first qualifier. We need you in the lanes. Super Gas. Super Gas. Looks like Jamie Peache. Not sure if he's going to make a full run or back up here. We'll see what he's going to do. He is going to back out. Take the tree. Get ready for the final round. All right, so Jamie backing up, taking the victory lap. Again, Stock and Super Stock final, we will see Tony Henderson and Jamie Peache square off in the final round for the $5,000 payday and see who's going to move forward into the 2026 Midwest Class Racers Midwest Factory Finishes Race of Champions. Again, Super Gas, we put out the call for you, first qualifier. Super Gas to the lanes, please, for your first qualifier. All right, we have our Midwest Super Comp Association rolling into the water box for their first qualifier. Our first two Super Comp competitors going to be Shelby Peterson out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, in the 2013 Dragster, left side. Right side, we got Ben Baer out of Coal City, Illinois, the 2002 Undercover Dragster. Again, Super Gas, we need you to do the staging lane. Super Gas, go ahead and make your way up. Super Gas for first qualifier. Again, on the 890 is on the board here for Super Comp, first qualifier. Shelby's 15 on the tree, Ben's 005. Against that 890 number on the board, Ben will run a 884.8, 171 miles an hour. Shelby puts up an 888.4, 179. Set up a little bit quick this morning. Next pair here is going to be Scott Frost out of Elgin, Illinois, the 2000 Dragster. Right side, Larry Draves out of Clarion, Iowa, the 2001 Dragster. Right as Scott and Larry make their way into the stage beams here, tree comes down. 17 light for Scott. Larry's 21 red during qualifying. With 890 index up on the board, Scott puts up an 894.3, 153 miles an hour. Larry 9 flat with the 4, 166 miles an hour for the Midwest Super Comp Series. Super Gas, again, need you to the lanes for your first and only qualifier today. Super Gas, we got one car. Super Gas, go ahead and make your way up here. Left side, we got Chuck Bray out of Sioux City, Iowa, the 2017 Miller Dragster. Right side, we got Brad Thompson out of Merritt Island, Florida, the 2023 Racecraft Dragster. Chuck and Brad are set. Red light start for Brad. Chuck's 12 on the tree. Still in the quarter mile. Brad puts up 888.9, 172 miles an hour. Chuck Bray 891.7 at 180 miles an hour. Remember Kyle Freeze out of Blair, Nebraska, the 2007 undercover dragster. Right side, Stephen Geiger out of Amana, Iowa, the 2013 S&W dragster. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. Super Gas, we got one car in the lanes. Yeah. Kyle Freeze waiting for the light to turn a little green there. Not sure if he had the box turned way up. Steven's going to turn the timers off 891.0. Freeze runs an 877.4 at 164 miles an hour. Again, Super Gas, you guys should be in the lanes. I see, looks like we got 3-4 cars in the lanes for Super Gas. Go ahead and make your way up for your first qualifier. Got Chris Mitchell, left-hand side out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota, the 2019 dragster. Right side, Rick Held out of Moline, Iowa. Our lone, that's not really a door slammer, a roadster in Super Comp. Both drivers are in, tree comes down. 29 light for Rick in the roadster. Chris Mitchell turns timers off 882.6 at 172 miles an hour. Rick running a 1020 with a 4 at 109. Gonna have to turn that up a little bit for Super Comp here first round. It's gonna be right side, Samantha Coor out of Minden, Nebraska, the 2006 Mullis dragster. Right hand side we got Jenny Wilson out of Milan, Illinois. The 81 S&W dragster. You can see it's got the old school front end steering on that thing, up headers. Seen some more Super Gas cars. Final reminder, Super Gas should be in the lanes. Super Gas to the lanes for Q1. Samantha going 009 red during qualifying here. Getting dialed in towards that perfect light for first round. Samantha runs 885.7 at 172. Jenny runs a 901.8 at 147 miles an hour. Number, we got Mark Meyer out of Fulton, Illinois, the 95 dragster on the left-hand side. And Marty Brown on the right-hand side out of Carmen, Illinois, the 2011 A&E dragster. Got the Russ Brown Motorsports logo on the side. Mark's 31 on the tree, Marty's 48 green. See how close he can get to that 890 number. Marty will run 893.2, buck 51. Mark Meyer 885.7 at 171. Next pair up here, right-hand side, we got Jeffrey Torbeck out of Braidwood, Illinois, the 2007 Racecraft dragster. Left-hand side, we got Jeff Petka out of Wadsworth, Illinois, the 2000, Ed Quay dragster. Jeff's in. We got two Jeffs, Jeff and Jeffrey, both in. Jeff is 13, Jeffrey's 21 on the tree. See a little bit more throttle stop action out of the right-hand side. Jeffrey's going to turn it on 887.7, 175 miles an hour. Jeff looks like he's got a top-end throttle stop going, 888.9 at 103 miles an hour. It's going to bring up Pat Lamont out of Lake Villa, Illinois, the 2011 dragster. Left-hand side. Right-hand side, we got Jesse Smith in the 2015 Racecraft dragster out of Wisconsin. Pat and Jesse heading down the quarter mile. Pat 30 on the tree. Put up an 888.3, 172 miles an hour. Jesse runs an 892.9 at 179. Next pair here, we got Chad Lamont out of Fox Lake, Illinois, the 22 dragster. And James Glosson out of Lake Villa, Illinois, the 2025 dragster right-hand side. Super Gas, if you aren't in the lanes, going to be running without you here pretty soon. Super Gas to the lanes. At this time, Super Pro, go ahead and make your way up to the staging lanes for your qualifier. Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro. Stock and Super Stock, a heads up, you guys are going to run after Super Pro for the final round. So Stock and Super Stock, Jamie Peesh, Tony Henderson, be ready for the call after Super Pro runs. Thank you. James going 15 red on the tree. Chad 30 green. James going to run 887.1 at 179 miles an hour. Chad Lamont turned the timers on 885.3 at 176. All right, Super Pro, again, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro, to the lanes. This is going to bring up Mr. Bounty himself, Jordan Pratt, out of Otsego, Minnesota, in the 2020 Racecraft Dragster, sponsored by Top End Graphics. This is Bracket Racing Elite and Bishop's Performance. Right-hand side, we got Dave Crawford out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the 2008 Dragster, Deemer's Performance entry. Again, Jordan's got a $300 bounty on his head today for the Midwest Super Stocks or Midwest Super Comp Association. $300 to anybody that punches Jordan out during eliminations. Jordan's 17 on the tree. He's getting ready to defend that bounty. Dave Crawford's 31. Dave Crawford will turn the boards on 885.8, 178 miles an hour. Jordan Pratt 887.7 at 180 miles an hour. So we got two pairs of Super Comp left as we have a single turning into the water box. Craig Schultz on the left-hand side out of Winona, Minnesota, the 2000 Undercover Dragster. Right-hand side, we got Wade Samuel out of Littleton, Colorado, the 2012 Dragster. Wade, a tough competitor in Super Comp and Super Street. All right, Craig and Wade making their way into the stage beams. Tree comes down. Craig's 25, Wade's 29 on the tree. Again, see how close they can get to that 890 number on the board. Craig's going to run 885.7, 172. Wade runs 885.9 at 177 miles an hour. Again, Super Pro, to the lanes for your first qualifier, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Stock, Super Stock finalists. You guys are going to be on high alert here for your final round. Stock and Super Stock finalists. You're going to be on high alert for your final round. Last strikes are up here for Super Comps. Going to be the big kid, Jeremy Lurkey out of Omaha, Nebraska. The 2005 dragster, sponsored by Larice Motorsports Insurance, Redline Racing Oils, Fox Countertops. If we were having a competition for the tallest guy at the racetrack this weekend, I think Jeremy would win. All right, as Jeremy staged, 27 on the tree. Sound like maybe his throttle stop didn't engage off the line. He's going to click it off, lift a little after the 8th mile. Stops timer's 10:76.4 at 75 miles an hour. It's going to roll us right into Super Pro. Super Pro, if you're not in the lanes, they're running without you. Oh, excuse me, Super Gas. Super Pro, we need you into the lanes, please. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. Super Pro to the lanes for your first qualifier. Again, Stock and Super Stock. Be ready for the call for your finalists here. That's going to be Tony Henderson, Jamie Peach coming back around for the final round. So, Stock and Super Stock finalists, be ready for the call. It's going to be Super Gas qualifying round number 1. Got Chuck Lewinsky out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, left-hand side, the 91 Cutlass. Kevin Kuhn out of Minden, Nebraska, the 87 Thunderbird. Ford 451 under the hood. Right, the last pair for Super Gas, Kurt Potach, the doctor. Looks like he was having some issues. 12:57.0, 84 miles an hour. Ross Smutney running 990 with a 3 at a $161 here during the first qualifier. Again, Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro, need you in the lanes for your first qualifier. Gonna bring up Rick Bowman out of Solon, Iowa, the 67 Nova on the left-hand side. Carl Root, right-hand side out of Washington, Illinois, the 63 Chevy 2. Carl's 008 on the trees, getting ready for first round. Puts up a 988.6, 163 miles an hour. Rick Bowman puts up a 989.7 at 168 miles an hour. Rolling right along here in Super Gas. Right-hand side, we got Dennis White out of Manitoba, Canada. 97 Camaro. Left-hand side, we got Mike Moorer out of Lincoln, Nebraska, the 2003 Corvette Roadster. Well, Dennis White, our runner-up yesterday, going 007 on the tree during qualifying. Turn the timers on 995.9, 145 miles an hour. Mike puts up a 988.4 at 167. This should bring up the last pair of Super Gas. Got Dale Evans out of St. Cloud, Minnesota on the left-hand side. That is a new Corvette Roadster for Dale. Maybe a Camaro Roadster. Looks like a Camaro Roadster. Still got the old tech card information in here since Dale got the new car, sponsored by Andy's Towing. Right-hand side, we got Don Freeze out of Omaha, Nebraska, the 67 Nova. Dale's 21 on the tree. Don's 22 on the tree. Last pair of Super Gas. Dale close and get to 990. Dale turns on the wind light. 996. 996.6. 163 miles an hour. Don Freeze, that's a whole bunch of nines. 999.9 at 146 miles an hour. All right, stock and super stock finalists, listen up. We need you to the lanes. Stock and super stock finalists. I need Jamie Peache, Tony Henderson. Go ahead and head on to the staging lanes for the final round. Stock and super stock final. We need you to the lanes. Jamie Peache, Tony Henderson. Let's get this race done. First pair of Super Pro cars here. We have Mike Halverson out of Earlville, Iowa, just down the road. 86 Camaro left-hand side. That is not an 86 Camaro. That looks like a Malibu. He's running a different car today. Right-hand side, we got Jacob Miller out of Iowa, the 2000 Dragster. .003 red for Mike, 28 green for Jacob Miller. Jacob will put up an 861.6 at 152 miles an hour. Mike Halverson, 930 with the 6, 144 miles an hour. Bring up Dustin Meyer, left-hand side out of Walford, Iowa in the Dragster. And Mitch Melchert out of Hopkinton, Iowa, the 2010 Dragster. Couple of dragsters here in the box Super Pro class. Again, stock and super stock finalists, Jamie Peache, Tony Henderson. You can make your way up to the staging lanes. Jamie Peache, Tony Henderson for the stock and super stock final round. Got Dalton Wall here on a single run, 006 on the tree, and a Spitzer Dragster puts up a 746.5 at 180 miles an hour. Going to bring Kevin Ollinger out of Athens, Iowa, in his 68 Camaro, taking a single run here. Kevin to turn the scoreboards on, 871.5 at 156 miles an hour. Stock and super stock, I see Tony Henderson rolling into the lanes. Stock and super stock finalists to the lanes. Next pair up here, we got Michael Freeman out of Albany, Illinois in the 71 Plymouth Duster, left-hand side. Right side, Ryan Rutledge out of Centertown, Missouri. The 71 pick-em-up truck. Got red lights a pair, doesn't matter during qualifying. 13 red for Michael, 18 red for Ryan. Ryan turns the scoreboards on, 960 with a 5, 138 miles an hour. Michael, 992.3 at 132. It's going to bring up Joey Notch out of Blairstown, Iowa, in the 74 pickup truck. Right-hand side, we got Allison Pierce out of Columbus Junction, Iowa, the 2001 Racecraft Dragster. Stock and Superstock, looks like we are just waiting on Jamie Peesh. For our other finalists, Stock and Superstock, Jamie Peesh to the staging lanes, please. Joey and Allison heading down the quarter mile during their time run here in Super Pro. Joey runs a 9:27.7 at 142. Allison turns on the scoreboards 9:36.0 at 139 miles an hour. Josh Bockensted's using all the tires there on the burnout, doing a little long burnout past the stage beams in his 73 Nova out of Farley, Iowa. Super Street, we need you to staging lanes 4 and 5 for your qualifier. Super Street to the staging lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Josh, 16 on the tree, runs a 983.5 at 135 miles an hour. Looks like we got our stock, super stock finalists in the staging lanes. So again, call goes out to Super Street to the staging lanes 4 and 5. Super Street to staging lanes 4 and 5. Coming up, David Primrose out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the 2006 Suzuki bike. And Coley Novak out of Atkins, Iowa, the 87 Mazda. That is a cool looking race car. David, 25 on the tree on the bike. Saw him back around in the quick 16, getting some laps in this weekend. David's going to run a 838.5 at 155 miles an hour. Coley's going to turn it off 967.4 at 139. Got Al Grimm backing up from his burnout here out of Dundee, Iowa, the 2008 Racecraft Dragster. I'm not even going to try Craig's last name, so sorry, Craig, out of Walker, Kansas, the 2009 motorcycle. I'm going to try Fenner Steel. I'm going to think that's right. Fan Steel. All right, I got the correction up here. Craig Fan Steel out of Walker, Kansas. Craig's 003 red, Al's 005 green. Al turns down the quarter mile, turns on 771.4 at 173 miles an hour. Craig will click the timers off 1164.9 at 89 miles an hour. Super Street, we need you to the staging lanes 4 and 5. Super Street to the staging lanes 4 and 5 for your first qualifier. Super Street. It's going to bring up Jim Earlrick out of North Buena Vista, Iowa. In what says a 2005 Grand Am, not sure about that. And Jason Asbill Sr. out of Cedar Falls, Iowa. Jason's 14 on the tree. Jim's 35 green. Jim turns on the timers 831.4, 160 miles an hour. Jason 926.6 at 143 miles an hour. That's Paige Davis doing a nice burnout past the stage beams in her 2012 Spitzer dragster. 555 cubic inch rear and Morrison engine behind the cage on that one. And Mike Melsha out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa in the 73 Plymouth Duster. Page is 12 on the tree. Mike's 008 red. Page rocketing down the quarter mile, 139 miles an hour to the eighth. Turn the timers on, 776-1, 169 miles an hour. Mike 911 with the 3 at 148. Stock and Superstock competitors, your qualifying sheet and ladder has been posted at the head of staging. Stock and Superstock, you can find the ladder and qualifier at the head of staging, as well on Facebook. It's going to bring up Scott Miller in the 1967 Chevy 2 wagon, 4-door, long roof, doesn't get better than that. And Matt Melchert out of Hopkinton, Iowa, the 2007 Racecraft Dragster. On the right-hand side. Scott Miller is sponsored by Hometown Plumbing and Heating. And that just awesome grocery getter wagon. Scott's 15 on the tree, Matt's 24 green. Matt turns timers off, 767-1, 173 miles an hour. Scott will go 1069-9 at 124. Mark Rosenbaum out of Stockton, Wisconsin, the 2023 Miller Dragster, 565 cubic inches behind the cage on that one. And Austin Bain out of Davenport, Iowa, the 2000 Trans Am. Again, Super Street, you should be in the staging lanes. Super Street, you should be in the staging lanes for your first and only qualifier. Super Street to the staging lanes. Austin goes trip, zip, perfect. Bag of donuts. You can go ahead and get your poker chip. Marks goes 13 on the tree, not too bad. 815-0, 163 miles an hour. Austin goes 1056-0 at 126 miles an hour. Again, Austin going trip, zip, perfect this morning. Left-hand side, that's going to bring up Craig A. Schultz out of Chatfield, Minnesota, the 2021 Racecraft Dragster. And Garrett Chitty out of Grimes, Iowa, third-gen Camaro out of the Chitty Racing family. Again, Super Street, the call went out for you guys. Super Street, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Street to these staging lanes for your first and only qualifier today. Oh, Craig having an issue rolling through the beams. He's going to get backed up. All right, even with Craig rolling through the beams, he still goes 13 on the tree. Garrett is 14 on the tree. A couple nice lights there. Craig's going to turn on the timer, 784-7 at 171. Garrett goes 870 with an 153 miles an hour in the door slammer. Dan Steffens on the left-hand side out of Sherrill, Iowa, the 2001 Undercover Dragster. Right-hand side, we got Neil Finder out of Sumner, Iowa, the 1975 Kawasaki motorcycle. Stock and Superstock competitors, everybody can breathe a sigh of relief. I don't see any heads-up matchups first round here on the ladder. Again, ladder is posted at the head of staging. So Stock and Superstock competitors, you can find your qualifying sheet and your ladder at the head of staging. Neil Finder going 17 on the tree on that bike. We're doing the first qualifier of Super Pro. Going 9:04.0, 143 miles an hour on the bike. Dan in the dragster, 9:04.5 at 148 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Scott Dugdale out of Stacy, Minnesota in the 1982 Camaro Shake and Bake Racing. And Jacob Shepard on the right-hand side in the Shepard Tools Firebird. Pretty cool story about him. Winning the King of the Hill Track Championship at Rock Falls a couple of weeks ago. Third-generation racer out here. Scott goes 30 on the tree. Shepard goes 10 on the tree. Shepard will run a 10.83.4 at 124. Dugdale runs a 10.69.8 at 122 miles an hour. We got Mike Fuller on the left-hand side out of Robbins, Iowa, the 2000 Spears Dragster, doing a nice long burnout. And right-hand side, Amy Holtgrew out of Ashfield, Nebraska, in the 2000 S10. Beautiful paint jobs on both these race cars. Super Street, again, you should all be in the staging lanes for your first qualifier. Super Street, you should be in the lanes for your first qualifier. Mike Fuller going 4,000ths red. Michael turned on the board, 774.8, 174 miles an hour. Amy goes at 998.9 at 134. Next pair up, we got Bob Wright, left-hand side out of Toddville, Iowa, the 2008 Spitzer. Right-hand side, we got Zach Miller out of Independence, Iowa, in the 2001 Worthy Dragster. Again, Super Street, looks like we got a pile of you guys in the staging lanes. Should be up in the lanes for your first qualifier. Bob's 29 green. Zach Miller goes 14 red during qualifying. Zach Miller turns the boards on 8:54.0, pulling the chute, 154 miles an hour. Bob Wright goes 9:25.2 at 145. It's going to bring up Brian Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin, the 99 Molus Dragster, and Kevin Hawk out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin, the 98 Camaro. One final call going out for Super Street. You should be in the lanes. Final call, Super Street. Brian's 22 on the tree. Kevin's 27 green. Finding the tree during first qualifier here. Brian goes 8:04.7 at 165. Kevin turns the boards on 10:21.6 at 131 miles an hour. Getting towards the end of Super Pro here. Two pairs left. Right-hand side, we have Sabrina Neiman out of Illinois in the 2021 Dragster. And Jeff Petka out of Wadsworth, Illinois, the 2000 Ed Quay Dragster. Seen some of these competitors coming back around from their time trial in Supercrom, also running Super Pro this weekend. All right, Jeff and Sabrina getting in the stage beams here. 001 red for Jeff. He was trying for that perfect light. Sabrina's 32 on the tree. Head down the quarter mile. Sabrina runs at 8:05.6 at 164 miles an hour. Jeff getting in that Super Comp trim with the top end throttle stop, 885.2 at 104 miles an hour. This is going to bring up what I believe second to last pair for Super Pro. Saw one sitting back there. Shelby Peterson out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, the 2008 A&E Dragster. Also running in Super Comp this weekend. Shelby going 16 on the tree. Hear the throttle stop engage, come back on. Shelby will turn the boards on. 881.3 at 180 miles an hour. It's going to be a license run coming up here in the right-hand side. All right, on the license run, 41 on the tree. No driver data up here, but a 786.2 at 144 miles an hour. Now, I believe this is, we're doing a couple singles here to finish off Super Pro. Jaron Christensen on the 83 Suzuki, making a time run here for Super Pro. We got one single left in the water box for Super Pro as we kind of work through the onesie-twosies. Oh, you're in that bike lose fire on the starting line. All right, we will push him back. All right, junior dragsters to the staging lanes for your first qualifier. Junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes. Juniors, make your way on up. All right, here we go. Stock and super stock, final round, day one, closing her out. This final round's going to be between Jamie Peach and Tony Henderson. A lot on the line here. $5,000 going to the winner, $2,500 to the runner-up. But the most important thing, this is going to punch their ticket to the 2026 Midwest Factory Finishes Race of Champions at Rock Falls next season. Jamie's dialed in to an 11:06. Tony Henderson is dialed in to an 11:95. 9/10 of a second is going to separate these drivers on the starting line, with Tony leaving first, Jamie giving chase in the big Buick. Tony just bumping that Skylark into the lights. Here comes Jamie. They're in, they're set. Here we go. Green light start for Tony. Red light start for Jamie Peach by 20 thousandths of a second. Gonna hand the automatic win to Tony Henderson out of Vermilion, South Dakota, picking up $5,000 for his winning effort. And with that win, Tony's gonna punch his ticket to the 2026 Midwest Factory Finishes Race of Champions. Congratulations to Tony Henderson on his win for race number 1 of the Midwest Class Racers, Motion Raceworks TBM Heath Performance race day number 1. He's walking away with $5,000. Also, congratulations to Jamie Peach on his runner-up finish today. He'll pocket $2,500. Stock and Superstock will be back up for first round here in the normal run order, so we will see Stock and Superstock back around for first round.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are now done with our time trials and qualifying for the morning. We're going to be down about 5-10 minutes here. We're going to send staff up, get them some sandwiches, and get everybody fed. And then we are going to be going into round number 1 of Pro ET. So this is not your call yet, but just start thinking about getting ready. You're going to be hearing your name called here in about 5-10 minutes. We're going to start calling cars. So again, not your call yet, but in about 5-10 minutes, we're going to be ready to send cars. So Pro ET, start thinking about getting ready. We will be making your call shortly. for scoop.
All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first call. Pro ET. Elimination round number 1. Pro ET elimination round number 1. We will take you to lanes 4 and 5 like a Little Caesars pizza. The track is hot, ready, and fresh, and we're ready to kick it off. So Pro ET round 1 eliminations. We need you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Round 1 eliminations. Lanes 4 and 5. Alrighty, once again, Pro ET, your second call, lanes 4 and 5 for round 1 of eliminations. At this time, we'd ask everybody to please remove your hats. Chaplain Neil Finder's up here. He's going to say today's invocation, and then we will be playing our national anthem. So, Neil, spotlight's on you.
Please bow your heads with me. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for keeping everybody safe yesterday. Lord, we ask that you once again place your hand of safety on this facility, the drivers, the staff, the spectators. Lord, we ask that the drivers make the right calls, have some close, fun racing. Lord, we ask that we all can get home safely at the end of the day. And Lord, as Labor Day is tomorrow, let us rest just as you rest on the 7th day. Lord, we thank you for everything that you have done in our lives. Thank you for blessing us with this opportunity. And Lord, continue to work in our lives. Let us know that you are with us and you will never be against us. It is in your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Neil. And if you would please stand as you are able, remove your head covering for the playing of the national anthem. Alrighty, we are minutes away from round 1 of pro eliminations. They're going to be rolling down the hill just shortly. And we're going to start sending some people back on the highway. Got some wonderful golden pigs to hand out today, courtesy of Heims Awards and Custom Gifts. Want to thank Motion Racework for being a sponsor of the Midwest Summer Classic here at Tri-State Raceway. Second annual, every Labor Day weekend. We come on out here and we boogie. We have a little fun, and you guys pack this place, and we cannot thank you all enough for coming and hanging out with us. Pro round 1 rolling into the water box right now. Yeah, getting ready. Quick 16, your qualifier 2 is coming up shortly. So quick 16 qualifier number 2, we'll take you to lanes 7 and 8. Quick 16 qualifier number 2, we'll take you to lanes 7 and 8. Once again, quick 16, this will be your second qualifier. We will start round 1 for you next time around. But once again, quick 16 qualifier number 2, lanes 7 and 8, please. First pair eliminations, round number 1, Pro ET class, Bruce Stockman, left lane, Postville, Iowa. The burnt orange, 55 Chevy. 10:56 the dial, taking on Coley Novak, the 87 Mazda out of Atkins. 9.7 the dial for Coley. They're both away on green. Bruce Stockman got him dead to rights. Win light going to go to Bruce Stockman. He's 29 and 11 above to be 40 total. Coley Novak, let's go 120. Goes 39 above. Not going to get it done in round number 1. Once in a while, you can get away with one of those. Not always. So Bruce Stockman, the first to punch his ticket into round number 2. Next up, Eric Richter, Glenville, Minnesota, the 93 Dakota. Oh, boy. Oh, goodness me. Valerie Chitty going to turn on that wind light pretty handily. 18 on the tree, goes 10.59.1 on the 10.35 at 100 mile an hour. On the brakes, out of the throttle, about dragging her heel to slow it down. Eric was 279 on the tree, but goes dead 9. So unfortunately for Eric, starting line woes cost him a race. Valerie Chitty, in a day where points matter, gets through the all-important first round. We'll dive into the points, the pro points chase here in just a few minutes, but it's going to be an interesting day in the pro class. Oh boy, Frank Rechtman ready to rock and roll, but just way too excited. 155 red's going to hand the automatic win over to William. William 96 on the tree, goes 11.38.1 on the 11.58. How about 2/10 under? Frank 983.0 at 138 mile an hour. Austin began, Wright-Way Trailers right lane, 1061 the dial, the 2000 Trans Am. Ron Wayleen left lane, 1164 the dial, the 71 Nova. Ron, a retired police officer, and now retired out of first round. Austin began 16 red, Ron worse, 71 red. Down to the quarter mile stripe, Austin stops clock on a 10.56.9 at 125 mile an hour. Ron, how about dead 2 at 113? Had the Nova, right number on the car, just had to be green. Quick 16, we'll take you to lanes 7 and 8, please, for qualifier number 2. Quick 16, lanes 7 and 8, please, for qualifier number 2. Sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3 for round 1 of eliminations. Sportsman cars will take you to lanes 2 and 3 for round 1 of eliminations. John Olbrich letting the two-step sing as he was waiting for Suzanne to get out there a ways. Suzanne turns at 30 red, hands the automatic win over. John, 46 up front, goes 30 under the dial. Suzanne goes 12.87. Oh, boy, she'd have been on the brakes there. 12.87.7 on the 13.99, a second under the dial. That would be a hard one to get down there and drop spot for. Once again, quick 16. So right now we're going to pick up the first round win, 50 on the tree, dead 5. Tim Kania, 71, dead 9, 79, red, dead 1, or dead 9. Charlie Sullivan and Troy Sender, 30 thou, separate them on the tree. Troy Stender going to pick up the win, 26 on the tree and 39 above. Charlie, 56 on the tree, take 11, break out 2. Had to take 9 or less. Once again, quick 16, qualifier number 2. Take you to lanes 7 and 8, Sportsman Cars. We will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Doug Heinrichs, Dyersville, Iowa, the Yellow Valair. So Kevin Hack going to get the automatic win as Doug turns it 36 red. And once again, in a day where points really, really matter, Kevin Hack punches his way through round number 1. So there's the guy on the starting line to beat. Dan Steffens, currently number 1 in pro points. 478 points. Kevin Hack, the Camaro that just won, 445. So 4 rounds behind. Valerie Chitty sitting in 3rd place at 440. Also 4 rounds behind. So Dan Steffens almost needs to get through first round here to verify that he's going to stay ahead today. Dan Steffens is not going to make it easy on himself as he turns at 41 red. Mark Rosenbaum, 14 on the tree and 30 under. Dan, 22 above at 148 mile an hour. So Dan Steffens slowly crumbling at the knees, it seems, as he has held a points lead all season. Coming down to the last day, he's 4 rounds ahead. He's going to have to get through that buyback round if he wants a shot to stay on it. Kevin Hack and Valerie Chitty sitting back at the pits, almost smiling a little at the sound, as the points race for pro is going to become very, very interesting today. We'll see what happens. Steve Pifkin, left lane, 1077, East Moline, Illinois, the 85 Daytona. Christian Vargason, 1064 in the Fox body. Steve's in trouble. 43 thou in the pocket for Christian. Give the win light to Christian Vargason, 40 on the tree and 43 above, puts him 83 total. Steve, 83 on the tree and well above off the number. Christian gets there first, takes the win. Moving on to round number 2. Paul Heims, St. Charles, Minnesota, 1290 the dial, the 71 Cutlass. Sharp looking car. Taking on Jesse Ridenauer, 1097 the dial for Jesse in the 71 Nova. Jesse out of Manchester, Iowa, just down Highway 20. Whoa. Paul Heim, car like almost unloads itself, gets to kicking and a screaming, and he's headed down the racetrack. Jesse Ridenauer takes the win pretty handily, as Paul has nothing but tire issues going down the track. Jesse 80 up front, 11-13 with a 1 at 111 mile an hour. So he was out of it, coasting his way across. Moving on to round number 2. Mini John Force, Mike Wymore in the left lane, Oskaloosa, Iowa, 916 the dial for the Plymouth Arrow. Taking on Sly Rechtman in the right lane. 88 Mustang, 894 the dial. Sly told me this morning that he'd really like to one day turn this thing up, but then everybody would know just how fast it is. So I do believe 894 is a conservative tune. He's going to need a little help here as Mike Wymore has him crisscrossed, applesauced. Got him 12 on the tree, 13 above, 25 total. Slide 103 on the tree. Breaks it out, just trying to keep pace. Nowhere for Sly to go, but into the buyback lane. Mathematically ineligible. Bob Ridenauer, right lane, Manchester, Iowa. The 67 CUDA. Taking on Ryan Rutledge out of Centertown, Missouri. The 75 Love Truck. Down where the possums roam free. Starting line advantage to the Love Truck. Win light 2. The Love Truck, 45 and 12 above is going to get it done. Bob Ridenauer, 71 on the tree and 12 above as well. Ryan Rutledge really has come on as of late, starting to figure out that tree and those reaction times and making people start to hurt a little. As he is starting to figure it out. Greg Traeger, the 73 Mercury Montego at Urbana, Iowa, 1134 the dial. Picking on the Black Anglia, Mabel, Minnesota. Bill Cox, 914 the dial in the Quick Performance left lane. $30,000 difference in the starting line. Bill's got it in the pocket. Can he turn on a win light? 16, dead 6, 22 total. Greg Traeger, 46 on the tree, dead 4. Nowhere to go. Bill Cox had him beat on both ends. And the Anglia will move on to round number 2. Greg will have to find the buyback window. Once again, quick 16, qualifier number 2, you should be in the lanes, please. Quick 16, qualifier number 2, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman cars, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3 if you are not there already. Sportsman cars, lanes 2 and 3 if you are not there already. Evan began 20 on the tree and 33 above. Going to get the win over Bob Dish's 002 Red. Bob goes 10.62.0 at 125 mile an hour. So once again, quick 16, qualifier number 2, you should be in lanes 7 and 8. Sportsman Trophy, you should be in lanes 2 and 3. And Stock Super Stock Combo, you guys are on standby. Stock Super Stock Combo, you guys are on standby. Nathan Riley going to pick up the automatic win as Bob turns it 17 red. Nathan 001 on the tree, goes 11.71.1 at 112 mile an hour. Nice light, good pass. Moving on. Both in the left lane, Sabrina Neiman in the right there, both away on green. The quarter mile stripe says Aaron Wolf, 38, dead 4. Sabrina Neiman, 48 on the tree, mathematically ineligible. As she stops the clock at 9:31.1 at 143 mile an hour. So Jeff Freeman Jr. is currently number 4 in points. Picks up the first round win. So number 2, number 3, and number 4 all pick up first round wins. So here we go into quick 16 qualifier number 2. Cale Davis, right lane, currently qualified number 7 with a 7:49.3 at 182 mile an hour. See if he can improve here. Dalton Waugh in the left lane, currently qualified number 5, 7:42.6 at 180. So both of them on the top half of the field looking to stay there. Cale Davis will not improve. Dalton Waugh will also stay the same. Superstock, first 3 pairs. Stock, Superstock, first 3 pairs. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Stock, Superstock, the first 3 pairs. We will take you to the lanes, please. Once again, Stock, Superstock, your first 3 pairs. We will take you to the lanes, please. Your first call, Stock, Superstock, first 3 pairs. So Mitch Melchert's going to stay number 11. Brian Yeomans qualifies in at number 12. I'll bring up Al Grimm and Zach Miller. Al currently sitting number 9. Just going to see if he can sneak his way into the top half of the field. Zach Miller currently number 4. Zach Miller will improve, goes 7:39.7 instead of the 7:41. That'll keep him at number 4. Al Grimm goes 7:72. He will not improve on his first run, and he will stay at number 9 for now. Yes, I will be. Grab the buyback money when you come. Good. Matt Melcher and Dave Primrose. Dave currently sitting number 13. Matt not qualified. Matt goes 7:66.8. That'll put him at the number 9 spot. Push Al Grimm down to number 10. Dave Primrose gets pushed to 14th. Goes 8:38.6. He will not improve on his time. I'll bring up Shelby Peterson and Emily Novak. Shelby not currently qualified. Emily Novak currently sitting number 2 with a 6:22.2 at 227 mile an hour. You asked me if I wanted anything. Emily Novak will not improve. She goes 6:32.7 at 223 mile an hour. Shelby Peterson will qualify number 6, 7:43.1 at 184. Pushes Dustin Meyer down to number 7. And I'll bring up your number 1 qualifier in the left lane. Matt Kreft ran 6:08.8 at 222 in the first qualifier. Let's see if he can beat the number. So the 890 you see on the board right now, that is currently the bump at 16 cars. Ray Thompson currently sitting 16th, and I don't believe he came around. Matt Kraft's going to stay number 1 as he goes 6:17.3 at 221 mile an hour. Bill Black will stay where he's at, 6:86.2 in the first time run, so does not improve there. And here's your 16th qualifier, Ray Thompson. He's going to race off the stop today. Dragster can go into the 7s if he does not super comp it, but he's going to run 890 today. Off the stop he goes, and away he goes. Goes 886.8 at 173 mile an hour. So that'll leave him at spot 16, and that will be your quick 16 field. Top 3 qualifiers, Matt Kreft, Emily Novak, and Bill Black. Zach Miller and Dalton Waugh round out the top 5. Once again, first 3 pair of the combo. You should be headed to the staging lanes if you are not there already. First 3 pair of the combo. We will take you to the staging lanes if you are not already there. And I will go ahead and put out a call for the A side of the ladder as well. Stock, super stock, A side of the ladder, your first call. So first 3 pair, you should be in the lanes, A side of the ladder. This is your first call.
Again, stock and super stock competitors, designated pairs should be in the lanes. We should have our 3 designated pairs to the lanes. And call goes out again to A side of the ladder, stock and super stock. If you're on the A side of the ladder, you should be on your way to the staging lanes, please. A side of the ladder for stock and super stock. Right here in Sportsman, we got Shelby Klein and Leighton Mack squaring off. Klein dials into a 1263. Hawk dials into a 1388. 200ths of a second separate these drivers at the starting line. As they head towards the finish line, wind light's going to come on for Leighton Hawk. 1391 on the 88 dial. 35 on the tree at a 200th advantage on the starting line. Margin of victory comes out to be 100th of a second. Next pair up here, going to Corey Miller out of Tipton, Iowa, on the 68 Plymouth Barracuda. Dials into a 1202. And today, or yesterday's race, stock and super stock eliminator winner, Tony Henderson out of Vermilion, South Dakota. In the Rusty Zipper, the 72 Buick Skylark dials into an 1196. 600ths of a second are going to separate these drivers at the starting line, with the handicap advantage going to Corey Miller, with Tony Henderson giving chase. Both entries come down. Here we go. Tony Henderson working with a little bit of a starting line advantage as he heads down the quarter mile. Corey Miller appears to be in trouble, and that is the case. Tony Henderson had 300ths to work with off the starting line. Miller just could not run the number. Tony Henderson runs an 06 on the 96 dial-in, with the win going to Tony Henderson. Next pair up here in Sportsman, we have Michelle Stepanek out of Vinton, Iowa, 85 third-gen Camaro. Dials into a 1338. Emily Vargason on the right-hand side out of Fort Atkinson, Iowa, and the 92 Mustang dials into a 1430. Again, stock and super stock, A side of the ladder, stock and super stock. We need the A side of the ladder to the staging lanes. Brett Spear, we are missing you to the staging lanes. Brett Spear, we would love to see the third-gen Camaro in the staging lanes, please. Brett Spear to the lanes. Michelle and Emily heading down the quarter mile. A 100th of a second separate these drivers on the starting line. Hitting the 1,000-foot marker. Wind light's going to come on for Michelle Stepanek. Vargason gets there first by 0.2 of a second to break it out by 0.2. Wind light's going to go to Michelle, 59 on the tree. Got there without breaking out, runs 2 over. We will see Michelle back for the next round. It's going to bring up Don Paisley out of Durango, Iowa, and the 99 Trans Am dialed in at a 1390. And Carolyn Coleman out of Shellsburg, Iowa, and the 2001 Mustang dialed in at a 1420. Again, designated pairs. You should be in the lane. Stock and super stock, A side of the ladder to the lanes. We're going to have Carolyn Coleman picking up the win as Don Paisley turns at 8 thousandths red. Carolyn will head down the quarter mile with the wind light on. 1420 dial, runs a 1409.2, 97 miles an hour. Breakout does not matter with the red light on, and Carolyn will pick up the win. Again, stock and super stock, A side of the ladder, stock, super stock, A side of the ladder to staging. Next pair of sportsmen here, that's going to bring up Taylor Cramblett out of LeClaire, Iowa, in the 71 Nova, dialed in at an 1160, and Bruce Cox on the right-hand side. And the 87 Camaro dialed in at a 14:56. Two Chevys squaring off here in the first round of Sportsman Eliminator. That's going to be a red light start by 0.06 of a second for Bruce Cox. Taylor was way green. Bruce isn't going to like this time slip. On the 1160 dial, Taylor is going to turn the scoreboards on. 11:59.1 on the 60 dial, and the breakout does not matter with the red light on in the right lane. Next pair up here for Sportsman, we've got Dave Klein on the left-hand side out of Durango, Iowa, the 67 GTX 440 under the hood. And Dan Balk out of Waterloo, Iowa, and the 80 Camaro. 80, that is not a Camaro, that is an El Camino. The old mullet action dialed into a 1273. Green lights a pair. Pretty close on reaction. 7,000 separate them at the hit. One light's going to come on for Dan. Dave gets there first by 0.07 of a second, but breaks it out by 0.03. Win light's going to Dan. He's 4 over, 46 on the tree. Dan will come back for a second round of Sportsman. Here on the left-hand side, we have Stan Kopetka out of Atkinson, Nebraska, and the 79 Omni wagon. Dials that wagon into a 1657. And on the right-hand side, we have Emma Stender out of Walcott, Iowa, and the 85 Buick. Dials into a 1536. Again, stock and super stock, A side of the ladder. Stock, super stock, A side of the ladder. You should be in the lanes. Emma's going to turn it 69 red, handing the auto win to Stan Kopetka, 42 green. He's going to take the easy stroll down in the Omni wagon. On his 1657 dial-in, Stan will turn a 1655-1. Breakout again does not matter as the red light came on in the right lane. We'll see Stan back around for Sportsman. All right, moving right along in Sportsman, we have Suzanne Rooker out of Wasco, Illinois, the 14 caddy. Got a name for the caddy now, dials into a 1291. And Phil Richter out of Eldon, Minnesota, the 93 Camaro. 4th gen Camaro, not sure that's a 90, oh, it could be a 93. First year of the 4th gens, tree comes down. Green lights a pair. 0.02 of a second separate these drivers at the hit. Phil appears to be in control. Getting back on off the throttle, wind light's gonna come on. Oh no! Phil Richter let Suzanne around him at the finish line by 0.08 of a second. You could hear him getting on and off the throttle. Wind light's gonna go to Suzanne. She was down 0.02 at the hit, but you could hear Phil womping the throttle, trying to get around her and not break out. But the wind light's going to go to Suzanne. Last pair of Sportsmen here. We got Jim Im on a Byron out of Gutenberg, Iowa, in the 19 Challenger. Dials in at an 1188, taking the free spin down the quarter mile in the Byron here. On the 1188 dial, runs 1194.6 at 114 miles an hour. That's going to wrap up Sportsman. As we have stock and super stock at the ready line for our designated pairs. Again, stock and super stock, stock and super stock. If you are on the A side of the ladder and you are kicked back in a lawn chair enjoying some lunch, you are wrong. You should be in the staging lane. Stock, super stock, A side of the ladder. We need you in the lanes. All right, doing a little bit of track prep here as we get ready to kick off first round for Stock and Super Stock presented by Motion Raceworks, TBM Brakes, and Heath Performance. Again, this is race 2 starting for the Midwest Class Racer Stock and Super Stock Series today. As a reminder to all Stock and Super Stock competitors, Drag Insights Dead on the Dial program, you're on Dead on Zero. During a winning run in Stock and Super Stock competition, they will mail you a check for $100. You have to have the Drag Insights decal. You have to be registered at draginsights.com. It's free to join, no strings attached. Run dead on, win your round, and they'll send you $100. Drag Insights, a great tool to use for racing analytics. Make sure you check out draginsights.com. All right, Stock and Super Stock. Stock and Super Stock. A side, you should be in the lanes. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take the B and C sides of the ladder. B and C sides of the Stock and Super Stock. That means lottie-dottie, everybody, Stock and Super Stock. All sides of the ladder, all combo cars to the lanes. Once again, all Stock and Super Stock cars. We will take you to the lanes for first round. Stock, Super Stock, to the lanes. All right, we got Stock and Super Stock round 1. Getting ready to roll down from the ready line, down the hill, down the big hill and staging here. Our first pair up is going to be Randy Shepard and Troy Vogel as they make their way down to the burnout box. Second designated pair is going to be Nathan Riley. Nathan wants to say hi to his mom, watching at home today, and Brad Coivisto, be followed by Lance Line and Brett Spear, rolling out our 3 designated pairs to start the combo. Again, this is race number 2, Midwest Class Racers, Stock Super Stock Combo, presented by Motion Raceworks, TBM Brakes, and Heath Performance. Drivers are squaring off for their chance at a $5,000 check today, as well as punching their ticket to the 2026 Midwest Class Racers Midwest Factory Finishes Race Champions next season at Rock Falls Raceway. All right, left side, Troy Vogel out of Indianola, Iowa, 72 GTO, dials into an 1126. Right side, Randy Shepard out of Holman, Wisconsin, the AA stick, 69 Camaro, dials into a 1005. If you're used to seeing Randy's car as the Great Pumpkin, Randy took that car, completely refinished it this offseason, back to the original stock color, that beautiful maroon red, the nice black stripe on it. Again, Stock and Super Stock, Stock Super Stock. We should have all cars to the lanes. Stock and Super Stock. Lottie-dottie, everybody. Stock Super Stock to the lanes. Randy inches into the stage beam. Troy's in. Here we go. First round, Stock Super Stock. Clean and green, both cars. Starting line is pretty close between the 2 competitors. Let's get down to the 8th mile. 1,000 foot. Wind light's going to come on for Troy Vogel at 11:47. On the 11:26 dial, Randy just could not run the number. He had some issues in the first round of qualifying. He had the starting line advantage, a 37 to a 42, but Troy Vogel gets there by 0.07 of a second, and we'll see Troy Vogel back around for the second round. Next pair up here, we got Nathan Riley on the left-hand side out of LaPlace, Illinois, the 89 Trans Am out of the Larry Hodge Racing Tire and Wheel Stable. Again, Nathan wants to say hi to his mom listening at home. And Brad Coivisto out of Cromwell, Minnesota, the 70, no, that is not a 74 GTO. That is a third-gen Camaro GTG automatic entry, dials into a 945. Brad's in, Nathan's in. Green lights a pair out of both cars. Brad's got his work cut out for him as he tries to chase Nathan down the quarter mile. Nathan looking over his right-hand shoulder. One light's going to come on for Nathan Riley, 11.76.0 on the 71 dial-in. Nathan was working with about 1/10 of a second on the starting line. He's 18 on the tree to pick up the win, and we will see Nathan Riley back around for the second round of Stock and Super Stock. That's going to bring up Lance Lyon out of Cromwell, Minnesota. Line performance, 69 Mustang, C-stick entry, dials into a 10.15. Lance was the 1989 Minnesota Hula Hoop state champion. Congratulations to Lance on that accomplishment. And Brett Spear, the chiropractor out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota. Third gen GTI automatic Camaro, dials into a 993. Huge wheels up charge for Spear. 0.02 of a second separate the drivers on the starting line. Lance has got a little bit of work with. One light's going to come on for Lance Lyon, 10.16.3 on the 10.15 dial-in. He was 31 on the tree. Spears 57 runs dead 9, not good enough. Lance Lyon gets there by 0.02 of a second to pick up the win. Next pair up here, we got Wayne from Wayne Dinklau out of Wayne, Nebraska. The 66 Chevy 2 Superstock K-Stick Nova dials into a 10.60. Right-hand lane, we got Richard Myers, the U-Stock automatic wagon out of Faribault, Minnesota at a 14.02. Green lights a pair as Wayne starts rolling through the gears to chase down that wagon. One driver has a 600 starting line advantage. We'll see what it looks like at the finish line. One light's going to come on for Wayne. 10.61.5 on the 10.60 dial, and he was 13 on the tree. Richard Myers was 77, not good enough. Wayne gets there by 0.07 to pick up the win and to head to the next round. Next pair up here is going to be Chuck Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa. The Superstock L Automatic 74 GTO dialed into a 10.58. And Tom Arts out of Lincoln, Nebraska. The 69 Camaro GTO automatic entry dials into a 10.97. Some of you class racers might recognize the GTO on the left-hand side. That is the GTO that the late Bill Rink campaigned for many years. Chuck proudly running the car today. Green lights a pair. Somebody was 00. 0.04 of a second separate the drivers at the starting line. As they go past the 1,000 foot, the win light's going to come on for Tom Arts, 10.97.6 on the 10.97 dial. He's 10 total. He was 004 on the tree to run dead 6, getting there by 0.06 of a second. Lund was 42 on the tree, but 3 over when the other guy's 10 total in the other lane. Win light going to Tom Arts. Next pair up here, we got Tyler Robinson out of Wayne, Nebraska. The 71 Nova dials into an 11.35. Right-hand side, we got Carol Warling out of Brighton, Colorado. The 74 GTO GTN automatic entry dials into a 10.46. Again, Stock and Superstock. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. Stock and Superstock, all cars should be in the lanes for first round. Tyler's in, Carol's in. Three comes down, here we go. Green lights a pair, 0.03 of a second separate the drivers at the starting line. As Carol gives chase in the GTO, trying to chase that Nova down. 1,000 foot, win light says Carol Warling, 10.50 with a 5 on the 46 dial. He had 300s to work with off the starting line. Tyler Robinson gets there first by 200ths of a second, but breaks out by 0.04 of a second. He had some room, but Carol Warling will move on to the next round. Next pair up here, we got Lee Johnson out of Mitchell, South Dakota. The 71 Firebird dials into a 10.50. And right lane, we have Ramsey Meyer out of Pierce, Nebraska. The 02 Camaro dialed into at a 10.72. Ramsey, part of the Meyer Racing team. Him and his dad, Tom, out here this weekend. Red light start for Lee Johnson by 77. He's 0.77 red. Win light's going to come on for Ramsey Meyer. As he heads down the quarter mile with his in light on, 10.72 dial. He runs dead 8, 10.72.8. we will see Ramsey Meyer back around for the second round of Stock and Superstock. That's going to bring us up to Jason DeForest out of Oak Grove, Minnesota. The Aero Awnings and Components 3rd Gen Camaro dials into a 947. Right-hand side, we got Scotty Pearson out of Stewartville, Minnesota. The 70 AMX Superstock K automatic entry dials into a 1043. Again, we talked about Jason a few times. He's won, runner-up in numerous amounts of Midwest Class Racer events, won the division race at St. Louis, won the Lucas Oil Nationals. Having a pretty good season. Almost identical reaction times, 1,000th of a second to separate these drivers at the hit. Scotty's looking over his shoulder trying to figure out where Jason is. One light's going to come on 4. Scotty Pearson, he runs dead 5, 33 on the tree. Jason DeForest runs dead 6. Margin of victory comes down to 23 ten-thousandths of a second. Wow, that is a tight one. Win going to Scotty Pearson. Next pair up here, we have Kevin Erickson out of Lincoln, Nebraska. The 70 Camaro Superstock E-Automatic entry dials into a 992. Left-hand side, we have Bob Sherwood out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The 2014 Mustang dials into an 838. Bob trying to get the tires to turn there in the burnout box. Might have lost fire. Fires it back up. Kevin Erickson waiting patiently at the starting line. Sounds like Bob lost fire. Oh. They're going to give Bob the signal to shut it off. That's going to give the win to Kevin Erickson. Kevin's 88 on the tree as he's heading down with his wind light on. Kevin Erickson on the 992 dial-in will run a 996.7 at 133 miles an hour. As we can get, we're looking to get Bob backed out of the box here. Just not able to get the tires to turn in the burnout box. Shut off a few times. Not sure what's going on there with the Mustang. All right, so as we get Bob cleared out of the burnout box, that's going to bring our next pair up here. Marlene Nelson's going to be on the right-hand side out of Hugo, Minnesota, J-Stock automatic entry. And Bob Siegworth, our #1 qualifier, the factory stock H Cobra Jet. Siegworth dials into a 1010. Marlene Nelson dials into an 1172. Again, one last call. Stock and Superstock. Stock and Superstock. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. They're going to be running without you. Stock and Superstock to the lanes. Marlene Nelson, another one of those third-generation families we have out here racing across the country this weekend. Between Marlene, son Denny, they got some grandsons racing. Marlene's going to see if she can take down the #1 qualifier here. First round, Bob Siegworth out of Otter Creek, Iowa. Marlene Nelson cut the tree down. Bob Siegworth has his work cut out for him as they head down the quarter mile. Bob's looking over, chasing Marlene. Wind light's going to come on for Marlene Nelson. Whoa, we got some smoke. Marlene runs in 1175.1 on the 72 dial. She was 002 on the tree, taking 0.06 of a second. Not sure if that was brake or fluid coming out. We're going to stop and take a look at the top end here before we send the next pair down. Give them the signal to shut them down. We're going to see if anything came out of Marlene's car or if that was a brake pedal. Not sure from this angle, but we will take a look and we'll be back for continuation of first round of Stock and Superstock. Folks, sounds like we're going to have a bit of a cleanup going here on the right-hand side of the racetrack before we can continue on with first round of Stock and Super Stock. So hang tight, and we will get the top end cleaned up and continue on with first round of Stock and Super Stock. I'm sure Trista and Derek Fenner are enjoying some kid-free time up on the starting line as Derek is waiting for his call to head down the quarter mile. Folks, we are back in action for Stock Superstock round 1 as we got the top end cleared off there. We're going to have Derek Fenner out of Liberty, Missouri, the 91 Cal A GTF stick entry, dials into a 966. And Dwayne Dickens out of San Clemente, California, the 1966 Chevy 2 K-Stock automatic entry. Dwayne dials in to an 1182. Almost 2 seconds will separate these drivers on the starting line, with Dwayne leaving first. Derek's going to give chase in the Calais, rolling through the gears as we get back into action for first round of Stock and Superstock Midwest Class Racers, presented by Motion Raceworks, TBM Brakes, and Heath Performance. Derek's got the pre-stage bulb lit. Dwayne has pre-staged. As they start to creep into the stage beam, Derek's in. And Dwayne's in. Here we go. Oh, Dwayne turns at 74 thousandths red. Nice wheels up charge by Derek. You could see Dwayne, when he got on the two-step, the thing just did not want to stay on the brake pedal, started lurching through the lights. Derek's going to get the automatic win on the 66. He runs a 963.6 on the 66 dial in. We will see Derek back around for second round. That's going to bring up Dwayne Davis on the right-hand side out of Avon, South Dakota. Dials in that 74 Firebird to an 1123. And JJ Twitchell out of Elkhart, Indiana, in the 4th Gen Camaro factory GTC entry, dials in at a 933. Dwayne's pre-stage, waiting for JJ. JJ's pre-staged. Both drivers are going to start to go into the beams here. JJ's in, Dwayne's in. Green lights a pair. JJ's got his work cut out for him as he tries to chase Dwayne down the quarter mile. Dwayne looking over his shoulder, 1,000 foot. Wind light comes on for Dwayne Davis. Runs dead 5, 79 on the tree. JJ trying to chase him down, breaks out, but was a little late on the starting line. Dwayne gets there by 0.02 of a second and will advance to the second round. That's going to bring up Dennis Lund out of Davenport, Iowa, the 2017 Copo Camaro out of the Motion Raceworks stable. And on the left-hand side, we have Adam Messenbring out of Rochester, Minnesota. The 92 Camaro dials into a 1096. Dennis Lund puts an 864 on the window. A little bit over 2 seconds separate these drivers at the hit. As Adam will leave in the 3rd Gen Camaro, Dennis is going to give chase in the new generation Copo Camaro. Dennis, one of the lead engineers over there at Motion Raceworks over in DeWitt, Iowa. Adam gets on the brake. Clean and green for both drivers. Dennis giving chase to Adam down the quarter mile. 8th mile, he's already going 125 miles an hour. Wind light's going to come on for Dennis Lund, 872.4 on the 864 dial-in. Dennis had about 0.06 of a second he was working with on the starting line, parlayed that into a win by 0.07 of a second. Adam runs a 10th over at 120 miles an hour. We're going to have a little bit of a look on the starting line here, potentially dripping some fluid out of the Messenbring Camaro. Well, we are on a little bit of a break cleaning up the starting line here. Just a reminder to all participants, kids, everything. You have to be 16 years of age or older to drive a pit vehicle. 16 years of age or older to drive a pit vehicle. You can't be a 14-year-old driving your parents' golf cart. You have to be 16 years of age or older to drive a pit vehicle at Tri-State Raceway. As a reminder, thank you. All right, folks, after that delay, we are back at it for our third start at Stock Super Stock first round, but we're going to get through this. Left-hand side, we got Mr. Dead On, Art T-Bear out of Ontario, Canada. The Chevy Malibu dials into an 1190, and then the right side, Bill Dwyer out of Port Byron, Illinois. The 1985 Ford Mustang Superstock Q stick entry dials into a 1220. Three-tenths of a second are going to separate these drivers at the hit. Bill getting the handicap head start, then Art will attempt to chase him down in the Malibu. Drivers are both in. Here we go. Red light start for Art T-Bear by 19 thousandths of a second. Bill Dwyer is 50 green. He's heading down the quarter mile with his wind light on. He crosses 1,000 foot on his 1220 dial, and he'll clock the boards 12:08.9 at 109 miles an hour. Bill had some issues getting down the tractor in the first qualifier. Obviously getting the tune figured out here during first round. We will see Bill back around next time around. Got Ryan Korish, left-hand side out of Mindovey, Wisconsin. The 99 Camaro out of Proline Finishing and Automotive. 1037 to dial in. Larry Vieger out of Omaha, Nebraska. The 1972 Buick Superstock K automatic entry dials into a 1061. 3/10 of a second or thereabouts separate these drivers at the starting line for the dial-ins. Both drivers are in. Green lights a pair. Whoa! Ryan Korish gets way sideways. Holy cow. That was quite the save. Larry's going to look over his shoulder, click it off early. Wind light's going to come on for Larry. Ryan Korish, my goodness. He got off into the marbles there on the left-hand side of the racetrack, and Ryan did an excellent job saving that car. All right, so we're going to reset after that pair. Got John Jameson right-hand side out of Emmitsburg, Iowa, the 64 Malibu wagon dials into an 1159. And Rob Niebauer out of Ethan, South Dakota, the 70 Duster dials into a 1055. John's in, Rod's in. Oh, red light start for John. Looks like the two-step just would not hold there. And Rod gets a little sideways off the launch. He's going to save that. Probably going to take a look at the track here. As Rod will head down the track with his wind light on, 1769.5. Again, we're going to stop, check out the track, get the rotator out there. Check out the starting line, see what we can find. We will be on a brief hold for first round stock and super stock. All right, here we go. Got a little bit of spray and drag down. We'll continue on with first round of stock and super stock. All right, we got dial-ins on the board. We got Greg Anderson left-hand side out of DeWitt, Iowa, the 69 Camaro, GTQ automatic entry, dials into an 1143. Right side, we got Kevin Leinert out of Dakota City, Nebraska, the 69 Dodge Dart, dials into a 1322. All right, Kevin's in. Greg inching into the stage beam. Both drivers are in. Tree comes down for Kevin. Green light start for both. 1/100th of a second separate these drivers at the hit. Crossing the 1,000-foot finish line. Wind light says Kevin Leinert, 13:23 on the 22 dial-in, had the starting line advantage by 1/100th of a second. He ends up getting there by a 100th. Anderson runs 1 over 48 on the tree. Not good enough. We will see Kevin Leinert back around for the second round. Next pair up here, we got a pair of Shepherds. Not the same Shepherd, spelled differently. Bill Shepherd, left-hand side out of Onalaska, Wisconsin, the 99 Pontiac Firebird, dials into a 1014. And Eric Shepherd out of Peterson, Minnesota, the C-Stick Nova, dials into a 1052. 4/10 of a second separate these drivers at the hit. Nice wheels up charge out of Bill Shepherd's machine. 9/1000 of a second separate him at the starting line. As the Shepherds head down, which Shepard's going to win? It's going to be Bill Shepherd, 10:24.5 on the 1014 dial-in. Both drivers a little over their number. Margin of victory comes down to 15/10,000ths of a second, with the win going to Bill Shepherd. Next pair up here, we got Jordan Juergens out of Watertown, South Dakota. The 1983 Camaro dials into an 1140. Right-hand side, Jim Parsons out of Kearney, Nebraska. The 66 Chevy 2 E-Stick Stalker dials into a 1071. Jordan's going to have about a 7/10 of a second head start against Jim. Both drivers are in. Here we go. Nice wheels up charge for Juergens. Both were clean and green. 4/100ths of a second separate these drivers at the hit. Jim's trying to chase down Jordan. Wind light's going to go to Jim Parsons in a double breakout. Both drivers run 1 under their dial. Jim had the starting line advantage. The margin of victory comes down to 14/10,000ths of a second, with Jim Parsons picking up the win there. We got race 1's winner, Tony Henderson, on the left-hand side out of Vermilion, South Dakota. The 72 Buick Skylark dials into an 1193. And right-hand side, we got Sean Marquette out of Edwardsville, Kansas. The 84 Mustang, 140 cubic inches under the hood, dials into a 1074. A little over a second will separate Tony and Sean on the starting line between the dial-ins. Clean and green. 6/100ths of a second separate him at the hit as Sean gives chase to Tony down the quarter mile. 1,000-foot wind light's going to come on for Tony Henderson in a double breakout. Sean Marquette runs 9 under. Henderson runs 3 under. Tony had 6/100ths to work with off the starting line. Margin of victory, 6/100ths of a second. The stripe came down to 33/10,000ths, but Sean Marquette just did not have room with the starting line advantage going to Tony. Next pair up here, we got Tracy Fairchild out of Aiken, Minnesota. The 1970 AMX dials into a 1051. And Logan Wernert out of Mason City, Iowa. The 62 Plymouth dials that E-Stock automatic entry into an 11 flat. 5/10 of a second separate the drivers with the dial-ins at the starting line. Tracy's in. Logan's in. Nice wheels up charge out of both cars there. 3/100ths of a second separate them at the hit. As Logan looks over his shoulder, wind light's going to come on for Logan, 11:02.5 on the 11 flat dial, and he was 28 on the tree. Fairchild was 57, running 2 over, but the win will go to Logan by 0.03 of a second. Next pair up here, we got Larry DeForest out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota. The 2010 Cobra Jet Mustang dials that into a 942. Right side, we got Bill Bernstrock out of Norfolk, Nebraska. The U-Stick 64 Impala dialed in at a 1390. About 4.5 seconds. Going to be the handicap head start here, going to Bill. Larry's going to have some time to sip some of that nice whiskey, try his cigars, put the newspaper down, and let off the brake as he gives chase to Bill. Red light start for Larry DeForest by 0.02 of a second. Sitting there for 4.5 seconds is not easy, folks. Bill was 17 on the tree on that 1390 dial, and he runs 1391.9. So he's 1 over, 17 on the tree. Larry turning on the red light. We will see Bill back around for the second round. Next pair up here, we got Bruce Castle out of Naperville, Illinois. The 71 Cougar dials into an 1138. Right-hand side, we got Eddie Wool out of Yankton, South Dakota. The 80 Malibu dials into an 1105. Both drivers are pre-staged. Eddie's in, waiting for Bruce. Bruce is in, tree's activated. Green light starts for both. Eddie's got his work cut out for him as they head down the quarter mile. Try to give chase to Bruce. Win light's going to come on for Bruce Castle, 11:43.9 on the 38 dial, and he had the starting line advantage. Eddie just missed the tree, had a little bit of an issue there on the starting line. That's going to give Bruce Castle the win going into the second round. Next pair up here, we got Jason Shepard out of Holman, Wisconsin. The 99 Firebird Shepard Tools entry dialed in at a 990. Right-hand side, we got John Korish out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. The 2015 Camaro A-Stick entry dials into a 997. 700 separate him at the hit. Nice wheels-up charge for Jason Shepard. Jason Shepard is in control in this race already as they head down the quarter mile. Win light's going to come on for Jason Shepard, 10:01.9 on the 990 dial-in. Jason was 50 on the tree. John Korish just missed it. Jason had 0.8 of a second in his back pocket as they headed down the track. Excuse me, 0.08 of a second as they headed down the track. Jason wins by 0.03 of a second. I went to public school, folks, so my math might be off from time to time. Next pair up here, Jamie Peach, race 1 runner-up in the left-hand side of Oakdale, Minnesota, the 1972 Buick GS. Dials into an 1107. Right-hand side, we got Dirk Olson out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. AA stick entry dialed into a 1012. Green lights a pair. Dirk having some traction issues there on the starting line. As long as Jamie looks back, he should get the win here. Jamie wisely puts the front end down on the Buick. He runs an 1130 with a 9 on the 1107 dial-in. Dirk had the starting line advantage there, but just could not get down the track. That's a big horsepower, small tire combination. Easier said than done getting some of those down the track. So we will see Jamie Peach heading on to round 2. Next pair up here as we wait for Dirk to make his way to the first turnoff there. It's going to be Steve Blondell out of Milan, Illinois, the 1983 Camaro H-Stock automatic entry, my old race car. Dials into an 1122, and we got Matt Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the 98 Pontiac Firebird. Dialed into a 1002. Both these drivers are Quad City residents. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you want to win the race, you're going to have to beat one of the Lund group, about 10% of the field here. Green lights a pair as we head. Oh, Matt Lund getting a little crossed up there in the right-hand lane. See what Steve Blondell does. Steve clicking it off a little bit early, runs an 11:27.3 on the 11:22 dial-in. Matt Lund had the starting line advantage, it was 23. But as you saw there, he gets a little crossed up in the right-hand side, getting close to the wall. Lifts, tried to get back in it, but just could not catch Steve. Steve running the 27 on the 22 dial-in. We will see Steve Blondell back for the second round. Next pair up here, we got Stan Kopetka out of Atkinson, Nebraska. The 1982 Aries wagon. Dials that entry into a 1657. And on the right-hand side, we got Tate Stevens out of Iowa in the 70 Chevelle, dialed in at a 1048. This is going to be a 6-second head start going to Stan Kopetka in the Aries wagon with all 135 cubic inches of fury. This is going to be an exercise in patience for Tate Stevens. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4, 5, 6, go. We are clean and green. Starting line advantage going to Stan as he heads down the quarter mile. Wind light's going to come on for Tate Stevens. Stan Kopetka gets there by 0.3 of a second to break it out by 7. Tate Stevens runs a 1069 on a 1048 dial-in, and he will pick up the win. Stan Kopetka just taking too much stripe as they headed down the quarter mile. Next pair up here, we got Tom Meyer out of Pierce, Nebraska, Superstock K automatic entry. Right-hand side, we got Corbin Brehop out of Fremont, Nebraska in the 69 Camaro, dialed in at a 1068. Tom Meyer appears to be in control in this one as they head down the quarter mile. Wind light's going to come on for Tom Meyer, 1103 on the 1084 dial-in. He was 49 on the tree. Gordon having some issues on the starting line. Breaks out trying to get there to Tom. Tom's margin victory, 0.03 of a second. We will see Tom Meyer back around for the second round. That's going to bring up Scott Tippy Dugdale out of Stacy, Minnesota in the 84 Monte Carlo. And Dylan Jans, as it appears we are pushing Dylan back out of the water box. This is going to be a competition broke single for Scott Dugdale, dialed in at a 1040. Nice wheels up charge out of the Monte. Scott's 13 red, but it doesn't matter with the buy run. On that 1040 dial-in, Scott will click the boards off, 1037.8 at 126 miles an hour. All right, at this time, we will take Supercomp to the lanes, Midwest Supercomp to the lanes for your first round of competition. Supercomp to the lanes. Again, the call goes out for Midwest Supercomp. Supercomp, we need you to the lanes for first round, please. Supercomp to the lanes. All right, as we get Dylan pushed back there. Next pair up here is going to be Brian Heath in the right-hand lane. Dialed in at a 1027 in his Chevelle. Left-hand side, we got Al Wick. F-stock automatic entry, no dial. It looks like it's on the front of the window. So waiting to get that on the board. All right, looks like an 1119 for Al Wick in the 68 Dart. Chrysler 340 under the hood. Brian Heath, that big 454 big block under the hood of the 70 Chevelle. Nine-tenths of a second can be the difference between these two drivers on the dial-ins with the handicap head start. Allen's in, and Brian's in. Red light start for Alan Wick by 48 ten-thousandths. Brian Heath's 53 green, heading down the stripe with his wind light on. On that 1027 dial, Brian runs a 1024.7, 126 miles an hour. We will see Brian Heath back for a second round of competition. Next pair up here is going to be Chris Knutson in the right-hand side with his B stick Camaro, Mr. Wheel Stand. Looks like he's dialed into a 1026. Left-hand side, we got Rob Turkle, today's semifinalist from Race 1. In the left-hand side, dialed in at a 1079 in his 4th generation Camaro. If you don't know the history of Chris Knutson's car, that was his late father, Roger's car that Roger ran for many years. Won some national events, division races. After Roger passed, Chris took over the keys of the car and has had a very successful run with the Camaro over the years. National events, divisional events, finishing in the top 10 in stock, eliminator, NHRA points a few years ago. Pretty strong runner out of Division 5. Green lights a pair. Chris going sky high. Rob appearing to have some issues again, going silent there about 300 feet. Chris Knutson's going to get some 1,000-foot data. Runs a 1050 with a 2 on the 1026 dialing. Chris picking up the win here as Rob is creeping down the 1,000-foot. As you heard, front end went down, went a little quiet about 300 feet. Not sure if he didn't have a gear when he reached for maybe 3rd gear or something like that, but we'll wait for Rob to get cleared off the top end, see if he needs a push. Or if he can fire it and get down the track. All right, Rob's getting himself cleared off the top end there, getting it fired back up. All right, next pair up here, we got Dennis Lund Sr. out of Bettendorf, Iowa, left-hand side 91 Camaro, dials into a 1256. And Andy Cook out of Eldridge, Iowa, the 2017 Copo Camaro out of the Motion Raceworks stall, dialing in at an 860. Both drivers are in. Red light start for Dennis Lund Sr. by 14 thousandths of a second. Can hand the auto win to Andy Cook. He's 27 on the tree, watching that nice Copo head down the quarter mile. Buck 26 to the 8th mile on his 860 dial-in. He will run 857.7 on the 860 dial-in. Again, that breakout does not matter with the red light in the left lane. We'll see Andy Cook back around for the second round of competition. It's going to bring up Troy Henderson out of Trimble, Missouri. The Henderson Race Shop. 68 Camaro entry, dials in at a 1007, and Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, in the 3rd gen Camaro. GTH automatic entry, dials in at a 991. Mike Lund was our 2025 Midwest Factory Finishes Race of Champions winner at Rock Falls last June. He's had a pretty good season, picking up 3 big MCR checks this year. See if he can continue his success. Nice wheels up charge out of both competitors there. Henderson and Lund just reaching for the moon. 1/100th of a second separate them at the hit. Win light's going to come on for Mike Lund, 993 on the 991 dial-in. Henderson had the starting line advantage. Gets there first by 300ths, but breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. Mike Lund's margin of victory, 200ths of a second. It's going to bring up Paul Marola out of Nebraska in the 66 Nova E-Stick entry. We're getting his dial-in corrected. Dialed in at a 1079. And Dan Nugent out of Wilmington, Illinois, the 69 Chevelle. I-Stock automatic entry, dials in at an 1187. Only got a few stock super stocks left. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Both drivers are green at the hit as they head down the quarter mile. Marola giving chase to Nugent. 1,000-foot quarter mile. Win light's going to come on for Paul Marola. Paul runs dead 7. He was 69 on the tree. Had about 300ths in his back pocket at the hit. Dan gets there first, but breaks out by about 5, giving the win to Paul Marola. Next pair up here, we got Joe LeBlanc out of Westmoreland, Kansas. The 81 Malibu dials in at a 1208. Right-hand side, we got Chris Kennedy out of Omaha, Nebraska. The 1969 Camaro A-Stock automatic entry. Chris dials the Camaro into a 1030. little over a second and a half at the hit here. Handicap head start's going to be given to Joel LeBlanc as Chris Kennedy chases him down the quarter mile. Again, Super Comp, you should be in the lanes for your first round. Super Comp to the lanes. Oh no. Joel LeBlanc having an issue there at the starting line. You can hear him get on the two-step. Car just did not move. Chris Kennedy a little green. And 10.62.9 on the 10:30 dial-in. So Chris Kennedy will be picking up the win. Not sure what happened with Joe there. Sounded like he got on the two-step. Not sure if it died or if he lost fire or something, but just could not get off the starting line. So Joe LeBlanc, unfortunately, will not be making out of the first round of competition. Chris Kennedy will move forward. See a lot of Super Compers in the lanes. Again, Super Comp, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Super Comp, first round to the lanes. It's going to bring up Rochelle T-Bear out of Lewisburg, Kansas, the 81 Malibu, dialed in at an 1188. And Jacob Peash out of Oakdale, Minnesota, the 72 Buick, dials in at an 1105. Might have seen Rochelle yesterday run her 66 Chevy 2 stick super stock car. Decided to switch gears today. Dragged Malibu out of the trailer. I believe she was running it in Sportsman yesterday. Rochelle waiting pre-stage, waiting for Jacob. Jacob's pre-stage to make their way into the stage beams. Both drivers are in. Here we go. Green lights a pair for both competitors. 0.07 of a second separate them at the hit. Rochelle looking over her shoulder for Jacob. Jacob appears to be trailing. Green light's going to come on for Rochelle T-Bear. 12:13.0 on the 88 dial-in. Rochelle had the starting line advantage. Jacob's car getting about 1,000 feet down. You can see the front end go down. Not sure what happened there, but Jacob not able to get to the finish line. Handing the win to T-Bear. Next pair up here, we got Bob Gibson out of Port Byron, Illinois, the 76 Chevy Nova, dialed in at 1180. Right side, Mike Lund out of Bentendorf, Iowa, in the 2005 Cavalier, dialed in at a 944. Nice wheels up charge for Lund. 0.07 of a second separate these drivers at the hit as Lund attempts to chase down Gibson the quarter mile. Win light's going to come on for Mike Lund, 946 on the 944 dial-in. He was 10 on the tree, had 0.07 to play with at the starting line. Gibson got there first, but broke out trying to get there first. Did not have the starting line advantage, and that's going to parlay him for the win. All right, looks like we got Riley Spear here on a single pass. Here she was supposed to race Trista Fenner first round. Trista unable to make the call. Again, Super Comp. If you are not in the lanes, we are pulling up to the water box. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes for first round. Riley Spear out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota, the 98 Firebird, part of the Spear Racing crew. Riley's 20 at the hit on the 10:01 dial as she heads down the quarter mile. Turns on the timers, 9.99 with a 2, $1.32, where we will see Riley back for the second round of competition in stock and super stock. That might win the record for the longest round of stock and super stock time-wise. Thanks for everybody's patience there as we were able to get through that one. That's going to roll us into first round of Super Comp for the Midwest Super Comp Association. Samantha Cure out of Minden, Nebraska, the 2006 Mullis Dragster. In the right lane, we got Ben Baer out of Coal City, Illinois, the 2002 Undercover. Again, the name of the game in Super Comp is run as close as you can to that 890 index without running under. All right, Super Gas, we need you to the lanes for first round, please. Super Gas to the lanes for your first round of competition. Super Gas to the lanes. Red light start for Ben by 008. Samantha 16 green as she'll head down the head down the track with her wind light on. 921.4 on the 890. Clicking it off a little bit early. Wind light goes to Samantha on that one. Again, Super Gas, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas to the lanes. Next pair up here for Super Comp, we got Larry Draves out of Clarion, Iowa in the 2001 Dragster. And Jeff Petka out of Wadsworth, Illinois in the 2000 Ed Quay Dragster. Nice paint on that with the blue on the orange. Both drivers inch into the stage beams here. Green lights pair. 100th of a second separate them at the starting line. As you're going to see, Jeff's running that top end throttle stop. Wind light's going to come on for Jeff, 894.0. Larry Draves running 906.3. Larry had the starting line advantage, 014 on the tree. Jeff's 024. Wind light's going to go to Jeff by a 1/10 of a second, margin of victory. We got Chris Mitchell on the left-hand side out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota, the 2019 Dragster. Right-hand side, we got Brad Thompson out of Merritt Island, Florida, the 2023 Racecraft chassis. Again, Super Gas, we need you to the staging lanes. Super Gas to the staging lanes for your first round. Super Gas. Don't have any Super Gassers in the lanes. We would like some. Super Gas. And it looks like they're going to be shutting off Chris Mitchell. Not sure if he's lost fire, leaking some fluids. Brad Thompson's going to wait there in the right lane for the official call from the starter, but it looks like he is going to have a single. Again, Super Gas, we need you to the staging lane. Super Gas, we have nobody in the lane. Super Gas, go ahead and head on up. And Brad Thompson can get a broke single here. Chris, unfortunately, getting shut off at the hit. Brad heads down the track on the 890, 893 with the 1, $172. All right, so it looks like we got a little bit of residue up there on the starting line from the last dragster, so we're going to get that cleaned up before we can get these dragsters pushed back, bring them back up, and continue first round of Super Comp. Again, Super Gas, you should be in the staging lane. Super Gas to the staging lanes for your first round of competition. Super Gas to the lanes. And while we're down cleaning up the track here, Super Gas, if you are not in the lanes, you should be there for your first round pairings. Super Gas, we need you to the lanes for your first round pairings. All right, we are back in action for first round of Super Comp. Super Comp 890 category. Left-hand side, we got Craig Schultz out of Winona, Minnesota, the 2000 undercover dragster. Right-hand side, we got Jenny Wilson. And in the right-hand side, Jenny Wilson out of Milan, Illinois, the 1981 S&W dragster. Again, this is first round of the Midwest Super Comp Drag Racing Series. As Jenny rolls into the pre-stage, Craig is in. Craig stage, here we go. Oh, a little bit of a starting line advantage there for Craig Schultz. We're going to see how this plays out at the top end. As they head down the quarter mile, wind light's going to come on for Craig Schultz, 9:08.8 on the 890 index. Craig Schultz was 22 on the tree. Not sure if Jenny rolled too many numbers into the box there. Was Way Green, runs 891.4. Craig Schultz margin victory by a 10th. We'll see Craig Schultz back around for second round. Going to bring up Chad Lamont out of Fox Lake, Illinois, the 22 dragster. Right-hand side, we got Dave Crawford out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the 2008 undercover dragster, Deemer's Performance. Again, Super Gas. If you're not in the lanes after our track maintenance break, you should be in the lanes. They're going to be running without you when Super Comp is done. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. All right, Chad and Dave are pre-stage. Both drivers are in. Tree comes down. 1/100th of a second separate these drivers at the hit. Right down the quarter mile, wind light's going to come on for Chad Lamont, 892.1 on the 890 index. He was 009 on the tree. Dave Crawford's 2 over as well, 19 on the tree. Margin of victory, 1/100th to Chad Lamont in a tight one there. Going to bring up Pat Lamont out of Lake Villa, Illinois, the 2011 dragster. Right-hand side, we got Wade Samuel out of Littleton, Colorado, the 2012 dragster. And we talked about last time Wade was up here as perennial contender in Super Comp and Super Street. Surely he will be back up here at the regional event next weekend, competing in both. Pat Lamont, Wade Samuel. Wade's pulling into the pre-stage beams. Pat flickers the beam. He's in. Wade inching in. Here we go. A couple of good reaction times out of these drivers as they start to head down the quarter mile. Wind light's going to come on for Wade Samuel, 891.0 on the 890. He was 10 on the tree. Pat Lamont gets there first by 1/100th of a second to break it out by 8 thousandths. Had a little bit of room there at the stripe. Wind light's going to go to Wade Samuel. Next pair up here in Super Comp, we got James Glosson out of Lake Villa, Illinois, the 2025 dragster on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, we got Jeffrey Torbeck out of Braidwood, Illinois, the 2007 Racecraft chassis. Both drivers are pre-stage. We got James in. We got Jeff in. Green lights pair as they head down the racetrack. A couple of really good lights again out of these competitors as they head down the quarter mile. Wind light's going to come on for James Glosson in a double breakout. James runs 889.4 against an 885.8 James was 007 on the tree, does not get there first. Jeff actually took the stripe, but broke out by too much. Win's going to go to James on that one. Next pair up here, we got Kyle Freese out of Blair, Nebraska, the 2003 Undercover Dragster. And then the right-hand side, we got Jeremy Lurkey out of Omaha, Nebraska, the 2005 M&M Dragster. Jeremy sponsored by Larice Motorsports Insurance, Redline Oil, Fox Countertops. Got his wife, Carrie, looking on. Carrie Lurkey, your Larice Motorsports Insurance agent on the track this weekend to talk to about all of your motorsports insurance needs. Tree comes down, green lights appear. 0.04 of a second separate these drivers at the hit as they head down the quarter mile. Win light's going to come on for Jeremy Lurkey, 892.0 on the 890 index. Not sure what happened to Kyle down there. He runs a 9:29.2 at 123 miles an hour, either dropping the anchor on Jeremy there. But Jeremy will pick up the win. He was 21 on the tree. Kyle was 17 on the tree, but just cannot run the number on the top end. It's going to bring up Mr. Bounty, Jordan Pratt out of Otsego, Minnesota, in the 2020 Racecraft Dragster. And on the right-hand side, Marty Brown out of Carmen, Illinois, the 2011 A&E Dragster. Again, Jordan's got a $300 bounty on his head. Anybody that takes him out in competition is going to be $300 richer, courtesy of the Midwest Super Comp Series. Jordan's sponsored by Top End Graphics, Bishop's Performance, and this is Bracket Racing Elite. Jordan is your 2025 JEGS All-Star representative from Division 5, also in Super Comp. He'll be heading down to Texas in October for the All-Star race. Marty's in. Jordan flickers the beam. Here we go. Green lights appear. Somebody's got a perfect reaction time they're working with. As they head down the quarter mile, win light's going to come on for Marty Brown. He was perfect on the tree. Trip, zip, perfect. 892.4 to be 24 total. Jordan Pratt's 23 on the tree, runs an 893.8. Marty Brown is $300 richer, courtesy of taking out the bounty holder first round with Jordan Pratt going down. Marty Brown will advance. It's going to bring up Scott Frost, left-hand side, out of Elgin, Illinois. Right-hand side, we got Shelby Peterson out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, in the 2013 A&E Dragster. Super Pro to the lanes for your first round, please. Super Pro to the lanes for your first round. Super Pro to the lanes. Red light start for Shelby Peterson by 1 stinking thousandth of a second. Scott Frost is 23 green. He's going to turn on the scoreboards with a 888.4, 153 miles an hour. Shelby Peterson, 893.8 on the red light. Again, 1 thousandth of a second red with Scott Frost moving on to second round. It's going to bring up Chuck Bray, left-hand side out of Sioux City, Iowa, the 2017 Miller Dragster. Right-hand side, we got Rick Held out of Moline, Illinois, in the 2000 Corvette Roadster. This is our lone, not a door car, but it's not a dragster, roadster in the Super Comp category, primarily dominated by dragsters. So we got one roadster. Both drivers inch into the stage beams. Tree comes down. One competitor has got a lot of work cut out for him. Oh, and I think we might have gotten a little bit of luck there, as Chuck Bray was way green, but unfortunately Rick Held unable to run the number. Looks like he got a little bit loose in the marbles out there on the right-hand side. Win's going to go to Chuck Bray, running 905.6 at 146. Rick Held running a 1031.3 at 98 miles an hour. Next pair up here, we got Mark Meyer out of Fulton, Illinois, the 1995 Dragster, left-hand side. Right side, we got Jesse Smith out of Elkhorn, Wisconsin, the 2015 Racecraft chassis. the Jesse and Kelly Smith race team. Again, Super Pro, you should be in the lanes for your first round, please. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes. Second call for Super Pro. Green lights pair. 0.04 of a second separate these two drivers at the hit as they head down the quarter mile. Wind light's going to come on 4. Mark Meyer, 891.3 on the 890. 220 on the tree, had 400s to work with off the starting line. Jesse Smith gets there and breaks out. We'll see Mark Meyer back around for the second round. That's going to bring up the bye run here. Stephen Geiger out of Amana, Iowa. The 2013 S&W chassis. Again, Super Pro, we need you to the lanes for your first round, please. Super Pro, to the lanes for your first round. Super Pro, we need you up in the lanes. Stephen Geiger on the bye run, 003 at the hit. Turns the clocks off with 891.3. How about that? 16 total on the bye run. Steven will advance via the bye into the second round. Being 16 total doesn't hurt either. Again, Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. First round, Super Pro, to the lanes for your first round of competition. We're going to roll right into Super Gas. First round of Super Gas. All right, rolling right into the first round of Super Gas. We got Dale Evans out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. That new beautiful Camaro Roadster he picked up earlier this season. Sponsored by Andy's Towing of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Right-hand side, we got Keith Kuhn out of Minden, Nebraska. The 1987 Thunderbird. Red light start for Keith by 023. Dale Evans is 005 red, but in the double red light, Dale Evans is going to pick up the automatic win as he heads down the quarter mile. Clicks off the timer is 985.6, 161 miles an hour. We will see Dale Evans back around for the second round. It's going to bring up Rick Bowman out of Solon, Iowa, the 1967 Nova. Right-hand side, we got Chuck Lewinsky out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, the 1991 Cutlass. Drivers are in. Green lights a pair. A little over 100 separate the drivers at the head as they head down the quarter mile. One light's going to come on for Chuck Lewinsky, 992.3 on the 990. He was 15 on the tree. Margin of victory comes out to be 85/10,000ths of a second. Bowman's 028 at the hit, runs closer to the 990 with the 991.8, but the win's going to go to Chuck Lewinsky. Don Freeze on the left-hand side out of Omaha, Nebraska, the 67 Nova. Right-hand side, we got Ross Smutney out of Lincoln, Nebraska, in the 67 Chevy Nova. 267 Chevy 2s going at it here. First round of Super Gas. Super Pro. Again, Super Pro. If you're not in the lanes, Super Pro, you are late. We're going to be running here pretty soon. Super Pro, need you in the lanes for first round. Ross waiting for Don. Both are in. Here we go. Ross Smutney has his work cut out for him as they head down the quarter mile. One light's going to come on forward. Don Freeze, he runs dead 9, 009 at the hit. Ross Smutney breaks out trying to catch him. Don Freeze is 18 total, and he will move on to the second round. It's going to bring up Carl Root and Dennis White. Carl Root out of Washington, Illinois, the 63 Chevy 2. Dennis White out of oh my goodness, that's easy for me to say. Manitoba, Canada, in the 97 Camaro. Both drivers are in. 3 comes down. Green lights pair. 16,000 separate them at the hit as they head down the quarter mile. Win light's going to come on for Dennis White in a double breakout. 988.0 beats a 987.3 closer to the dial. Dennis White had the starting line advantage 0.34 to an 0.50. Margin of victory comes down to be 77/10,000ths of a second. So we will see Dennis White back for the second round of competition. Next pair up here, we got Michael Moore out of Lincoln, Nebraska, the 2003 Corvette Roadster. Facing off against Kurt Potach, the Doctor, out of Austin, Minnesota, the 97 Beretta. It's pretty cool when you still see cars that have the Don S. Racecraft stickers on them with Kurt's entry, that Beretta. Again, Super Pro, you should be in the lanes for your first round. Super Pro to the lanes for first round. 0.04 of a second separate these drivers at the hit. Mike comes off the throttle stop, chasing down Kurt. Win light's going to come on for Mike. 997 or 990 dead on with the 731 on the tree. Kurt had the starting line advantage, but broke out by a 1 stinking thou, getting their 100th ahead. But the margin of victory is going to be 88/10,000ths Mike Moore's way. He will head on to the second round of competition. All right, rolling right into the first round of Super Pro. We got Brian Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin, the 99 Mullis Dragster, facing off against Neil Finder in the 75 Kawasaki motorcycle, dialed in at a 904. Just about a second. Going to separate these two drivers at the hit. Red light start for Neil Finder. He's 011 red. Brian Yeomans is 006 green. Neil's going to go ahead and ease off the throttle on the bike. Yeomans runs an 8060 on the 808 dial. Breakout does not matter with the red light. Brian was tuned up, 006 on the tree. Neil turns at 011 red. So we will see Brian back around for the second round of competition with Super Pro. All right, as we get Neil cleared off the racetrack there with the bike. All right, it's going to bring up Josh Bockenstead out of Farley, Iowa, the 73 Nova dialed in at a 984 left side. Right side, Jaron Christensen, the 83 Suzuki, dials that bike into an 865. Both drivers are pre-staged. Staged, here we go. Green lights pair. 0.12 of a second separate them at the starting line. As they head down the quarter mile, the win light's going to come on for Jaron Christensen, 865.3 on the 865 dial-in. He's dead 3, 28 on the tree. Bockenstead was 40 on the tree, runs 3 over.
Line dial.
All right, Super Street, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Street to the staging lanes for your first round of competition. Super Street to the lanes. It's going to bring up Dustin Meyer out of Walford, Iowa, and the dragster on the left-hand side, dialed into a 746. Right side, Jacob Miller out of Iowa, the 2000 dragster, dials into a 863. Clean and green off the hit. They're 20 total between the two of them on the starting line. One driver has a 00 light. One light's going to come on for Dustin Meyer, 746.9. He's dead 9, 12 total. 200th margin of victory. Miller was 17 on the tree, runs 2 above, no good. We're going to see Dustin Meyer back for the second round of competition in Super Street. Kevin Ollinger out of Atkins, Iowa, 68 Camaro left-hand side, dials into an 872. And Kevin Hawk out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin, the 98 Camaro, dials into a 1022. A second and a half separate these drivers at the hit. Again, Super Street will take you to the lanes for first round. Super Street to the lanes for your first round of competition. 7,000ths of a second separate the drivers at the starting line as they head down the quarter mile. Win light's going to come on for Kevin Hawk in a breakout. Kevin Ollinger gets there first by 700ths of a second, but breaks it out by quite a bit. Kevin Hawk's 1 over, 24 on the tree. He will pick up the win. Going to bring up Garrett Chitty on the left-hand side at Grimes, Iowa. Third-gen Camaro dials into an 869. David Primrose out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the 06 Suzuki, dials his bike into an 838. Primrose is going to give up about 0.3 of a second head start to Chitty as he'll chase him down on the Suzuki. Red light start for Chitty by 0.02 of a second. Primrose is 021 green as he'll head down the stripe with his win light on the 838 dial. Goes 838.3, dead 3 to be 24 total first round. Garrett Chitty only 002 red. He ended up being 1 over. Would have been a great drag race. We'll see Primrose back for the second round of competition in Super Pro. Super Street, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes for the first round of competition. Super Street to the lanes. It's going to bring up Dalton Waugh out of, I'm not even going to try this one. He's out of Iowa on a 95 Spitzer. Can I get an assist here? Makokata, Iowa. I'm just a simple guy from Minnesota. I don't know half these towns. Left-hand side, we got Austin Bain out of Davenport, Iowa, in the 2000 Trans Am, dialed in at a 1060. Green light's a pair. They're 29 total at the hit. One driver has a 00 reaction. One light's going to come on for Austin Bain in a breakout. Dalton gets there by 1/10 of a second to break it out by 3. He was 003 at 007 at the hit. Austin's 22 on the tree, runs 6 over, and will take the win. It's going to bring up Mark Rosenbaum out of Stoughton, Wisconsin, the 23 Miller dragster, dialed into an 814. Left-hand side, Matt Melchert out of Hopkinton, Iowa, the 2007 Racecraft chassis, dials into a 766. Again, Super Street, we need you to the lanes for first round pairing. Super Street to the lanes. Super Street to the lanes. Got Melchert and Rosenbaum squaring off here, first round of Super Pro. $15,000 separate them at the starting line. Win light's going to come on for Mark Rosenbaum. He's dead 3, 33 on the tree. Gets there by 100th of a second. Melchert runs dead 4, but was 48 at the tree. Put the numbers together, the margin of victory comes out to be 100th of a second. We will see Rosenbaum back for the second round of competition. Got Joey Notch on the left-hand side out of Blairstown, Iowa, the 74 pickup truck, dialed in at a 929. And Mike Melsha out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the 73 Duster, dials in to a 912. Drivers are only 7 thousandths apart at the starting line. And at the top end, win light comes on for Mike Melsha, 9:13.6 on the 9:12 dial-in. Joey Notch gets there first, but breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Had a little bit of room there, but Melsha will pick up the win and advance the second round. Again, Super Street, if you're not already in the lanes, we need you. Super Street, go ahead and head on up for first round, Super Street. Jason Asbill Sr. out of Cedar Falls, Iowa, left-hand side. Dials into a 929, and Coley Novak, right-hand side, out of Atkins, Iowa, in the 87 Mazda, dialed in at a 965. Junior Dragsters, we will take you to the lanes for your first round. Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Green lights a pair. 200 separate them at the hit. Top end, win light's going to come on for Novak. 967.9 on the 965 dial-in, was 200ths off on the hit. But Jason just could not run the number there. Margin of victory comes out to be 98 ten-thousandths of a second. Coley Novak will pick up the win in advance. Again, Junior Dragsters and Super Street. Junior Dragsters and Super Street will take you to the staging lanes. Left-hand side, Michael Freeman out of Albany, Illinois. The 1971 Duster dials into a 992. And Allison Pierce, right side, out of Columbus Junction, Iowa. The 2001 Racecraft chassis dials into a 937. Red light start for Freeman. He's 021 red. As Allison Pierce will have her win light on. Dials at 937, runs 936.9. 1 thou off the dial, but with the red light, Allison Pierce will pick up the win. Next pair up here, we got Ryan Rutledge out of Centertown, Missouri, in the 75 pickup truck, dialed in at a 959. And Craig A. Schultz out of Chatfield, Minnesota, the 2021 Racecraft chassis dragster, dialed in at a 786. Green lights a pair. 3,000 separate them at the starting line. As Schultz gives chase. Win light's going to come on for Schultz. 788 on the 786 dial-in. 034 on the tree. Rutledge was 2 over, 37 on the tree. Margin of victory comes out to be 1/100th of a second. Again, Super Street, Junior Dragsters, Super Street and Junior Dragsters will take you to the staging lanes. It's going to bring up Mitch Melchert out of Hopkinton, Iowa, in the 2010 Dragster, dialed in at a 783. And Craig Fennersteel, all right, sorry about that, out of Walker, Kansas, the 09 motorcycle. Again, Junior Dragsters, we'll start taking to the lanes. Looks like we are pretty full on Super Street, but if you're not in the lanes yet for Super Street, you are late. They're off clean and green as Mitch gives chase to Craig as they head down the quarter mile. Woodline's going to come on for Mitch Melchert in a double breakout. He's 1 under. Craig is 7 under. Margin of victory comes out to be 0.05 of a second. Melchert was 018 on the tree. Craig was 24. But the double breakout win goes to Mitch Melchert. Left-hand side, we got Paige Davis in the 2012 Spitzer Dragster, dialed in at a 776. Right side, Zach Miller in the 01 Worthy chassis, dialed in at an 854. Again, Junior Dragsters, we need you to the lanes. Junior Dragsters, need you to the lanes. Green light start, 9,000, 8,000 separate them at the hit. At the top end, win light's going to come on for Paige Davis in a double breakout. Davis breaks out by 2, Miller breaks out by 3. Starting on the advantage went to Zach Miller, he was 011. Paige Davis was 019. Margin victory comes out to be 1/100th of a second. We'll see Paige Davis come back for the second round. Gonna bring up Dan Steffens out of Sherrill, Iowa in the 01 undercover dragster, dialed in at a 905, and Mike Miller, right-hand side, out of Robbins, Iowa in the 2000 dragster, dialed in at a 774. Again, junior dragsters, we will take you to the staging lanes. Juniors, we need you in the lanes. Green lights a pair. Somebody's got a 500th advantage coming off the starting line. Win light comes on for Mike Fuller. Runs a 777 on the 774 dial-in. He was 11 on the tree. Steffens gets there first, but breaks out. Just did not have the starting line advantage, handing the win to Mike Fuller. Got Scott Tippy Dugdale out of Stacy, Minnesota. The 82 Camaro, Shake and Bake Racing, dials in to a 1071. Right-hand side, we got Sabrina Neiman out of Illinois in the 2021 Spitzer Dragster, dials in to an 807. Well, drivers are in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. 200 separate them at the hit. Win light's going to come on for Scott Dugdale. 1 over, 27 on the tree. Margin of victory comes out to be 73 10,000ths of a second. Sabrina runs dead 2, but was 44 at the hit. Win light goes to Scott Dugdale. It's going to bring up Jim Earlbrick out of North Buena Vista, Iowa in the 2005 Grand Am. Dialed in at an 830. And Scott Miller, right-hand side, in the 67 Chevy 2 wagon, dialed in at a 1069. Sponsored by Hometown Plumbing and Heating in the Grocery Getter. Green lights a pair. 300 separate them at the starting line as they head down the strip. Win light's going to come on for Jim Earlbrick in a double breakout. Scott Miller gets there first by 700ths to break it out by 5. Jim's only 4 thou under, so the win will go to Jim, and we will see him in the next round. Again, junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes. Going to bring up Tyler Stitch out of Fruitland, Iowa, in the 97 Spitzer Dragster, dialed in at a 760. And Amy Holtgrew out of Ashland, Nebraska, the 2000 S10, dialed in at a 985. Green lights a pair, only 6,000 separate him at the starting line. As Tyler gives chase to Amy. Win light's going to come on for Amy. 987.3 on the 985 dial, 17 at the tree. Tyler was 23 at the tree, but runs 5 over. Win light's going to go to Amy. We got Mike Helverson, left-hand side, out of Earlville, Iowa. Dialed in at a 930. And Jeff Petka out of the Wadsworth, Illinois, in the 2000 Edquay Dragster. He'll put his dial at an 893. One of our Super Comp competitors coming back around for Super Pro. Junior dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes for your first round. Junior dragsters to the lanes. Now Jeff is running a top-end throttle stop in this Super Comp. Now Super Pro, but in Super Comp, running the top-end throttle stop. So this is may look like a bit of a strange drag race, as he's really going to drop the anchor down at about 1,000 feet. And he turns the red line on. 011 red, Mike Helverson's 13 green. He will get the win. On the 930 dial, runs a 932.0. We will see Mike back around for second round of Super Pro. Again, junior dragsters, if you're not in the lanes, junior dragsters, we need you. Junior dragsters to the lanes. Bring up Kyle Freese out of Blair, Nebraska, the 2003 undercover dragster, dialed in at an 890, and Bob Wright out of Toddville, Iowa, the 08 Spitzer Roadster, dials into a 924. Kyle and Bob move into the stage beams. They're both in. Here we go. Clean and green. Bob's got his work cut out for him. So head down the quarter mile. One light's going to come on for Kyle Freeze, 891.7 on the 890. Kyle had the starting line advantage by about 500, so parlayed that to a victory. Last pair of Super Pro is going to be a bye for Al Grimm out of Dundee, Iowa, in the 2008 Racecraft Dragster. Dialed in at a 772. Grimm's 009 on the buy run here. On his 772 dial-in, he will run a 771.9. So that closes out first round of Super Pro as we will begin to roll Super Street down to the water box here. Junior Dragsters, you should be in the lanes. Junior Dragsters, you should be in the lanes.
All right, here we go. Round number one of Super Street, the 1090 Index cars. Jerry Jones, left lane in the 81 Monte Carlo, taking on Scott Rudo in the right, the 84 S10. Only 2,000 separate them on the starting line. Win light going to go to the S10. 34 on the tree and 31 above to be 65 total. Going to get the win, getting there first by 38 ten-thousandths of a second. Heading into round number two, Jerry Jones was 32 on the tree and 36 above. Good lap for him. Unfortunately, on the wrong side of another good lap by Scott Rudo, your winner there. That'll bring up Vince LaRue, the 70 Nova out of Redland, Iowa. Taking on Jeff Wheats out of Morrison, Illinois, the 72 CUDA. Jeff Wheats, 001. Vince LaRue, 13th out behind. Win light going to go to Jeff Wheats. He's 001 and 12 above to be 13 total. Vince, 14 on the tree, dead 4 to be 18 total. So another good race out of both of those gentlemen. Jeff Wheats getting the better of it by 56 ten-thousandths of a second. I'll bring up Scott LaRue and Emily Novak. Emily out of Fairfax, Iowa, the 75 Camaro. Scott LaRue, Redland, Iowa, the 81 Camaro. $17,000 difference on the starting line. Win light, Scott LaRue on a double breakout. Emily Novak goes 1088-1. Breaks it out more. Scott LaRue 1089-1. So Emily Novak breaking it out 19,000. Scott LaRue breaking it out 9. Scott moving on to round number 2. Robert Lay and Chris Tice. Chris out of Hoskins, Nebraska, the 66 Nova in the right lane. Robert Lay, LaBelle, Missouri, the 99 Mustang. Both of them are going to see just how close to 1090 they can be. Only 2 thou difference up front. Small starting line advantage to the Mustang. Win light going to go to the Mustang. 27 and 28 above. Picks up the win. Chris 29 on the tree and 34 above. Rob Relay getting there first by 83 ten-thousandths of a second. I'll bring up a track sponsor in J. Holmes. Holmes Braden Construction have been a sponsor out here for a long time, so we appreciate it, Jay. The 68 Camaro out of Waterloo, Iowa in the left lane, taking on Terry Barton. 67 Nova out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Area Gardner and a landscaper. Dug himself a hole right off the starting line. We're going to see if Jay Holmes in the Camaro can hang on, and he does. 21 and 57 above. Terry, 58 on the tree and 40 above. Jay gets there first by 20, takes the win, and will see himself in round number 2 a little later on this afternoon. Kurt Harshfield, Sioux City, Iowa, the 55 Chevy. Taking on Gene Prokop, the 78 Malibu out of Omaha, Nebraska. $50,000 total on the starting line. Pretty sizable advantage to the left lane. Win light to the left lane. 007 and a tenth above, over a tenth above. Gene 43 on the tree and much more above. Kurt getting there first by over a tenth, getting the win. Kind of an odd race there, as both of them well off 1090. As they seem to have scattered some rocks on the starting line. Quick little cleanup and back to racing. Valerie Chitty out of Grimes, Iowa, the 2010 Camaro. In the quick performance left lane. Jay Wilson out of Milan, Illinois, the 64 Nova, sitting in the right. Jay Wilson going to click it 003 on the wrong side of green. Valerie Chitty 12 up front. Going to take the free ride down Broadway. 12 up front, dead 6, 18 total. Jay 59 above at 142 mile an hour. Valerie Chitty moves on to round number 2. Jim Nobin and Scott Cowles. Scott, the 78 Chevy out of Fremont, Nebraska. The 43-year engineer, sponsored by The Quilting Place. Taking on Jim Nobin, Holman, Wisconsin, the 68 Camaro. Nice, sharp-looking car. Scott clicks at 004 red. Jim Nobin 60 on the tree, dead 1. Scott would have had a lot of room to move down there if he could have just stayed green, as he was only 11 above. So Jim Nobin moving on via red light from Scott. Next pair up, John Miller, Waterloo, Iowa, the 90 Trans Am. Taking on Ed Holmgren, Oak Park, Minnesota, the 62 Nova, another sharp-looking car in the right lane. Holmgren gets the win, 70 up front, dead 7. John Miller, 84, dead 1. Gets there first by 83 ten-thousandths of a second. Moves on to round number 2. Alrighty, pro buybacks will take you to the front of lanes 4 and 5. Pro buybacks will take you to the front of lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro buybacks, your first call to the front of lanes 4 and 5. Chuck Rose and Roger Van Ersvelde. Roger out of Brooklyn, Iowa. Chuck Rose out of South Sioux City, Nebraska. Only 3 thou difference up front for the gentleman. Win light. Give it to Roger as Chuck breaks out a ton. Takes over a tenth and a half a stripe. Goes 10.79.0 at 126. Roger 86 up front. Goes 10.94.2 at 139. Picks up the win. Chuck Lewinsky, Prior Lake, Minnesota, the 91 Cutlass, taking on the Shift Point Media car of Wade Samuel out of Morrison, Colorado. Only 4 thou separate them on the starting line, both off the stop and powering and down through the quarter mile. Win light going to go to Wade, 11 and 10 above to be 21 total. Chuck, 007, takes 61, breakout 47. So once again, pro buybacks will take you to the front of the lanes, please. Pro buybacks will take you to the front of lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro buybacks will take you to the front of lanes 4 and 5. Roger Hayward out of Ankeny, Iowa in the right lane, the 67 Ford Fairlane. Taking on Mark Von Heater, the 68 Camaro in the left. Hop skipping a jump for both the gentlemen. Roger clicks at 25 red. Mark 008. See how tight of a package he can put together. Going to break it out a little. Goes 10.88.6 at 149 mile an hour, but gets some data on the free run. Roger on the other side, 10.98.8 at 137 miles an hour. I believe this will be our last pair of Super Street cars coming to the starting line right now. Nick Vogelsang, the 67 Nova out of East Peoria, Illinois. Taking on Lee Kaputska, Roselle, Illinois, the 71 Plymouth. Nick Vogelsang, 24 behind. And Lee's going to get the win. 33 up front. Lee, 33 up front, 10.94.5 at 131 mile an hour for the win. Nick, 57, breaks it out, trying to get there. Oh, I'm sorry, breaks it out 2, taking 23. So he had an opportunity to make it work for him, and unfortunately goes too quick. Pro buybacks. Pro buybacks will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro buybacks will take you to lanes 4 and 5. We are rolling into our junior dragster class here. Pro buybacks. You should be in lanes 4 and 5. Last and final call. Pro buybacks. You should be in lanes 4 and 5. Pro winners, we will take you to the back of lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro winners will take you to the back of lanes 4 and 5. So once again, last and final call. Pro buybacks to the front of lanes 4 and 5. First call, winners to the back. Bennett Meyer picks up the win there. 79 up front, goes 899.6 on the 894 dial. Landon Cook a little behind on the starting line. Breaks it out, trying to keep up with Bennett. So Bennett Meyer will find himself on the winner's side going into round number 2. Landon can come back around for the free Conti race, sponsored by Brandospeed. So once again, last and final call, Pro ET buybacks. Last and final call, Pro ET buybacks. Pro winners will take you to the back of lanes 4 and 5. Pro winners to the back of lanes 4 and 5, please. It looks like both of our juniors maybe died on the line here. So they're running up to grab the starters, and we'll get them fired back up, and we'll get them back down the track. Slade Hess and Charlie Patchik. Charlie was our number 1 qualifier yesterday. Dialed in at 990 in the right lane. Slade Hess out of Eli, Iowa, 790 in the left. So we'll get both juniors fired back up here. Ain't nothing but a thing. We'll get back to it. So another little break in the action is Charlie doesn't get off the starting line, and then Slade has a little trouble getting off the track on the big end. Down there to clear some debris off the starting or off the 8th mile line. And then we'll get the juniors off the track and we'll get back to racing again. So once again, if you are a pro car in competition or want to be in competition, you should be in the lanes. Pro cars, you should be in the lanes if you are still in competition. Once again, pro cars, you should be in the lanes.
All right, quick 16. He would like you to head to the top of the lanes for pairing. Quick 16, this is your first call. Head to the top of the lanes for pairing. Quick 16.
We got all the trinkets that the junior left for us on the starting line, or on the 8th mile finish line. We got those cleaned up, and we are back to racing. Quick 16, we'll take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Quick 16, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Once again, quick 16, we'll take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. As we are working our way through the day, slowly but surely. The good news is well, the bad news is we're a little bit behind schedule of where we plan to be for the day. The good news is we are still probably an hour and 20 minutes, hour and a half ahead of schedule from yesterday. So steady as she goes, we'll right the ship and keep on moving. So once again, pro cars, you should be in the lanes. Quick 16, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Sportsman cars, you are on standby. Sportsman cars, you are on standby. We'll be giving you a call here in just a little bit. Sportsman cars, you are on standby. But quick 16, we need you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Sportsman buyback. Sportsman buyback. We'll take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman buyback. We'll take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman buyback. Your call to lanes 2 and 3. Last call, quick 16. Last call, quick 16. We need you up here. Last call, quick 16, please. So into Pro ET we go. Board didn't clear. All right, so into Pro ET, Dan Steffens, left lane, 903, the dial. Doug Heinrichs in the right, 987, the dial for Doug. This is very much a must-win for Dan. As something seems to be happening to Doug Heinrichs here on the starting line. I believe Doug Heinrichs has a little smoke coming out of the back of his car. Alex lifts the panel real quick to check and see if it's all right. Doug gets the all clear. Must have had some tire smoke or something get stuck in the back. Suppose better safe than sorry in the long run. So Dan Steffens, left lane, 903 the dial out of Sherrill, Iowa. Doug Heinrichs, 987 the dial out of Dyersville, Iowa. Like I said, almost a must-win round for Dan if he wants to keep his points lead. And Doug Heinrichs puts a hurt on him on the starting line. Down to the other end of the track. Winlight going to go 2. Give it to Dan Steffens. Dan, 37 on the tree and 30 above to be 67 total. Doug Heinrichs gift wraps one for him. 004 on the tree. Take 80 to break out 20 or 17. Yikes. Doug Heinrichs just had to turn around and look for him and didn't. So Dan Steffens gets away with one there in the second round, and that'll keep his points championships hope alive as now the chips kind of fall where they may as we move through round number 2. Craig Traeger, left lane, 11:34 the dial in the Mercury. And he's going to turn it 001 red. Tim Kanyat at East Dubuque, Illinois in the Nova, going to pick up the win. Tim 74 up front and 5 under on the free hit. Greg shuts it off early, takes a nice Sunday cruise down the left lane. And he'll have to try again in October. That'll be our next regular ET race. First weekend of October, Wally weekend, our season finale. Hard to think that the season's just a month left. Bob Dish, left lane, 71 Vega, Verona, Wisconsin. Charlie Sullivan, Manchester, Iowa, the 70 Duster. And Bob Dish is going to turn it 007 red. Charlie Sullivan, 33 on the tree. And goes 28 above, taking the win. Moving on to round number 3. Bob Dish goes 10.55.2 on the 10.54 at 126 mile an hour. Ron Willeen, Eldridge, Iowa, the 71 Nova in the left lane. Ryan Seffrud, 10.26 the dial out of Oregon, Wisconsin, the 69 Camaro. Almost a second and a half head start here for Ron. Pretty sizable starting line advantage for the Nova. Winlight going to go to the Nova. How about 27? Dead zero. 27 total. Ryan Seffrud, 86 on the tree. Mathematically ineligible. Ron Wayleen picking up the win. Moving on. That'll bring up the Mustang of Frank Rechterman, Cave Creek, Arizona. I believe he calls Arizona his home in the winter. Coggin, Iowa is his home throughout the summer. 982 the dial. Bob Ridenauer out of Manchester. 1007 the dial for the CUDA. Frank, 006 red, and he is not going to like that time slip when he gets to it. Bob Ridenauer, 124 on the tree, goes 1011 with a 9 at 131 mile an hour. But Frank turns it 006 red in what would have been a pretty easy race for him to pick up, as Bob just flat out misses it. Novak, left lane, 970 the dial for the Mazda. Bob Siegworth. The Nova out of Otter Creek, Iowa, just a little south of Dubuque. Bob, of course, runs Iowa Speed and Supply. Track sponsor out here at Tri-State. How about wheels up for Bob? Nice little launch. Only 1 thou separate them up front. Quarter mile stripe, Winlight says. Give it to the Mazda. Last call, Sportsman buybacks. Last call, Sportsman buybacks. First call, Sportsman winners. Last call, Sportsman buybacks. First call, Sportsman winners. So once again, Sportsman, last call, buybacks. First call, winners. Quick 16, you appear to be all in the lanes as we are about halfway through the pro class. marching into the afternoon. Paul Heim, left lane, St. Charles, Minnesota, taking on Sabrina Neiman, Batavia, Illinois. And Paul is off and away. What a violent launch that car's got. And Sabrina gives chase. 58th out difference on the tree. Sabrina goes down there and coasts it onto a win. She's 009, goes 948 at 122 mile an hour. Well out of it. Paul, 67 on the tree, goes 1353.8 at 101. Well off of his dial as well. I'll bring up a couple of Quad Cities racers. The Moline Madman, Jason Seeley, in the 70 Duster, taking on Steve Pifkin, the 85 Daytona. 1080 the dial for Steve in the left lane. 1128 the dial for Jason Seeley in the right. Steve Pipkin going to turn it 28 red. Jason Seeley 32 on the tree. Is going to power the Duster all the way down the lane on the free pass. It goes 11.26.6 at 118 mile an hour. Steve, other side, goes 10.78.0 at 121. But turns it red and ends his day in the second round. So Jason will move on to the ladder. Into the money rounds. Mike Wymore, the 80 Plymouth Arrow, Oskaloosa, Iowa, 918 the dial. Austin began in the right lane, the 2000 Trans Am, 1063 the dial. Mike Wymore turns it 12 red. Austin began 62 on the tree. Sees his win light come on. And goes 10.59.3 at 126 mile an hour. Mike, 9.15.2 at 145 gets there first. Few drops of cleanup here on the starting line as our crew gets to mopping. Next pair up, William Stender in the Mustang in the left lane. 11.38 the dial. Evan began the 99 Trans Am out of Walcott, Iowa. 10.50 the dial. And 4/10 separate them on the starting line. Win light says Evan began 67 on the tree, goes 10.76.6 at 100 mile an hour, taking 4.5 a stripe. William Stender misses the tree. I'm not even going to announce it. Goes 11.69.7 on the 11.38 at 122. Jesse Ridenauer, Mark Rosenbaum. Win light says Mark Rosenbaum. He's 21 dead zero to be 21 total, getting there first by 2 thou. Jesse Ridenauer was 49 on the tree and breaks out as he was mathematically eliminated off the starting line. Another little cleanup to do in the left lane as they get to mopping again. Valerie Chitty and Bruce Stockman. Valerie right lane 1036. Bruce Stockman starting line advantage in the left, but cannot get the job done. Valerie is 59 on the tree and 42 above. Bruce starting line advantage, but the car can't get there for him. And Valerie will move on and pick up some points. As it is like a 3-4-way battle right now for the points championship. I know I keep hammering on it, but Pro is probably one of our more competitive classes out here. All the racers are very much don't like to lose, and Pro has been a heated battle for a lot of years. Last call, sportsman. Last call, sportsman cars. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. Last call, sportsman cars. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. Christian Vargason and John Olbrich headed down Broadway right now. John Olbrich 005 light. And Christian Vargason's going to pick up the win. He's 16 on the tree and 10 above. 26 total. John Olbrich 005, but the car falls off. He goes 1031-2 on the 1024 dial. So Christian Vargason moving on to round number 3. Austin Ridenauer in the right lane, the 70 Dart out of Manchester, Iowa, 10:02 the dial. Nathan Riley, LaPlace, Illinois, 11:74 the dial for the 89 Trans Am. $29 thousandths separate them on the starting line. Win light going to go to Austin Ridenauer. He's 20 and 12 above to be 32 total. Gets there first by 26 thou. Nathan Riley 49 on the tree, dead 9. Had a good run going, but a little bit tardy on the tree, and it costs him a win as he will end his day right there. Austin Ridenauer moving on to round number 3. Troy Stender and Kevin Hack. 1023 the dial for Kevin, 877 the dial for Troy. Only 5 thou different on the tree. Down to the quarter-mile finish line. Win light. Troy Stender, 35, dead 8, gets the win. Kevin Hack, 30 and 14 above. So Stender gets the win by 1 thou over Kevin Hack, and Kevin Hack, who was second in points, is now eliminated on the final day of the points race. So he will see if he can hang on to that number 2 spot. Ryan Rutledge gets away with one. 140 on the tree. Aaron Wolf turns at 61 red. And the Love Truck goes 968.6 at 137 miles an hour, getting the win. Aaron Wolf 1116.9 at 117 miles an hour. Gonna have a good race here. Bill Cox out of Mabel, Minnesota, 913 the dial. The 48 Anglia in the left lane. Jacob Shepard, Holman, Wisconsin, the 99 Firebird. $10.86 for Jacob. Trophy cars will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Trophy cars will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Trophy cars, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Trophy cars, lanes 4 and 5. Jacob Shepard clicks at 25 red. Bill Cox going to take the free pass, 38 and 62 above. Bill Cox a little off the dial, but going to get the job done regardless.
Yes, he won.
Jeff Freeman Jr., 10:04 the dial for the bypass. That being said, I'm going to hand the microphone back over to what I would say is the better announcer on the property this weekend, as I very much consider myself a fill-in. So Brian Zenzen's going to take you through the next few classes, including the stock super stock combo coming up soon.
All right, going to do a little bit of track prep here as we get the Quick 16 ready to have their first round of competition here. Well, we do have some downtime stock and super stock racers. Listen up, we are not calling you to the lanes yet, but when we do call you for second round, be advised, we are going to squeeze stock and super stock round 3 in at the completion of Super Street. So once you get back, this is going to be a little bit of a quick turnaround. So it's going to be a quick cool and fuel, but stock and super stock, we will run round 3 after Super Street. So if you look at the run order, you got stock and super stock, super comp, super gas, super pro, super street. We will run round 3 of stock and super stock following round 2 of Super Street. So make sure when you come back, when you hear that call for Super Street, stock and super stock will be next in the order. So stock and super stock, just a heads up, you're not being called yet. But a heads up for following second round, we are going to go ahead and cut the field down in half again. So be advised for that call. Again, trophy cars, we did call you guys to the lanes. So trophy cars, you are needed to the lanes. Trophy, head on up. And well, we have a break in the action. Trophy cars, trophy cars. If you are not headed to the staging lanes, you should be. Trophy cars, we need you in the lanes. And again, just a heads up for stock and super stock competitors, we are not calling you yet. But we will run round 3 at the completion of Super Street round 2. So make sure you are listening for that call, stock and super stock racers. We're going to cut you down after round 2 and run round 3 at the completion of Super Street round 2. So heads up, make sure you're listening for the call. All right, we got quick 16 rolling into the water box. One final call for trophy cars. Trophy cars, if you are not in the lanes, you need to be. Trophy cars to the lanes. All right, here we go. Quick 16, first round. Mitch Melchert, left lane. 2010 Dragster dialed in at a 782, right lane. Dalton Waugh in the 95 Spitzer dialed into a 743, 4/10 of a second. Going to separate these drivers at the starting line as we roll into our first round of the quick 16. Quick 16 sponsored by Wright-Way Trailers. Mitch and Dalton are pre-stage as they roll into the stage beams to kick off first round of the quick 16. Both cars are off on the green. A little over 100th of a second separate the drivers at the hit. Finish line, winner says Mitch Melchert. Runs 783.3 on the 782 dial. He was 35 on the treat. Dalton had the starting line advantage, 021. Gets there first, but breaks it out by 2, handing the win to Mitch. Next round here, we got Dustin Meyer out of Walford, Iowa. Dialed in at a 747. Right lane, we have David Primrose out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, the 06 Suzuki. I believe this is the lone bike in the quick 16. David taking on the dragsters and the one-door car we have. Quick 16 primarily dominated by dragsters today. Clean and green, 1,000th of a second separate them at the hit. They're 19 total between the two of them. At the stripe, win light's going to come on for Dustin Meyer. He's dead 9, 10 at the tree. Primrose 2 over, 009 on the tree. Dustin's margin of victory by 100th of a second. He's 19 total first round of the quick 16. Dustin will move on to the second round. Next pair up here, we got Al Grimm out of Dundee, Iowa. The 2008 Racecraft Dragster dials into a 771. Right lane, we've got Bill Black out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The 2012 Racecraft Dragster dials into a 690. 0.8 of a second handicap head start going to Al Grimm. As Bill's going to run that supercharged dragster down the quarter mile and try to chase down Al. Green lights a pair. Somebody's 007. Head down the quarter mile. One light's going to come on for Al Grimm. 771. He's dead 8. 007 on the tree to be 15 total. Bill's 1 over, 23 on the tree. No good. 100th margin of victory going Al Grimm's way. We'll see him come back for second round. Next pair up here in the quick 16, left side, we got Ray Thompson out of Waterloo, Iowa, dials the dragster into an 890. Right side, we got Cale Davis out of New Boston, Illinois, in the 98 Mustang, dials into a 751. See Cale purging the nitrous there on the starting line, giving the people what they'd like to see. Thanks, Tyler Beebe, for the shout out. All right, we got both pairs in the stage beam. One final car, trophy cars, trophy cars. If you are not in the lanes, trophy cars, you need to be in the lanes. They go at the hit, clean and green. Ray Thompson's got the starting line advantage as they head down the quarter mile. Win light's going to come on for Ray Thompson. Dead 6, 009 on the tree to be 15 total. Cale Davis runs 2 over, 33 on the tree. Win light's going to go to Ray Thompson. Margin victory, 0.03 of a second. Combo. Combo cars, stock and super stock combo. We will take A side of the ladder. Stock and super stock combo, A side of the ladder. Remember, stock and super stock competitors, we need you to be on alert after Super Street. We're going to run third round. So stock and super stock combos, we will take A side of the ladder. Next pair up here for the Quick 16, we got Matt Melchert out of Hopkinton, Iowa. 2007 Racecraft Dragster dials into a 766. Right side, Emily Novak out of Fairfax, Iowa. The 2016 American Dragster dialed into a blistering 634. I'd like to have a 766 Dragster and think that you're not going to get chased, but here we are in the Quick 16. Again, combo cars, stock and super stock, A side of the ladder, needed in staging. Stock and super stock cars, A side of the ladder, 2 staging. Red light start by 0.005 of a second for Emily Novak. Melchert's 007 green on the 66 dial, and he runs a 764.3. Breakout does not matter with the red light. Melchert was 007 on the tree and will advance to the second round of the Quick 16 presented by Wright Trailers. Next pair up here of the Quick 16, we got Paige Davis left side. 2012 Spitzer Dragster dials into a 773. Right side, Zach Miller out of Independence, Iowa. The 01 Worthy Dragster dials into a 738. 0.4 of a second separate these two at the hit. Again, combo cars, stock and super stock. We need A side of the ladder for stock and super stock to the lanes. Paige and Zach are in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. 15,000 separate them at the hit. Somebody's 006. One light's going to go to the 006. Paige Davis dead 2. 006 on the tree to be 8 total. Nasty. 100th margin of victory. Zach Miller runs dead 2. 19 on the tree. Not good enough when the person in the other lane is 8 total. Paige Davis moves on. Again, stock and super stock competitors, be on alert. We're going to run third round after Super Street. So when you're coming up, be sure you are listening for that call. Stock and super stock. We need A side of the ladder to the lanes. Shelby Peterson comes up. Council Bluffs, Iowa in the 08 A&E Dragster dials into a 745. Brian Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin. The 99 Mullis dials into an 806. Green lights a pair. Almost identical at the hit. 4,000 separate them. One light's going to come on for Brian Yeomas. He's dead 6, 42 on the tree. Shelby Peterson was 46, dead 3. You put the numbers together, the margin of victory comes down to 13 10,000ths of a second with Brian Yeomans picking up the victory. He'll move on to the second round of the Quick 16. That brings up the last pair here, the Quick 16. Right side, we got Matt Kreft out of Council Bluffs, Iowa. The 2015 Dragster dials into a 614. Right side, Tyler Stitch out of Fruitland, Iowa. The 97 Spitzer Dragster dials into a 763. Matt Kreft, your number 1 qualifier here in the Quick 16. Dials up to a 614 for first round. Again, stock and super stock combo. We need A side of the ladder to the staging lanes, please. 009 red for Tyler Stitch. Matt Kreft goes 006 on the hit at the tree on that 614 dial. He's going to run a 617 forward, 221 miles an hour. So Matt Kreft, number 1 qualifier, goes 006 on the tree, and he will move on to the second round of the Quick 16 presented by Wright Trailers. Right-Way Trailers, Right-Way Trailers. Again, stock and super stock combo. I see 2 cars in the staging lanes. We'd like to have more of you. Stock and super stock combo. A side of the ladder to the staging lanes, please. Stock and super stock combo. A side of the ladder to staging, please. All right, we're going to switch gears to our sportsman class next. Going to stop here, make sure we can get a dial for our right lane. Looks like they had a Island board fall over. All right, we got that sorted out. Left-hand side, we're going to have Shelly Klein out of Durango, Iowa, in the 69 Dart, dialed in at a 12:59. Right side, Corey Miller out of Tipton, Iowa, the 68 Plymouth Barracuda, dials into a 12:12. Again, stock and super stock combo, A side of the ladder. We need you in staging. Stock and super stock combo, A side of the ladder. Need you in staging, please. Corey and Shelly getting ready to square off here. Round 2 of Sportsman. Green lights a pair. 13,000, separate them at the hit. Head on to the big end. One light's going to come on for Corey Miller, 12:25.8 on the 12:12 dial-in. Neither driver running too close to their dials. The margin of victory comes down to 15 thousandths of a second between the two of them. Corey Miller moving into round 3 of Sportsman. Next pair coming up for Sportsman, left side, we got Dave Klein out of Durango, Iowa, the 1968 GTX dialed into an 1187. And Nicholas Balk out of Cedar Falls, Iowa, in the 77 Camaro dials into a 1493. Dave and Nicholas are pre-staged, waiting for each other to hit the stage beams. Red light start for Dave Klein by 4 thousandths of a second. Going to hand the automatic win to Nicholas Balk. Right side, 72 green on the 1493 dial-in. It'll put up a 1496.3 at 90 miles an hour. So we'll see Nicholas move on to third round for Sportsman. Team our next pair, Gary Richter out of Glenville, Minnesota, the 89 Dodge Dakota pickup truck. Dials into an 1170, and Tony Henderson out of Vermilion, South Dakota, the 1972 Buick Skylark. Dials into an 1192. Tony's trying to run the wheels off that thing this weekend between stock, super stock, and Sportsman. Again, stock and super stock, A side of the ladder. Stock and super stock, A side of the ladder. We need you to staging, please. One light there going to Tony Henderson in a double breakout. Tony breaking out by 1 thou. Margin victory coming to be 0.04 of a second. Tony Henderson will move on to the third round. Stock and super stock combo B side. We will take you B side. Stock and super stock combo B side to the staging lanes, please. Stock and super stock combo B side. C, you are on high alert. Stock and super stock combo C cars, you are on high alert. Next pair of Sportsmen here, we got Suzanne Rooker out of Wasco, Illinois, dialed into a 1331. And Phil Ricker out of Alden, Minnesota, dialed in at an 1162. Phil making the way down, trying to chase down that caddy. One light's going to go to Phil. He was 001 on the tree, runs an 1167.9 on the 1162 dial-in. Suzanne just not able to run the dial-in and the caddy, so we will see Phil in the next round of Sportsmen. Again, stock and super stock combo B side. We will take you to the staging lanes, please. Stock and super stock combo B side. C, you are on high alert. Next pair up here for Sportsman, Tim Earl out of Marion, Iowa, in the 2011 Camaro. Dials into a 1229. And Dan Balk out of Waterloo, Iowa, in the El Camino. Dials into a 1275. All right, as I head down the quarter mile, starting line advantage goes to Earl. One light's going to come on for Earl. 1232.0 on the 1229 dial-in. Had the starting line advantage over Balk. 300th margin victory at the top end. Next pair up here for Sportsman, we got Rick Coleman out of Shellsburg, Iowa in the 84 Trans Am, dials into a 1240. And Jim Im out of Gutenberg, Iowa in the 19 Challenger on the left-hand side, dialed in at 1197. Getting combo cars, B side of the ladder, combo cars, B side of the ladder. You should be ready to head to staging. Combo cars, B side of the ladder to staging. And if you're on the A side and you're still sitting back at your trailer, you need to head to staging. Rick and Jim make their way down the quarter mile, 400ths of a second separate them at the hit. As they get down to the quarter mile, one light's going to come on for Rick Coleman. 1241 on the 1240 dial, and he runs one over. Jim gets there by almost 0.2 of a second, but breaks it out by 12. Could have trimmed it back a little bit, but we were going to see Rick Coleman back for the next round of Sportsman. Again, combo cars, B-side. We need you in the staging lanes. Doesn't look like we have a ton of combo cars back there. Stock and super stock combo, B-side cars. We need you in the staging lanes. It's going to bring up Stan Kopetka out of Atkinson, Nebraska. The 79 Omni Wagon dials into a 1649. And on the right side, Michelle Stepanek out of Vinton, Iowa. And the 85 Camaro dials into a 1339. Three seconds separate these drivers at the hit, with Stan getting a little over a 3-second head start to Michelle. Stock and super stock combo cars, B-side. Again, we need you to the lanes. All right, we're clean and green here. Michelle's got a pretty good advantage in her back pocket as they head down the quarter mile. Let's see what they can do against Stan. One light's going to come on for Michelle. 1345 on the 39 dial and had almost a 10th advantage on the starting line. We'll see Michelle back for the next round. All right, stock and super stock combo. We'll take all cars. Stock and super stock combo. All cars to the staging lanes. A, B, and C. Everybody to the staging lanes, please. Stock and super stock. Everybody to the lanes. That brings up Sky Borchardine out of Mabel, Minnesota in the 92 Mustang. And Carolyn Coleman out of Shellsburg, Iowa, the 01 Mustang. Sky dialed to a 1390. Carolyn dialed to a 1409. Red light start for Carolyn by 019. They're going to hand the automatic win to Sky with an 060 green. As Sky heads down the track with the win light on. On the 1390 dial, Sky runs a 1384-0, and we will see Sky back for the next round of Sportsman. All right, that's going to bring up Leighton Hawk and the Byron out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin in the Mustang. Puts a 1391 dial in for the bye. Again, stock and super stock cars. We will take all of you to the lanes. Stock and super stock cars. Everybody to the lanes. A, B, and C. Stock, super stock, round 2. 012 on the tree for Leighton. Nice hit there on the bye. $13.91 on the board. Leighton turns on a 13.95.5 at 99 miles an hour. 012 on the tree for Leighton. See him back around for round 3. All right, again, stock and super stock. We'll take you to the lanes. Everybody, stock, super stock. If you're not in the lanes, you need to get there. Stock and super stock. Everybody to the lanes. All right, next pair in trophy that's going to bring up Don Paisley in Durango, Iowa, from Durango, Iowa, and the 99 Trans Am dials into a 1390. And Emily Vargason from Fort Atkinson, Iowa, and the 92 Mustang dials into a 1415. Again, stock and super stock cars, everybody should be in the lane. Stock and super stock. We need everybody headed up to the lanes for second round. Stock, super stock. Clean and green, 400ths of a second separate these two drivers at the hit. Win light goes to Don Paisley in a double breakout. Paisley runs 7 under. Vargason runs 8 under. Margin victory 71 10,000ths of a second. We'll see Don Paisley back for the next round of Sportsman. They'll bring up Owen Hagman out of Kalmar, Iowa in the 09 Mustang, dialed in at a 1341. And MS Stender out of Walcott, Iowa in the 1985 Buick, dialed in at a 1504. Again, stock and super stock cars, we need everybody to the lanes. Stock and super stock, everybody back to the lanes for round 2, all sides of the ladder. Red light start for Owen. He's 078 red. It's going to hand the automatic win to Emma. So Emma heads down the quarter mile. Win lights on. On the 1504 dial, we'll put up a 1528.3 at 88 miles an hour on the on the red light. So we'll see Emma back around for the next round of trophy. Closing out trophy, we got Nicholas Balk out of Cedar Falls, Iowa, the 1977 Camaro, 1493 dial. On the 1493 dial, Nicholas will put up a 15019, 90 miles an hour, and that'll close out trophy as we get the track ready for second round of the stock and super stock combo. Stock and super stock, we should have everybody to the lanes for a second round. Just a reminder, we're going to be doing a leapfrog to get in third round so we can cut down the number of cars as we get into the later hours of the day here. As we have second round of the Midwest Class Racers stock and super stock combo presented by Motion Raceworks, TBM Brakes, and Heath Performance. Again, just want to put out a reminder there about the Drag Insights Dead on the Dial program. You run Dead Zero in a winning run at any Midwest Class Racer event. Drag Insights will send you $100 in the mail. All you have to do is be registered at draginsights.com and run the decal. If you need decals, come see me or Scott Dugdale and we'll get you set up. Again, you do have to be registered and you have to run the decals to be eligible. That's at any Midwest Class Racers event. And as a reminder, all these stock, super stock competitors are vying for their shot to be in the 2026 Midwest Factory Finishes Race of Champions event at Rock Falls Raceway next year. Every race winner from our season and next season will participate in the Race of Champions at Rock Falls. All right, second round of Stock and Superstock pulling into the water box. We're going to have Kevin Erickson, Superstock E-Automatic entry, dialed in at a 995 in his 70 Camaro. He'll be facing off against Scotty Pearson out of Stewartville, Minnesota on the left-hand side. Dials into a 1042 in his 1970 AMX. All right, again, this is kicking off second round of the Midwest Class Racers Stock and Superstock program. Kevin Erickson going to give up about a 0.6 of a second head start to Scott before he starts making his way down the track. Green lights a pair. Somebody's working with about a 0.09 advantage off the starting line. At the stripe, the win light's going to go to Scotty Pearson, 10:44.6 on the 10:42 dial-in. Had the starting line advantage by quite a bit off the starting line, and he will move into the third round. Next pair is going to be Kevin Leinert out of Dakota City, Nebraska on the left-hand side, and the 69 Dart dialed in at a 13:22. And Rock Niebauer out of Ethan, South Dakota, the 1970 Duster dials in at a 11:55. Clean and green as we move off the starting line here. I believe Rod looks like he dialed the class index, so he might be trying to catch Kevin, put a fender on him towards the finish line. Let's see how this plays out. Win light's going to go to Kevin Leinert, and a double breakout, 13:18.6 on the 13:22 dial-in. Kevin had the starting line advantage, but Rod, I'm not sure after that last pass, he might have just thrown the index on, tried to guess on a number. Margin of victory comes to be 0.02 of a second. Pretty good job by Rod driving the finish line, getting that down to 100th at the stripe. It's going to bring up Bill Dwyer out of Port Byron, Illinois. The 85 Mustang dials into a 12:10. And Larry Verreger out of Omaha, Nebraska. 72 Buick dials into a 10:61 in his Superstock K-Automatic entry. Green lights a pair as they head down the quarter mile. Bill Dwyer going through the gears, trying to hold off Larry. Win light's going to go to Larry, 10:64.2 on the 10:61 dial-in. He had to come from way behind on the reaction times, but Bill just not able to run the number. Margin of victory, 100th at the big end. Win light's going to go to Larry. Super Comp, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, go ahead, head on up to the staging lanes. Super Comp to the lanes. All right, we got Chris Kennedy up here, left side out of Omaha, Nebraska. The 1969 Camaro dials into a 10:30, and Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa. The 88 Camaro dials into a 991. As we said before, Michael Lund is our 2025 Midwest Factory Finishes Race of Champions from Rock Falls Raceway earlier this year. Can almost guarantee we're going to have two pretty good wheel stands out of these cars. Red light start for Chris Kennedy. Not sure what happened there if he left on the second amber. Mike Lund's 11 green as he's got his win light on as he heads down the track on the 991 dial-in. He's going to click it off early, run a 10:46.3 at only 100 miles an hour, but it does not matter. Mike Lund had the win light on as soon as he let go of the button. Again, Super Comp, go ahead on up for round two. Super Comp, need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. It's going to bring up Dwayne Davis out of Avon, South Dakota, the 1974 Firebird, dialed in to an 11:22. And Dennis Lund, the factory Superstock AA 2017 Copo Camaro out of the Motion Raceworks stall, dials into an 8:67. Dennis is in. Dwayne inching into the stage beam. Dwayne's in. Here we go. Clean and green. 0.02 of a second separate him at the hit. Stennis gives chase in the big mile-an-hour Copo. They get down to the finish line. Win light's going to come on for Dennis Lund. 868-2 on the 867 dial, had 200s to work with off the starting line. Davis's 45 on the tree runs 2 over. Dennis Lund will move on to the third round. Got Paul Marola out of Paladin, Nebraska. 66 Chevy 2 Nova dials into a 1078. And Bill Bernstrock out of Norfolk, Nebraska. The 64 Impala U-stick entry dials into a 1390. Going to be a 3-second head start here for Bill, as Paul's going to test the patience of his clutch foot, giving a pretty good head start to Bill. Again, Super Comp, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, go ahead on up for second round. Super Comp to the lanes. Both drivers are in. Tree comes down. Green light for Bill. Green light for Paul. 2,000 separate him at the hit. This is going to be a good race. Paul's rolling through the gears, chasing down Bill. Down at the finish line, win light says Paul Marola, 1082.8 on the 1079 dial-in. He was only 2,000ths off on the reaction time from Bill. Margin of victories a 10th. Bill gets there by a bunch, breaks out by a 10th. Win light's going to go to Paul Marola. Next pair up here, we got Ramsey Meyer out of Pierce, Nebraska. The 02 Camaro dialed into a 1073. And right side, Carol Warling out of Brighton, Colorado. The 1974 Pontiac GTO dials down to a 1047. Both drivers inching into the stage beams. Tree comes down. Red light start for Ramsey Meyer by 130. Carol Warling, 034 green on the tree. He's going to head down with his win light on the 1047 dial in. Carol turns on a 1047. Dead 134 on the tree. We'll see Carol Warling back for third round. Next pair up here, we have Derek Fenner out of Liberty, Missouri. The 91 Calais dials into a 968. And Logan Warnert out of Mason City, Iowa. The 1962 Plymouth dials into an 1102. Logan, our Midwest Factory, finishes Race of Champions runner-up at Rock Falls this past June also. Derek and Logan getting into the stage beams. They're in. Tree comes down. Green lights a pair. 200 separate him at the hit as Derek rolls through the gears, chasing down Logan. At the top end, win light comes on for Logan. Dead 1102.1 on the 1102 dial-in. Derek gets there first by 200ths of a second, but breaks out by a measly 1 stinking thou. Win light's going to go to Logan. We'll see him in the next round. It'll bring up Bill Shepard out of Onalaska, Wisconsin, and Tom Meyer. Bill Shepard dials his 99 Pontiac Firebird into a 1015. Tom Meyer, Superstock K-Automatic entry, 66 Nova 2, Chevy 2, dials into a 1065. Green lights a pair. Bill Shepard seems to be in control of this one. We'll see what happens at the finish line. Win light comes on for Tom Meyer. 1068.5 on the 1065 dial-in. Bill Shepard had a lot of room to work with there, but maybe just could not run the number. The margin of victory comes down to 11 ten-thousandths of a second, with the win going to Tom Meyer. They'll bring up Jason Shepard out of Holmen, Wisconsin, on the left-hand side, the 99 Firebird. Shepard Tools entry, dialed in at a 995. And Andy Cook out of Eldridge, Iowa, dials in his Copo into an 858. Green lights a pair, a couple really good reaction times here. 8,000ths of a second separate him at the starting line. We head down to the 1320. Win light's going to come on for Andy Cook in a double breakout. Andy Cook only breaks it up by 1 thou. Jason breaks out by a few. Andy Cook was 13 on the tree. Margin of victory, 300ths of a second. We will see Andy Cook in the Motion Raceworks Camaro come back for the next round. It's going to bring up the world-famous Scott Dugdale on the left-hand side. Out of Stacy, Minnesota, the 84 Monte Carlo dials it down to a 1038. Troy Vogel right side of Indianola, Iowa, 1972 GTO. Dials down to an 1127. As Scott waits for Troy to light the stage beam. They're both in. Green lights a pair. Nice wheels up charge out of Dugdale and the Monty. He's chasing Troy down the quarter mile at the top end. The win light's going to come on for Scott Dugdale in a double breakout. Scott Dugdale breaks out by 2,000ths. Troy Vogel breaks out by 100th. You put all the numbers together, margin of victory comes out to 86 10,000ths of a second. We will see Scott Dugdale back for the third round. Next pair up here, we got Lance Line out of Cromwell, Minnesota. The 1969 Mustang dials into a 1015. Tom Arntz out of Lincoln, Nebraska, dials his 69 Camaro down to a 1095. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp, go ahead, head on up. Red light start for Lance. Tom Arntz is 10 green as he heads down the track with his win light on. Against the 1095 dial-in, Tom's going to run 11:07.1, maybe clicking it off a little bit early. Lance Line running at 10:18 on the 15, but with the red light, we will see Tom Arntz back for the third round. It's going to bring up Chris Knutson, right-hand side, 69 Camaro, dials into a 1027. Jamie Peesh, race 1 runner-up this morning out of Oakdale, Minnesota, is 72 Buick GS, dials to an 1107. Super Gas will take you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas to the staging lanes. Super Comp, you should already be there. Super Gas will take you to the staging lanes. Green lights a pair. A little bit of tire spin out there for Knutson as he makes his way down the quarter mile. Win light's going to come on for Jamie Peesh. 11:11 on the 11:07 dial-in. Knutson runs 10:35 on the 10:27. You saw a little bit of tire spin out of Chris's car as he let go of the clutch pedal there. Not able to run the number on the top end, so Jamie Peesh will advance to the next round. It's going to bring up Brian Heath out of Bluegrass, Iowa in the 1970 Chevelle, dialed at a 1024. And Mike Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the 2005 Cavalier, dials to a 946 in his GTF automatic entry. Green lights a pair. Nice wheels up charge out of both Heath and Lund as they head down the quarter mile. At the top end, win light's going to come on for Mike Lund, 946.3 on the 46 dial. He's dead 3, 82 on the tree. Heath had a little bit of better light, ran 5 over. Win light goes to Mike Lund. Again, Super Comp, you should be in the lane. Super Gas, we will take you in the lanes. Super Gas to the lanes. Next pair up here is going to be Tate Steins out of Calamus, Iowa in the 1970 Chevelle, dialed to a 1052. And Nathan Riley out of LaPlace, Illinois, the 89 Trans Am Larry Hodge race tire and wheel entry, dials to an 1173. Nathan would like to say hi to his mom. It's Grandpa Larry Hodge looking on. Clean and green, 200 separate him at the hit. As Tate's trying to track down Nathan down the quarter mile. Past 1,000 foot, win light's going to come on for Nathan Riley. Dead 3, 32 on the tree. Tate was 56 on the tree, runs 7 over. Nathan Riley running, excuse me, he didn't run dead 3, 3 over. I can't read. 3 over his dial, 32 on the tree. Margin of victory comes out to be 0.07 of a second. Bring up Rochelle T-Bear out of Lewisburg, Kansas, the 81 Malibu, dials to an 1194. And Tony Henderson, race 1 winner on the right-hand side out of Vermilion, South Dakota, in the 72 Buick Skylark, dialed an 1192. Only 200s are going to separate these drivers between the handicap head start. Rochelle having a slight handicap head start versus Tony. Tree's going to come down at the same time. Red light start for Rochelle. She's 022 red. Tony's 070 green. But as he heads down the stripe, he's going to have his win light on. Tony on that 1192 dial will put up a 1192.0, dead 0. Hopefully he's got some drag insights decals. Tony's goes 70 on the tree, 92.0, dead on. Next pair up here, we got Jim Parsons out of Kearney, Missouri, the 1966 Chevy 2. dials to a 1067 in his E-stick entry. And Riley Spear out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota, in the 98 Firebird, dialed at a 1001. Parsons let go of the clutch pedal. Nice wheels up charge out of Spear. 0.06 of a second separate them at the hit as they head down towards the quarter mile. O'Reilly trying to chase down Jim. Winlight's going to come on forward. Jim Parsons, 10.68.0 beats a 10.02.1. Margin of victory, 71/10,000ths of a second. Jim Parsons had the starting line advantage and worked it all the way down to the win. Super Gas, you should be in the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, we need you to the staging lanes. All right, we got a broke by coming up here. Wayne Dinklau, has the unusual advantage of having 2 bye runs in a row here. So with Marlene Nelson breaking in round 1, Wayne's going to get the single here, and next round, he's going to have a laddered bye. So the win going to Wayne Dinklau there, and he's going to have another win when Wayne comes back around for third round with the laddered bye. All right, here we go. This is a heads up, no breakout. Whoever gets there first wins. H-stock automatics to pair. We got Steve Blondell left side out of Milan, Illinois, the 83 Camaro, and Bruce Castle right side out of Naperville, Illinois. In qualifying, Blondell's got about a 1/10.5 advantage on Castle, but we'll see how much ice and heat these guys could put through their cars before this round started to see who can go as low as possible. Again, this is no breakouts. Don't red light, get there first, and the win light will come on. Castle's in, Blondell's in. Here we go. Green light's a pair. We got a race, folks. Steve Blondell with the start in line advantage. Steve Blondell starting to pull away from Castle, and the win light's going to come on for Steve Blondell. 11:24.1 at 117 miles an hour. Steve put up an 0:28 reaction time. Bruce Castle just missed the tree. Runs an 11:29.0. So congratulations to Steve Blondell coming up on the top side of that heads-up matchup. That's what we love to see in stock and super stock. So stock and super stock, remember, we will be turning and burning you here pretty quick. So stock and super stock, make sure you're listening for the call. Speaking of that, super gas, you should be in the lanes. Super gas, you should be in the lanes. All right, that's going to bring up second round of the Midwest Super Comp Series. Got Mark Meyer left side out of Fulton, Illinois, the 95 dragster. Right side, Jeff Petka out of Wadsworth, Illinois, in the 2000 Ed Quay dragster. Again, if you've been following along with Jeff's dragster today, you'll notice he's running a top-end throttle stop. So you'll see him leave it almost a full throttle, and then about 1,000 foot, that thing's going to nose over and run as close to 890 as he can. Mark's in. Jeff's in. Here we go. Super Comp, round 2. Green lights at Bears, 6,000. Separate them at the hit. Again, you're going to see Jeff nose over right about now. Mark's going to try to close the distance. Wind light's going to come on 4. Mark, 893.3 on the 890. 897.5 in the right lane. Jeff had the starting line advantage by 6,000ths of a second, but the wind's going to go to Mark Meyer. Next pair up here, we got Brad Thompson out of Merritt Island, Florida, the 2023 Racecraft chassis. And in the right lane, Scott Frost out of Elgin, Illinois, the 2000 dragster. Super Pro buybacks to the lanes, please. Super Pro buybacks, we need you to the lanes. Super Pro buybacks to the lanes. 1,000th of a second separate these two drivers at the hit. Wind light's going to come on 4. Scott Frost, 893.5 on the 890, 33 on the tree. Brad Thompson breaks out by 3,000ths of a second, taking the stripe by 300ths. Wind light's going to go to Scott Frost. Next pair up here, we got Chad Lamont out of Fox Lake, Illinois. The 2022 dragster on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, we got Samantha Cooer out of Minden, Nebraska. The 2006 Mullis chassis. Again, name of the game here in Super Comps, running as close to that 890 index as you possibly can without going under. And we need Super Pro buybacks. Super Pro buybacks to the lanes, please. Super Pro buybacks to the lanes. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes also. Super Pro buybacks to the lanes. Waiting for Samantha to light the stage bulb. Here we go. 013 to an 021. Top end, wind light's going to come on 4. Chad Lamont, he's dead 3, 13 on the 3 to be 16 total. Samantha gets there first, breaking out by 7th thou, but just did not have enough on the starting line. Chad had her locked out. Wind light goes to Chad Lamont. Next pair up is going to be Chuck Bray. Left-hand side, the 2017 Miller Dragster. Right-hand side, Stephen Geiger out of Iowa with the 2013 S&W chassis. Both drivers inch into the stage beam. Green lights pair. Add up their lights, they're 19 total. At the big end, wind light comes on 4. Chuck Bray in a double breakout, 889.5 beats an 889.4 by 1,000th of a second, the margin of victory. Chuck Bray was 006 on the tree. Steven was 013. So in the lieu of the double breakout, the win's going to go to Chuck Bray. Next pair up here is going to be James Glosson out of Lake Villa, Illinois, the 2025 dragster. Right-hand side, we got Marty Brown out of Carmen, Illinois, the 2011 A&E dragster. Super Pro buybacks, Super Pro buybacks. Go ahead and head up to the staging lanes. Super Pro buybacks. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro buybacks. Clean and green, 9,000, separate them at the hit. At the top end, wind light's going to come on for James Glosson, 893.1 on the 890, 021 on the tree. Marty Brown's 893.4, 30 on the tree. Margin victory for James coming down to 100th of a second. Next pair up here, we got Craig Schultz out of Winona, Minnesota, the 2000 undercover dragster. Right-hand side, we got Jeremy Lurkey out of Omaha, Nebraska, the 2005 M&M dragster. Jeremy sponsored by Larice Motorsports Insurance, Redline Oil, Fox Countertops. Jeremy working his way into the stage beams. Jeremy's in. And Craig is in. Green lights apiece. Almost 200 separate him at the hit. At the top end, the win light's going to come on for Jeremy Lurkey, 893.4 with a breakout by Craig Schultz. Got there first, breaks up by 100th, had a little bit of room to back up. Jeremy Lurkey going to pick up the win. He was 11 on the tree. We'll see Jeremy back around for the next round. It's going to bring up the Byron and the last pair here for Super Comp. Wade Samuel out of Littleton, Colorado in the 2012 Dragster. Again, Super Pro buybacks, Super Pro buybacks. We need you to the staging lanes. Super Pro buybacks to the staging lanes. On the buy run, Wade's 33 green. He heads down the quarter mile with his wind light on. On the 890, he'll put up a 889.4, 176 miles an hour. That concludes this round of Super Comp, as we will move into Super Gas. Again, Super Pro buybacks, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro buybacks, go ahead, head on up to the staging lanes. Bring up our next round of Super Gas. Super Gas round 2, going to kick off with Chuck Lewinsky out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, the 91 Cutlass. And Dale Evans out of St. Cloud, Minnesota in the right-hand lane. His new Camaro Roadster, sponsored by Andy's Towing of St. Cloud, Minnesota. Chuck and Dale working their way into the stage beams. We're set. Super Gas, round 2. Green lights pair. 17,000 separate them at the hit as they head down towards the quarter mile. The wind light's going to come on for Chuck Lewinsky. 990, dead 4, 003 on the tree to be 7 total. Evans is 3 over, 20 on the tree. The wind's going to go to Chuck Lewinsky. Final call, Super Pro buybacks. Final call, Super Pro buybacks. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Final call, Super Pro buybacks. It's going to bring up Don Freeze, left-hand side, 67 Nova, out of Omaha, Nebraska. Right-hand side, Dennis White, out of Canada, the 1997 Camaro. Again, Super Pro buybacks, your final call went out. Super Pro buybacks, if you're not in the lanes, they are running without you. Green lights apiece. 7,000, separate them at the hit. At the top end, the wind light's going to come on for Dennis White in a double breakout. 988.4 be to 986.5. Dennis a little closer to the 990 index. He's 0.25 on the tree. Margin victory, 1/100th of a second. Dennis White will be back for the next round of competition. Next up is going to be Mike Moore out of Lincoln, Nebraska, the 2003 Corvette Roadster. Winners, Super Pro winners, Super Pro winners to the staging lanes, Super Pro winners to the staging lanes. Mike Moore up here with the buy run to close out Super Gas before we get our Super Pro buybacks back up here. Super Pro winners, we just called you the lanes. Super Pro winners. Head on up to the lanes. On the buy run, Mike going 46 on the tree. Mike will head down the quarter mile. On the 990, he will put up a dead 9. 990 with a 9. 167 miles an hour, and that will close out this round of Super Gas. Again, Super Pro winners, Super Pro winners. We need you to the staging lane. Super Pro winners, go ahead, head on up to the staging lane. Super Pro winners. Again, Super Pro winners, you should be headed back up to staging. Super Pro winners, you should be headed back up to staging. Super Street, we're not calling you now, but you should be ready for the call. Super Street, we are not calling you now, but you should be ready for the call. Super Street winners, head on up to staging. Following Super Street, again, a reminder, stock and super stock. We are not calling you yet, but stock and super stock, we are going to go ahead and run round 3 after Super Street. So when you hear the Super Street call, be ready. Stock and super stock competitors, we're down to 19 cars. So after Super Street, you will be getting the call for round 3. Yeah, you too. All right, this is we're going to lead off with Super Pro buybacks coming at you. Super Pro buybacks. Josh Bockenstead out of Farley, Iowa, in the 1973 Nova dials into a 984, doing a nice long burnout, testing getting some good tire smoke and testing the brakes, going past the stage beams. He'll back her up. We got Michael Freeman on the right-hand side out of Albany, Illinois, the 1971 Duster, dials into a 983. Be pretty close, 900ths of a second separate the two drivers at the start. Got to make sure we have the correct dial left-hand side. All right, just getting that cleared up on the starting line there. Dial was correct. Making sure there was nothing sitting on the track. As Josh and Michael will pull into the stage beams. Again, Super Street winners, you should be in the lanes. Super Street winners, you should be in the lanes. Green lights a pair. Pretty good lights from these two competitors as they head down the quarter mile. Josh giving chase to Michael. Win light's going to say Josh with the win. 985-1 on the 984 dial, 26 on the tree. Michael gets there first, but breaks out by 9,000ths of a second. Did have some room getting there first by 300ths of a second, but Josh is going to pick up the win on this one. Tyler Stitch, left-hand side out of Fruitland, Iowa. The 97 Spitzer Dragster dials into a 749. Right side, Zach Miller out of Independence, Iowa. The 01 Worthy Chassis dials into an 851. 1 second will separate these two drivers at the starting line. Tyler's in, Zach's in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. Almost 200ths of a second separate the drivers at the hit. Win light's going to come on for Tyler Stitch, 750 with the 9 on the 49 dial. He's 19 on the tree, getting there first by 61 10,000ths of a second, and that's your margin of victory, folks. Zach Miller runs dead 6, but was 38 on the tree. Win light goes to Tyler. Next pair up here, we got Ryan Rutledge out of Centertown, Missouri, 75 pick-em-up truck, dials in at a 964. Right side, Dan Steffens out of Sherrill, Iowa. The 01 undercover dragster dials in to a 906. Again, Super Pro winners, you should be to the lanes. Super Pro winners, you should be to the lanes. Red light start for Ryan. He's 103 red. Dan's 107 green, but Dan's win light's on. That's all that matters. Against a 906 dial, he will put up a 903.8, 147 miles an hour. Dan moves on to the next round. Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Street for round 2. Super Street, we will take you to the lanes. Super Street, round 2 to the lanes. Next pair up here, we got Jason Asbill Sr. out of Cedar Falls, Iowa. Dials into a 927. And Dalton Waugh out of, with the 95 Spitzer, dials into a 739. .800ths of a second separate him at the hit. One light's going to come on for Jason, 923.9 on the 927 dial and get there by a 10th. Had quite a bit of room to work with on the starting line. We will see Jason back around for the next round of Super Pro. That's going to bring up Joey Notch out of Blairstown, Iowa, the 74 pickup truck. Right-hand side, Matt Melchert out of Hopkinton, Iowa, the 07 Racecraft Racer, dials into a 764. Again, Super Street, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Super Street, we'll take you to the lanes. Super Street, we'll take you to the lanes. Stock, Super Stock, you guys are on high alert. Stock, Super Stock, round 3, you guys are on high alert. Stock and Super Stock, you are on alert. Green lights a pair. 300ths of a second separate them at the hit. Joey heading down with Matt in chase. Wind light's going to come on for Joey. 928.8 on the 927 dial in. He was 20 on the tree, getting there by 400ths. Matt was 3 over, 49 on the tree. Wind light goes to Joey Notch. Next pair up here for Super Pro, Jeff Petka out of Wadsworth, Illinois, in the 2000 Edquay Dragster, dials into an 897, and Sabrina Neiman out of Illinois in the 2021 Spitzer Dragster, dialed down to an 806. Again, Jeff here with that top-end throttle stop. You're going to see him take off and nose over about 900 feet down the track. Again, Super Street, we'll take you to the lanes for your second round. Super Street to the lanes, second round. Red light start for Jeff. Not sure if he rolled out too many numbers there in the box. He's 355 red. Sabrina's 046 green on the 806. She will run 8078 on the 806 dial and 046 on the tree. Sabrina moves on to the next round. Next pair up here, we got Brian Yeomans out of Marshall, Wisconsin in the 99 Mullis Dragster, dialed at an 806. Right lane, Kevin Hawk out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin, the 98 Camaro, dials to a 1024. Little over 2 second head start. It's going to go to Kevin as Brian's going to give chase in the dragster. Green lights a pair as they head down the stripe. 100th of a second separate them at the hit. As they head down the quarter mile, one light's going to come on for Brian Yeomans, 806.3 on the 806 dial, and he's 21 on the tree. Margin of victory comes down to 17 ten-thousandths of a second. Kevin breaks out by 7 thou, handing the win to Brian. Next pair up here, we got Dustin Meyer out of Walford, Iowa, in the dragster, dialed at a 746. And Coley Novak in the 87 Mazda, dialed at a 973 out of Atkins, Iowa. Again, Super Street, if you're not in the lanes, you're going to be late. Super Street, we need you to the lanes for round 2. Super Street to the lanes for round 2. Couple of really nice looking cars on the starting line between Dustin's dragster and Coley's cool 87 Mazda. Nice blackout look to it. Dustin's in, Coley's in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. 200 separate them at the hit. Down to the big end. Wind light's going to come on for Dustin Meyer. 746.5 on the 46. He's dead on with a 5. Coley Novak gets there first, but breaks it out by 3, taking 600th wind stripe. Win goes to Dustin Meyer. Next pair up here, we got Mark Rosenbaum out of Stoughton, Wisconsin. The 2023 Dragster dials in at an 813. Right-hand side, we got Jaron Christensen on the 83 Suzuki. Dials his bike to an 863. One last call, Super Street. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Super Street, if you are not in the lanes, you are late, and I will take your round money. Super Street, need you to the lanes. Green lights a pair. Jaron Christensen is in control of this one as they head down the quarter mile. Wind light's going to come on for Jaron Christensen. He runs dead 6. Oh my. Taking almost 5/10 wind stripe, but the wind light came on. That's all that matters. Mark Rosenbaum runs dead 1, but was way green on the tree. Jaron Christensen's going to pick up the win. Going to bring up Mike Halverson out of Earlville, Iowa. Left-hand side dials to a 931. And the right-hand side, we got Scott Dugdale out of Stacy, Minnesota. Shake and bake. Dialed at a 1071 in his 82 third-gen Camaro. Scott's still in super stock, so he's going to have to go back and hot wheel this baby back to the trailer, get ready for stock and super stock. Green lights a pair, 2,000, separate them at the hit. As they head to the 8th mile, 1,000 foot. Top end, wind light says Scott Dugdale in a double breakout, 1070 with a 5 on the 71 dial in. He breaks out by 5 thou. Mike Halverson breaks out by 4. Wind light goes to Scott Dugdale, 024 on the tree. Mike Halverson was 22, breaking out by more. Wind light goes to Scott Dugdale. Next pair up here is going to bring up Mike Fuller out of Robbins, Iowa. The 2000 Spears Dragster dials to a 774. And left-hand side, we got David Primrose out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. The 2006 Suzuki bike dials to an 839. One last call for Super Street. Super Street, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Super Street, if you're not in the lanes, they're going to run without you. Green lights a pair, 3,000, separate them at the hit. As they head down to the big end, the wind light's going to come on for Mike Fuller, 775.4 on the 774 dial, and he was 041 on the tree. Primrose had a little bit better light by 3 thou, 038. Runs 2 over the dial, margin victory, 76 10,000ths. Wind light going to Mike Fuller. Stock and super stock, stock and super stock. We will take all cars to the lane. Stock and super stock, all cars to the lanes for a 3rd round. Stock and super stock. Lottie-dottie, everybody. Stock and super stock to the lanes. It's going to bring up Allison Pierce out of Columbus Junction, Iowa. Dialed it at 936. Left-hand side, Austin Bain out of Davenport, Iowa. 2000 Trans Am dials into a 1063. As Austin stage waiting for Allison. Allison's in. Tree comes down. Oh boy. Allison has some work to do. Austin is in control of this one as they head down the quarter mile. Austin's going to pick up the win. He was 003 green. Runs a 1075 on the 63 dial. Not sure if Allison was just holding on to the button there a little too long or had the delay box mixed up. She runs 4 over. Win's going to go to Austin for that one. 003 on the tree. 8 over for the win. Next pair up here, we got Craig A. Schultz out of Chatfield, Minnesota. The 2021 Dragster dialed to a 786. Al Grimm out of Dundee, Iowa. Right-hand side. And the 2008 Racecraft Dragster dials to a 771. Stock and super stock. Stock and super stock. We need you to the lanes. Stock and super stock. Go ahead. Head on up to the lanes for round 3. Stock and super stock. All sides of the ladder. Stock and super stock. Both drivers are in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. You add up the reaction times. There are 10 total between the two of them. This is going to be a good drag race. Down at the top end, wind light's going to come on for Al Grimm, 772.2 on the 71 dial. He was 006. Craig A. Schultz was 004, but breaks out by 2. He got there. Schultz got there first by 200. Could have backed up just a little bit. Al Grimm's going to walk away with that one. Jim Olbrich out of North Buena Vista, Iowa. The 2005 Grand Am dials to an 830. And Amy Holtgrew out of Ashland, Nebraska. The 2000 S10 truck dials to a 986. Again, stock and super stock. Stock and super stock. We need you in the lanes. Stock and super stock. Go ahead, head on up. Green lights a pair. 200 separate them on the reaction time. As they head to the big end, wind light's going to come on for Jim Olbrich. 830 with the 0. He's dead 0. 23 on the tree to be 23 total. Amy was 43, 1 over. Wind's going to go to Jim. 23 on the tree, dead 0. Nice run. Next pair up here for Super Street. It's going to be Mike Melsha out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa in the 73 Duster. Dialed into a 912. And Paige Davis on the right-hand side, the 2012 Spitzer Dragster dialed to a 772. Stock and Superstock combo cars, we need you to the lanes. I see 2, 3 cars. Stock, Superstock to the lanes. 3,000 separate these drivers up front as they head down towards the quarter mile. Paige Davis charging hard. One light's going to come on for Paige Davis, 773 on the 72 dial. She was 23 on the tree, getting there by 200ths. Mike was 26 on the tree, running 4 over. Paige Davis going to take the win on that one. It's going to bring up Mitch Melchert out of Hopkinton, Iowa, the 2010 Dragster, dialed at a 783. Right side, we got Kyle Freeze out of Blair, Nebraska, in the 2003 Undercover, dialed at an 890 Super Comp trim. Again, Stock, Superstock. We need you guys in the lanes. Stock, Superstock. We're looking for 19 cars this time around. Stock and Superstock to the lanes. Mitch and Kyle making their way into the staging beams here. They are both in. Here we go. Green lights a pair. Somebody's 00. 200 separate them at the hit. Win light's going to come on for Kyle Freeze. He's dead 8, 27 on the tree. Mitch was 009, but breaks it out by 12 thousandths of a second, getting there by 300ths of a second. But with the breakout, Kyle Freeze will take the win. Again, Stock and Superstock. We need you in the lanes. Super Street's pulling up. Stock and Superstock. Need you to head to the lanes for round 3. Stock, Superstock. Need you to the staging lanes as Super Street rolls down the hill. So we got a lane correction going on here in Super Street. All right, first pair, round 2, Super Street. We got Kurt Harshfeld out of Sioux City, Iowa, the 55 Chevy Nova. And Jay Holmes out of Waterloo, Iowa, in the 68 Camaro. Name of the game here is we switch to Super Street. You see the 1090s up on the board. You run as close to that 1090 as you can without going under. Same with all of our .90 categories here between Super Comp, Super Gas, and Super Street. Again, Stock and Superstock. Stock and Superstock. We need you in the lanes. Stock and Superstock. You should be in the staging lane. Stock, Superstock. We're off clean and green. 300ths of a second separate these drivers up front. It's Kurt and Jay going at it down the quarter mile. Win light's going to come on for Jay Holmes in a breakout by Kurt Harshfield. Gets there by 700ths, but breaks it out by 2. Jay Holmes runs a 1091 with an 8, 045 on the tree. Kurt was 11 up front, but gets there first and breaks out. Jay Holmes taking the win this time in Super Street. All right, next pair up here in Super Street, we have Valerie Chitty out of Grimes, Iowa in the 2010 Camaro. Right-hand side, Jeffrey Wheats out of Morrison, Illinois in the 72 Cuda. Again, Stock and Superstock cars. If you're not in the lanes, you're going to be late. Stock and Superstock cars, we need you to the lanes. Valerie and Jeffrey getting staged up. Both in, here we go. Clean and green. 300 separate them up front. See Jeffrey come off the throttle stop, chasing Valerie down the quarter mile. At the top end, win light's going to come on for Jeffrey Wheats, 1091-1 on the 1090. He was 12 up front. Valerie gets there, breaking out in the effort, 1089-2. Win light's going to go to Jeffrey Wheats. Next pair up in Super Street, we got Ed Holmgren out of Oak Park, Minnesota. That beautiful 62 Nova. Right-hand side, Robert Lay out of LaBelle, Missouri in the 99 Mustang. Green lights up front, 3,000 separate him on the starting line. Ed Holmgren coming off the throttle stop, chasing down Robert Lay. As they get to the big end, the wind light's going to come on for Robert Lay in a double breakout. 1089.4 beat to 1088.8. Ed Holmgren getting there first by 37 10,000ths of a second. Margin to victory comes out to be 67 10,000ths of a second, going to Robert Lay, closer to the 1090 in the double breakout. Next pair up here in Super Street, it's going to be Lee Kapustka out of Roselle, Illinois. Again, I'm sorry if I butcher these last names. I don't see these all the time. Right-hand side, it's going to be Jim Nobin out of Holman, Wisconsin in the 68 Camaro. It's Lee and Jim getting into the stage beams. Again, stock and super stock. If you're not in the lanes, you're going to be late. Stock and super stock. Need you in the lanes. We're clean and green up front. 2,500 separate them up front. At the top end, wind light's going to come on for Jim Nobin in a double breakout. 1089.8 beats a 1088.4. Jim getting there first by 1/100th of a second. Had the starting line advantage, and Jim will take the win. Next pair up here, right lane, we got Scott LaRue out of Redland, Iowa, the 81 Camaro. Left-hand side, we got Mark Von Heater out of Ainsworth, Nebraska in the 68 Camaro. Clean and green up front, couple of teen lights, 4,000 separate them up front. At the top end, wind light's going to come on for Mark Van Heater, 1090 with a 4, dead 4, 13 on the tree to be 17 total. Scott LaRue gets there first by 88 10,000ths of a second, would have had to run 1090.0 to win that one. He was 17 on the tree, but the win's going to go to Mark. Next pair up here, we got Wade Samuel, right side out of Morrison, Colorado in the 65 Chevelle. Left-hand side, we have Roger Van Ersveld out of Brooklyn, Iowa, the 94 Camaro. Red light start for Roger. He's 006 red. Wade Samuels, 23 green. Wade will be moving on to the third round of Super Street. 1090 up on the board. Wade's going to turn the clocks off. 1087.2, 134 miles an hour. And that's going to bring us to our last car here in Super Street with the Byron. It's going to be Scott Rudo out of Omaha, Nebraska, the 1984 Chevy S10 pickup truck. Scott's going to be taking the nice, easy cruise down the quarter mile with his wind light on. Again, stock and super stock cars, if you are not in the lanes, we are rolling up without you. Stock and super stock, you should be in the lanes. The Byron Scott's 83 up front. Coming off the throttle stop there. He will run a 1086.4 at 127 miles an hour, and that's going to cap off this round of Super Street. We should have all 19 of our stock and super stock cars in the lanes. At this time, we'll go ahead and call Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters, we need you guys to the lanes, guys and gals. Junior Dragsters to the lanes, please. So a stock super stock rolls up to the ready line here for the day 2 of the Midwest Class Racers stock and super stock combo presented by Motion Raceworks, TBM Brakes, and Heath Performance. Again, these drivers are squaring off for a $5,000 payday to win, $2,500 to runner up, and most importantly, punching their ticket to the 2026 Midwest Factory Finishes Race Champions at Rock Falls next season. As we have stock and super stock rolling up to the water box here, we'll put out the call again for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, head on up. Junior dragsters to the staging lanes for your next round of competition. Our first pair here is going to be Wayne from Wayne Dinklau out of Wayne, Nebraska, the 66 Chevy 2 Superstock K stick entry. Wayne had a broke by last round and had a laddered by this round. Nice way to get into fourth round for Wayne. Wayne's going to put a 1060 up on the board. Wayne's red, but it doesn't matter on the buy run. Wayne goes through the gears all the way down the track, 1060 on the board. Wayne will run a 1057.0, 122 miles an hour. Nice pass for Wayne on the buy. We'll see him back for the fourth round of competition for stock and super stock. All right, that's going to bring up our first full pair here in stock and super stock round 3. Left-hand side, we're going to have Scotty Pearson out of Stewartville, Minnesota, in the 1970 AMX dialed in at a 1040. And Logan Warnert out of Mason City, Iowa, in the 1962 Plymouth, dialed in at an 1102. Pro, we need you to the lanes, please. Pro, we need you to the lanes. Pro and junior dragster, you should be on your way up to the staging lanes. Pro and junior dragster. 0.6 of a second is going to be the head start that Scotty's going to yield to Logan this round. Red light start for Scott Pearson. 062 red's going to hand the win over to Logan. 58 green. Logan heads down, puts up a 11:32.5. Clicked it off a little early. 87 miles an hour. We'll see Logan back for the fourth round of competition. It's going to bring up Kevin Leinert out of Dakota City, Nebraska, the 1969 Dart. Dialed in at a 1318. Right-hand side, we got Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, in the 88 Camaro. Dialed down to a 990. This is going to be a little over a 3-second head start for Kevin that Michael's going to give up. Chase down the big 318 Dodge Dart. As Kevin and Michael work their way into the stage beams. Michael's in. Here we go. Red light start for Kevin Leinert by 17 thousandths of a second. Lund's got a free run down the track. He's 51 green. See how close he can run to that 990 dial in. And front end goes down. So Michael click it off early. 10:58 to 93 miles an hour. Mike Lund moves on to the next round of stock and super stock. Kevin Leinert 17 red. We'll see Mike Lund back in the next round. Again, pro, we need you to the staging lanes. Pro to the staging lanes. Pro, again, we need you to the staging lanes. Junior dragsters, you should be on your way up. Junior dragsters, you should be on your way up. All right, next pair up here is stock and super stock. We got Paul Marola out of Nebraska in his 66 Chevy 2 Nova dialed in at a 1080. And Jamie Peach on the right-hand side, 1108 dial out of Oakdale, Minnesota in the 72 Buick GS. Jamie, today's completion of the race, number 1 runner-up. Looks like we got Jamie's son Jacob back there a little bit in the line, still in competition. Father Dave looking on. Green lights a pair. As Marola's rolling through the gears, trying to chase down Peach. See if he can get there. 1,000 foot. Wind light says Jamie Peach, 11.095 on the 11.08 dial and 38 on the tree, getting there by 200. Marola was 3 over and 47 on the tree. Next pair up here, we got Tony Henderson, left-hand side out of Vermillion, South Dakota. The 1972 Buick Skylark dials in at 11.95. Right-hand side, we got Mike Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa. The 2005 Cavalier dials into a 9.44. Tony, today's race 1 completion winner. He's going to try to go the distance and double up today. Mike and Tony working their way into the stage beams. Mike's in, Tony's in. Wheels up charge for Lund, trying to chase down Henderson. 800 starting line advantage going to Henderson. We'll see if he can parlay that down to a win, and he does. 11.97.8 on the 95 dial. Tony Henderson was 005 on the tree. Mike Lund's 82 on the tree, running 1 over, but Tony Henderson will pick up the win on that one by 0.06 of a second. Next pair up here, we got Nathan Riley, left-hand side out of LaPlace, Illinois. The 89 Trans Am, Larry Hodge, race wheel and tire, dials into an 11.73. Right side, Andy Cook out of Eldridge, Iowa. The 2017 Copo Camaro dials into an 8.57 out of the Motion Raceworks stall. Red light start for Andy Cook, 014 red. Nathan Riley's 46 green. He'll have his wind light on as he heads down the quarter mile on the 73 dial. Nathan puts up 11.71.9, 106 miles an hour. By the way of the red light, we will see Nathan Riley back for the 4th round of competition. It's going to bring up Dennis Lund on the right-hand side out of Davenport, Iowa. Dialed in at an 8.67, the 2017 Motion Raceworks Copo Camaro. Left-hand side, we got Carol Warling out of Brighton, Colorado. The 1974 Pontiac GTO dials in at a 10.45. Be almost exactly 2-second head start between these two competitors as Carol will head down the track. Dennis going to give chase in the Copo. Red light start for Carol Warling, 040 red. Dennis Lund, 033 green. As he heads down in the big mile-an-hour Copo with his wind light on that 867 dial in, Dennis will put up 878.0, clicking it off a little bit early, 135 miles an hour. We're going to see Dennis Lund come back for the 4th round of competition. Got Tom Meyer, left-hand side out of Pierce, Nebraska, the 66 Nova Chevy 2, dialed in at a 1068. And Steve Blondell, right-hand side of Milan, Illinois, the 83 Camaro, dialed in at 11.24. We saw Steve victorious in the previous heads-up matchup against Bruce Castle, 2nd round. Steve working his way into the stage beam. Tree comes down. Green lights a pair. 300 separate them at the hit as Tom gives chase to Steve. As they head down towards the quarter mile, wind light's going to come on for Tom Meyer. 10:69.5 on the 68 dial-in. Had the starting line advantage by 300ths. Steve Blondell got there, broke out, trying to keep up with Tom. Margin of victory, 66 10,000ths of a second. We'll bring up Tom Arts out of Lincoln, Nebraska in the 69 Camaro, dialed in at 11:06. And Larry Vireger out of Omaha, Nebraska, the Superstock K-Automatic Buick, dialed in at a 10:61. Larry and Tom getting set. Green lights a pair. 1 thou separate them at the hit as they head down the quarter mile. Tom trying to keep Larry off. Finish line says Larry's going to pick up the win in a double breakout. 1060 with 3 on a 1061 dial. Tom was under by 5, got there by 3. Again, on the starting line, they were only 1 thou apart. Win's going to go to Larry on that one. Our final pair of stock and super stock cars here, we have Scott Dugdale and Jim Parsons. Scott, left-hand side, 84 Monte Carlo, dials into a 1035. Jim Parsons, 66 Chevy 2, dials into a 1068. Again, Pro Cars, we should have you in the lanes, please. Pro Cars, you should be in the lanes. Scott and Jim work their way into the stage beams. Nice wheels up charge out of the Monte Carlo. 200 separate them at the hit. They get down to the big end. Wind light's going to come on for Scott Dugdale. 1039.2 on a 1035 dial-in. Scott had the starting line advantage by 200ths. Chops that down to the finish line. Margin of victory by 1/100th of a second. Jim Parsons was 3 over, 44 on the tree. We will see Scott Dugdale back around for the 4th round of competition. All right, that's going to bring up junior dragsters. Again, Pro, you should be in the staging lanes, please. Pro, you should be in the staging lanes.
Quick 16, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Quick 16, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Quick 16, this is your call. Top of the lanes for pairing, please. So we're rolling into our Novak Electric and Brandospeed Junior Dragster class. Quick 16 will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Quick 16, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Once again, quick 16, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Quick 16, top of the lanes for pairing, please. As Melanie Castle and Mallory Harshfield lining up here, Mallory is going to turn it 004 red. Melanie 72 on the tree. Going to power the little mower down through the finish line, goes 799.5. That's 79 mile an hour on the 803 dial. Mallory well ahead of her dial, 796.1 at 81 mile an hour on the 812. Jason Tice. Jason Tice, 799 the dial in the left lane, taking on J.C. Wagner. Jace Wagner, 897 the dial. 52, separate them on the tree. Win light, going to go to Kaysen. 803.1 on the 799 at 79 mile an hour. Once again, quick 16 will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. There's 8 of you. Quick 16 will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Pro cars, you should be in the lanes already. Sportsman and trophy class, you are on a short standby. Sportsman trophy, you are on a short standby. Sam Freeman going to pick up the win there. Sydney Jones turns it 29 red. Goes down there, runs 8008 on her 8 flat dial. Sam goes 8069 on the 805 prediction. So Sam Freeman going to move on. Sydney Jones will have to park the junior for the day. Jackson Melcher and Slade Hess. At the end of the track, Jackson Melcher going to get the win. 797.3 at 80 mile an hour on the 790, getting there first by almost 2/10. Slade goes 8087 on the 790. Was a little behind on the starting line. Unable to make that up. Jackson Melcher moving on. So once again, quick 16 will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Quick 16 will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Sportsman Trophy, you are on a short standby. Sportsman Trophy, you're on a short standby as we are going to start cycling through these rounds pretty quickly here. Charlie Patrick, Left lane, 990 the dial. Taking on Kaylee Castle, 1390 the dial for Kaylee. Charlie going to get the win, 37 on the tree and 34 above. Kaylee a little behind on the starting line, a little above the dial. Never makes for a good mix. Charlie going to move on. Kensley Wagner and Leighton Hack, 820 the left lane for Kensley, 796 in the right for Leighton Hack. Starting line advantage goes to Leighton Hack. Win light goes to Leighton Hack. 83 on the tree and 15 above. Kensley was a little bit behind on the starting line and breaks it out, trying to stay ahead. So Leighton Hack, your winner there. Ava Gee and Crew Spear. Crew gonna see if he can, Ava gonna see if she can chase down Crew. Winlight gonna go to Crew. She is 179 up front and goes 12-12 with a 5. Ava breaks out, goes 797.4 on the 8 flat. Breaks it out 26 thou, taking almost a 1/10.5 a stripe. So blew the doors off of him, just went 0-2 quick. Gage Harshfield and Mackenzie Melcher to the line now. 891 the dial for Gage in the left lane out of Sioux City, Iowa. Mackenzie down from Owatonna, Minnesota. 790 the dial for her. Only 6 thou separate them on the tree. Give the win to Mackenzie. 20 above, 792.0 at 79 mile an hour. Gage was a little bit further off his dial. 66 above, 897.6 at 71 mile an hour. So Mackenzie Melcher, the winner there. Will find yourself in third round. Sportsman Cars will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Sportsman Cars will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Landon Cook and Emma Lane, 895 the dial for Landon. 8 flat the dial for Emma. Emma Lane going to pick up the win there. 36 on the tree and 7 above. To be 43 total. Landon Cook, 125 on the tree. Just a little tardy, and it's going to cost him the race. So Emma Lane moving on. I believe this will be our last junior. Savarudo on the bye, 801 the dial. Omaha, Nebraska. The Rudo Enterprises Junior Dragster. Sava's got a good pass going off the starting line on the bye. Down at the other end. 29 and 20 above, 49 total on the free pass, moving into round number 3. And I believe we are going into the Toys Done Right Body Shop Pro ET class. Once again, one of our more interesting points battles this season. Sportsman has been locked up for a few races. Super Pro, I believe, may be locked up at this point as Al Grimm, the leader in points, is still dancing. So Pro ET, our probably most interesting points battle as of right now. Coming down to 3 or 4 cars that really have a shot at a championship today. Fortunately, Kevin Hack saw his championship dreams dashed in the second round, as he is not going to be able to make up any points in Pro today. A couple of teammates going at each other. In this first pair, Sly Rechteman left lane, Coggin, Iowa, the 88 Mustang, 904 the dial. Taking on Charlie Sullivan out of Manchester, Iowa, the 70 Duster, 1005 the dial for Charlie. Somebody hide the sharp objects away from Sly. He clicks at 17 red. Charlie 120 on the tree, going to get the win. Sly goes 915 with a 4 at 138 mile an hour. Charlie Sullivan goes 10.021 at 135 miles an hour. So Charlie picking up the round win. And one of the pairs that counts, Dan Steffens, currently your points leader. Went into the day with a 38-point lead. Needs every round to keep ahead. Taking on Tim Kania. Well, if we were hiding the sharp objects from Sly, we ought to hide them from Tim, too. Tim, 003 red. Dan Steffens, 91, dead 2 to be 93 total. Tim Kania goes down there 18 above, but turns it 003 red. Tim would have had Dan every which way but loose if he could have just held on for 3/1000 of a second. So Dan Steffens gets a round win, moves on, and keeps the championship alive. I'll bring up Sabrina Neiman and Austin Ridenauer. Sabrina 929 the dial. Out of Batavia, Illinois, the Roadster. Austin Ridenauer out of Manchester, Iowa, with a 70 Dart. Wheels up for Austin Ridenauer. And down the track they go. 15,000 separate them. Win light going to go to Austin Ridenauer. He's 58, dead 5. To get the win. Sabrina 73 and 10 above. Good lap, not quite good enough as Austin Ridenauer puts a good one together. Gets there first by 20. Turns on the win light, moves on. Bob Ridenauer and Mark Rosenbaum. Bob just watched his son Austin turn on a win light, hoping to do the same here. Mark Rosenbaum stands his way, 919 the dial for the Corvette in the right lane. Bob, the CUDA. 10.08. Going to be a wheels up start. Away they go, both on green. And Mark Rosenbaum is in trouble. Down at the other end of the track. Winlight, Bob Ridenauer, he is 43 and 50 above. Be 93 total. Mark Rosenbaum, 95 on the tree, locked out of the race. So Bob Ridenauer picks up a round win and some points. Coley Novak and Austin Began. Coley sitting 5 in points currently. Not sure he can catch the leader, but he can improve his position and look for a top 3 finish. Austin Began 1063, the 2000 Trans Am. $200 separate them on the starting line. Winlight says Coley Novak 74 and 45 above. Austin Began 54 on the tree. Breaks it out a lot, taking a lot. Wow. Breaks it out 47, taking over a tenth of stripe. So Austin Began had a lot of room to move down there, just never looked for him. Got to use them mirrors when you can. Next up, Troy Stender and Bill Cox, 914 the dial for Bill, 878 the dial for Troy. Weird position for Bill Cox is he's not used to being chased. He's usually one of the quicker cars in pro, but Troy. Winlight says Bill Cox 27, dead 6, 33 total. Troy Stender 48 on the tree, dead 9. So Troy had a good lap going for him. Bill just a little bit better on the starting line, making the difference. Got him held up here as Troy Stender is pulled over down on the big end of the racetrack. So Scoob, the fireman, is going to go out and take a peek. Alex is going to head on down the racetrack and see what the situation may be. So sit tight, ladies and gentlemen. It's not over yet, as sitting on the starting line currently with some more time to think about it is Valerie Chitty, currently number 3 in points. A mildly quiet moment. Got a lot of birthday wishes to give out. Scott Miller turns 27 today. Actually, I think he's turning 45, but as far as I'm concerned, everyone's turning 27, 28, 29, or 30. We're all young at heart. Scott Miller, happy birthday to you today from all of us here at Tri-State Raceway. Steve Pifkin also celebrating a birthday today, so happy birthday to you, Steve, from all of us here at Tri-State Raceway. We wish you guys all a wonderful day. We thank you for spending it with us. We have a birthday coming up on Tuesday. Russ Brown is turning probably 22 on Tuesday. So, Russ, if you're out there, happy early birthday to you, as I can announce it on Tuesday, but it will be to an empty field. Trophy cars, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Trophy cars, we'll take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Trophy cars, your call, lanes 4 and 5. So Alex has given us the all clear. Unfortunately, another motor has come victim to the Labor Day weekend curse at this point. So unfortunate news for Troy Stender down at the other end of the racetrack, but we appreciate him not making a mess on the racetrack, just down in the shutdown area. So got a little, cleaned it up a little bit. Alex gives us the all good, and we're going to be back to racing here in just a second. Like I said, Valerie Chitty, plenty of time to think about it, as she needs to continue winning to continue chasing a points championship. Like I said, 38 points behind coming into today. She's got 15 back already. .1035 the dial for Valerie in the right lane. 1127 the dial for Jason. So Jason Seeley hoping to play spoiler. Only 1 thou separate them on the tree. A race to the other end. Win light goes to. Give it to Jason Seeley in a double breakout. Jason Seeley 65 up front, breaks it out 4. Valerie Chitty 64 on the tree, breaks it out 18, taking 15. So Valerie Chitty, unfortunately, her championship run will come up just a little bit short. Rutledge picks up the win there, 36 on the tree, goes 967.3 on the 958. Christian Vargason turns it 25 red, breaks it out 8. So here's another one. Jeff Freeman Jr., currently number 4 in points. Came in today like 45-ish points behind. He is also on full points. So Jeff Freeman Jr., another must win for him. And Evan McGann is looking to play spoiler. 13th thou advantage to the white Trans Am. Win light goes to Jeff Freeman Jr. on a double breakout. Jeff Freeman Jr. 17 up front, breaks it out 15. Evan McGann 004 breaks it out 28, taking 26. Had to turn him loose. So Jeff Freeman Jr., his hopes still alive as it the chase narrows and the racing becomes a little bit more interesting as we move along late into this Sunday, day 2 of the Midwest Summer Classic presented by Motion Raceworks. We're going to do a little track prep, and then Quick 16 is headed down the pipe next. Stay tuned. It's going to get interesting at the top. Stock Super Stock Combo, Stock Super Stock Combo. We will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Stock Super Stock Combo. We will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Trophy cars, if you are not in the lanes, you are late. Stock Super Stock Combo. We need you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Once again, Stock Super Stock, Stock Super Stock. We need you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Super Comp, we will also take you to the lanes for pairing. So Stock Super Stock and Super Comp, we will take you to the lanes for pairing, please. So round number 2 of Quick 16, Matt Melchert, left lane 767 the dial. Your number 10 qualifier today, taking on the number 14 qualifier, Brian Yeomans, the 99 Mullis. 7th out is all that separated him on the tree. Win light going to go to Brian Yeomans, 30, dead 4 to be 34 total. Matt Melchert breaks it out 14, taking 25. Had to take 9 or less. I'm sorry, 11 or less. So Brian Yeomans, your winner. Moving on. I'll bring up your number 1 qualifier. Number 1 qualifier in the left lane, Matt Kreft out of Council Bluffs, Iowa. Ran a scorching 6:08.8 at 222 mile an hour. In Q1, 615 the dial. Mitch Melchert, other lane, 781 the dial. 14th out, separate him on the tree. Win light goes to Mitch Melchert by 4 thousandths of a second. He's 12 and 16 above to be 28 total. Matthew Kreft, 26 on the tree, dead 6. So the number 1 qualifier's day comes to an end. Mitch Melchert moving on to the semifinals. Bring up Paige Davis and Ray Thompson. Paige Davis was 8 total last round of Quick 16. Hoping to do it again. Ray Thompson in the other lane going to be coming off the throttle stop. 890 the dial for the dragster from Waterloo, Iowa. Seventh thou, separate them on the tree. Win light goes to Paige Davis, 18 on the tree and 10 above to be 28 total, getting the win by 1/1000th of a second. Ray Thompson, 11 on the tree and 18 above to be 29 total. Paige just ekes around him, picks up the win, heads to the semifinals. I'll bring up Dustin Meyer and Al Grimm. 771 the dial for Al. 746 the dial for Dustin. Super Comp and Super Gas, we will take you to the lanes for pairing, please. Super Comp and Super Gas, we will take you to the lanes for pairing. Stock, Super Stock, you should be in the lanes. Stock, Super Stock, you should be in the lanes. Three thou difference up front. Down to the quarter-mile stripe. Win light is going to go to Dustin Meyer. He's 26. And on a double breakout, picks up the win, only breaking out 7. Al Grimm breaks it out 10. So Dustin Meyer going to pick up the win there and move on to the semifinal. And that'll take us to our sportsman class. And once again, I'm going to hand the microphone over to the better announcer on the property this weekend, Mr. Brian Zenzen. Floor's yours, man.
All right, well, thank you very much. All right, as we head into Sportsman, the call went out, Stock and Super Stock. Stock and Super Stock, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp, also to the lanes, please. We're getting down there in cars, so we'll start calling a little bit quicker as we get through the program. All right, kicking off Sportsman, you got Nicholas Balk out of Cedar Falls, Iowa, the 77 Camaro, left-hand side, 1493 the dial. Right side, Phil Richter out of Alden, Minnesota, the 93 Camaro, dialed in at 1162. All right, again, Stock and Super Stock cars, Super Comp, take you to the lanes. Stock, Super Stock, Super Comp, to the lanes. There's Nicholas and Phil. Get into the stage beams. Green lights a pair. 700 separate them up front. Somebody's 004. Down to the top end, Win light's going to come on 4. Nicholas Balk, 004 on the tree, 97 on the 93 dial-in, getting there by 1/100th of a second. Phil breaks out, trying to get there, 61 on the 62 dial-in, but with 78 on the tree, with Nicholas going 004. Nicholas move on to the next round of Sportsman. Next round coming up here, Michelle Stepanek out of Vinton, Iowa, the 85 Camaro dialed in at a 1339. And Sky Borcherdine out of Mabel, Minnesota, the 92 Mustang dials a 1390. .500 separate these drivers up front on the handicap head start. Double red light on the true start. The win's going to go to Michelle, 007 red to an 032 red for Sky. So Michelle will head down the quarter mile with win light on. 1339 dial, clicks the timers off, dead 6. Nice run for Michelle. We will see Michelle back around for the next round of Sportsman. Again, Stock, Super Comp. Need you to the staging lanes. Stock and Super Stock and Super Comp. We need you to the staging lanes. Next pair for Sportsman, Tim Earl out of Marion, Iowa, the 2011 Camaro. Dials in at a 1228. And Corey Miller out of Tipton, Iowa. Dials that 68 Barracuda into a 1211. Green lights a pair. Oh boy, we got a 1/10.5 between these two cars up front. We're going to see how this plays out down the quarter mile. Top end, win light comes on for Tim Earl, 1233.7 on the 28 dial. He was 42 up front. Corey Miller just missed the tree, broke out trying to get there. Tim Earl's margin of victory by 0.05 of a second. Going to bring up Tony Henderson, the Rusty Zipper out of Vermilion, South Dakota, the 72 Buick Skylark, dials in at 1195. Right-hand side, we got Layden Hawk out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. The Mustang dialed in at a 1395. Tony trying to run the table this weekend, take a bunch of money from Tri-State Raceway. Stock and Super Stock winner of race 1. Again, Stock and Super Stock, Super Comp. Need you to lanes, Stock, Super Stock, and Super Comp to the lanes, please. Green lights a pair. Layton's in trouble. Tony Henderson with a starting line advantage. As they get down to the top end, the win light's going to come on for Tony Henderson, 11.99.7 on the 11.95 dial-in. He was 0.63 on the tree. Layton breaks out by a tenth. Tony gets there first by 2 hundredths and will advance in Sportsman. It's going to bring up Rick Coleman with the buy here out of Shellsburg, Iowa. The 84 Trans Am dialed in at a 1240. All right, Rick heading down the quarter mile, 041 on the tree with the buy run here. On the 1240 dial, Rick will stop the timers. 1236.3, 110 miles an hour on the buy run. All right, we're going to roll into the semifinals of Trophy. Again, Stock and Super Stock, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp will take you to the lanes. Super Comp should be in the lanes. Semifinals of Trophy coming up. Right side, we got Nicholas Balk out of Cedar Falls, Iowa. The 77 Camaro dials into a 1496. Left-hand side, Don Paisley out of Durango, Iowa. The 99 Trans Am dialed in at a 1388. We about a second head start going to Nicholas as Don will try to chase him down in the Trans Am. Again, Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Gas, need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas to the lanes for your next round of competition. Super Gas to the lanes. Okay, not sure what happened with Don and Nicholas there. We got no data, no reaction times, so we are going to have to rerun that, figure out what happened with the clocks here, do a quick reset for the buy. We're going to be under a brief hold here until we can figure out what's going on with the timing system, do a quick reset. Get those drivers back up here to rerun the semifinal. As we're going to have Emma Stender up here for the buy run out of Walcott, Iowa, 85 Buick. Again, while we have a quick break in the action, stock and super stocks rolled up here. Super comp, you should be in the lanes. Super gas, we will take you. Super gas, we will take you to the lanes. Super gas, to the lanes. All right, with the timing system restarted here, we're sending Emma down on her bye run, 15:30 on the board. Click the timers off, 15:30 with a 9, dead 9 on the bye run. Emma set up for the final, but we will have to rerun that previous pair of trophy for the semifinals before they can face off against Emma. But I would say Emma's dialed in, running dead 9 on the bye, so we will see her back for the final. Again, stock and super stocks rolling up to the ready line. Super comp should be in the lane. Super gas, we will take you. Super gas, we will take you to the staging lanes as well. Super gas, super gas, super gas. All right, here comes stock and super stock, 4th round. Midwest Class Racer Stock Super Stock Combo presented by Motion Raceworks, TBM Brakes, Heath Performance this weekend. So we're going to cut the field. We're going to cut our field of 10 cars down to 5. First pair up here, we got Logan Warner on the right-hand side out of Mason City, Iowa, the 62 Plymouth, dialed in at a 1098. Right-hand side, we got Larry Verreger out of Omaha, Nebraska, and the 72 Buick Superstock K automatic entry, dialed in at a 1061. Larry and Logan getting their way into the stage beams here. Larry's in. Logan's in. Start of the 4th round of stock, super stock. Green lights a pair. Almost 200 separate these two drivers at the hit. As Larry's trying to chase Logan down the quarter mile. We get down to the 8th mile, 1,000 foot, top end. Wind light says Logan Warner at 1096 on the 1098, a double breakout. Logan was 30 on the tree. Larry's 49. Larry breaks out by more. Margin of victory coming out to be 1/100th of a second. Logan will move on to the 5th round and the quarterfinals. That's going to bring up Tom Meyer out of Pierce, Nebraska. Superstock K automatic entry, the 66 Nova 2, Chevy Nova 2. 1062 dial in, and Nathan Riley, right-hand side, out of LaPlace, Illinois, the 89 Trans Am. Larry Hodge, Racing Tire and Wheel, dials in to an 1170. And as always, like a good son, Nathan wants to say hi to his mom watching at home. Tom Meyer's in. Nathan inching into the beams. Here we go. Red light start for Tom Meyer by 007. Nathan Riley's 22 green. He's got the wind light on his lane heading down the track. Nathan's going to click the boards off. 1169.6 on the 1170 dial-in, 22 on the tree. Tom Meyer had a little bit of trouble getting off the starting line there, but the red light did not help, so Nathan Riley will be back for the quarterfinals. We got Wayne Dinklau. Wayne from Wayne in his 66 Chevy Nova 2, dialed in at a 1058. Right-hand side, we got Dennis Lund out of Davenport, Iowa, the 2017 Copo Camaro out of the Motion Raceworks stable, dialed at an 867. Wayne dumps the clutch way red. That's going to hand the auto win to Dennis Lund, who also red lights, but that does not matter as Wayne red lit first on the 867 dial. Lund's going to run that thing down to an 877.0, 136 miles an hour, clicking it off a little bit early. We will see Dennis Lund back for the quarterfinals. He's going to face off against Logan Warnert in the quarterfinals. This brings up Mike Lund and Scott Dugdale. Scott Dugdale, Superstock K automatic entry, 84 Monte Carlo out of Stacy, Minnesota. Dialed in at a 1037. Mike Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa. The third gen Camaro dialed down to a 989. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes, please. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro to the top of staging, please. Super Pro to the top of staging. Green lights a pair. 13,000 separate him at the hit up front. As he go down the quarter mile, Scott's trying to take off Lund. Lund gets the win. 992 on the 989 dial-in. Scott gets there first, but breaks out by 2. 34.9 on a 37 dial-in. Getting there 600th first. Lund dropping the boat anchor. 119 miles an hour to run 3 over. We will see Mike Lund and Nathan Riley square off in the quarterfinals. This is going to bring up Tony Henderson and Jamie Peach. This is for a bye to the semifinals. Tony Henderson dials an 1192. Jamie Peach puts an 1106 on the window. Again, Super Pro, we need you to the head of staging. Super Pro to the head of staging. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. Green lights a pair. Oh, a lot of smoke coming out of Henderson's car there. 600 separate him at the hit. Peace trying to chase down Henderson. Can he catch him? Windlight's going to go to Henderson. Dead 6-14 up front. Jamie Peach was 75. Broke out trying to get there. 200th wind stripe going to Tony Henderson. 20 total, but it sounds like we might have some fluid on the track from Tony, so we're going to go check that out. Tony earns a bye to the semifinals, so our matchup next round is going to be Nathan Riley squaring off against Mike Lund. Tony Henderson will have the bye into the semifinals. Logan Werner, it's going to face off against Dennis Lund, and that is for the quarterfinals of Stock and Super Stock. Again, at this time, Super Gas, you should be in the lanes. We got Super Comp rolling up. Super Pro will take you to the head of stage, or to the top of staging, excuse me. Super Pro, need you to the top of staging. All right, folks, stop me if you've heard this before, but we do have some fluid on the track. So we are going to assess how far and how long that's going down and see what kind of cleanup we need. So we'll be on a brief hold as we can get the track cleaned up and see what we're working with here. All right, racers. Well, unfortunately, with that transmission oil down almost the whole length of the track, we are going to be unable to get that cleaned up and finish the race in time with the amount of daylight that we have remaining. So unfortunately, at this point, eliminations for the day have concluded. The event is over. So we will be figuring out how the splits on the classes are going to work. But unfortunately, we have reached the completion of today's events. So thanks to everybody for all of your patience today. And we will see, or I won't see you guys, but back in action here for the regional event next weekend at Tri-State Raceway. Again, racing is over for the day. Unfortunately, due to the lengthy oil down and the daylight that we have remaining today. So thanks everybody for a great day. Safe drive home.
The attention to the pits, attention to the pits. If you are still in Sportsman, Pro, and Super Pro, we need you to come to the starting line right now. If you are still in Pro, Sportsman, and Super Pro, we need you guys to come to the starting line right now, please. So once again, any of our normal racers that were in Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman still in competition today, we need you to come to the starting line right now, please. Also, junior dragster parents that were still in competition, junior dragster parents, if you are in our points series and you are still in competition, could you please come do the starting line as well, please? Juniors and junior parents, if you are in our points series and you are still in competition today, could you please come to the starting line, please?